by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome to round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss here in Samarkand. After yesterday's play, well, everything changed in the standings. We now have 2 new co-leaders in the open section, and Vaishali regains that top spot in the women's. But just 4 games left, which means for the players, it's crunch time. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with my partner in crime on the commentary desk. It is our resident Grandmaster, Yevgeny Myrshnitenko.
Hello, guys. Hey, Yovi. And so what are your thoughts? 4 games left, and I was thinking in the morning today, so it's this delicate stage of a tournament where the win does not guarantee that you're in, but for some, the loss will definitely eliminate them from the contention. So it's a really, really slippery floor we're operating in. Right, like at the very beginning, it's up to your kind of appetite. You can take risks. If you lose a game, Vidit lost his game 1 when he won the tournament, right? Over there, it's really tricky. And then, like, if you make another draw, it increases the tension, and it's very hard. Like a winning feels nice, but it doesn't guarantee you anything. But the loss can like completely ruin your tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, the main important thing at this precise stage is not to lose. You don't want to be doing that. And also, you do have to be thinking, for some players, it's a question of tie-break. So they actually do have to push hard for the win. But one thing I know is that it's going to be tense. And once again, this is a tournament which is filled with surprises, and I expect the unexpected. And today is going to be no different. Well, there's a lot at stake, and it's a long event. But let's remind ourselves of the time format, because the players, they have 2 different formats. In the open section, we have a rather unusual one. It's long, it's classical, and also allows a lot of precision from the players. It's 1 hour and 40 minutes with 50 minutes added after move 40 and 15 minutes added after move 60. For the women, it is going to be 1 hour and a half with 30 minutes added after move 40. And the players are getting that 30-second time bonus per move. And it's the thing in green at the bottom that is going to be especially on some of the players' mind, because the top 2 places in each section is going to qualify for the 2026 candidates. And for some players, I'm thinking of Nepomniachtchi, I'm also thinking about your Vidit, I'm also thinking about very, very top players. I mean, that's the only thing that matters.
Absolutely. You have those 2 spots and then anything else, right? Any other. So for Nepo, as you've mentioned, like he would be one of those who'd say, yeah, the 3rd place is just as good as 10th, as good as 20th, because yeah, it's only the candidate spots that matter. But for some other players, maybe for all of them as well, the prize fund matters as well. That's a huge, huge prize fund we have in this tournament.
We do.
For the open,
check this out. For the open, as Mira was about to say, it was
$625,000 total prize fund, with the 1st place netting you $90,000, 75, and so on and so forth, all the way to place 15.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things as well, a lot of incentive, and in the women's, it is also pretty hefty, as we have a total prize fund of $230,000. 1st place nets 40,000 plus that golden ticket, as does the 2nd place 31,000. And you have prizes all the way down to 23rd place. Oh, this is what I call the money rounds. I'm not quite sure we're there yet. I think that starts from tomorrow, but it's getting closer and closer, and the players, for sure, they're going to get more and more nervous. Let's head over to the playing hall where we have Charlize live.
do carefully.
Welcome back to the playing hall, where round 8 is about to begin. And the board with the most cameras stationed on it is not board 1, but the board behind me in the game between Gukesh and Divya. Such an exciting matchup that everyone is excited about. Even Netflix is here today with their big cameras that you will probably see photobombed in our photos and our live stream. But in any case, the hall is filling up. Let us catch up with some players. Carissa, a wonder. Hey, we got Netflix here for you. Oh no, both of you. We love to see you together. How are you feeling today?
Oh, terrible.
Terrible? Why?
I don't know. Impending sense of doom.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully that translates well into your game, that you can take that out. And you, Carissa?
I'm also feeling terrible.
Game on. Okay, we gotta change his mood. You got Netflix here for you.
I know, but they're not here for him, which is why he's in a terrible mood. So,
well, hope you guys can help each other get into a better mood before the game. I see Wanda is leaving us, but good luck to you.
thank you.
Spirits are high here. Everyone is having fun. Let's get back to the studio. Enjoy the games.
Indeed. And incidentally, Carissa is on 4.5 points. So if she manages to string together a whole
A
row
few
of
wins, right?
You never know. She could be finishing in that top 2, and we might see her in the candidates. But we have to deal with what is in play here, because the standings are ever so important as we go into round 8. And as I mentioned, yesterday was a day where everything changed. And it was because the sole leader, Param Maksudlu, he fell. He lost to Nihal Sarin, and Arjun Erigaisi lost to Matthias Bluebaum. And that means that those two, Matthias Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin, they leapfrogged over everyone else, and they now find themselves at the top. They'll be playing each other today. And then we have a whole load of people, a whisker away on just 5 points, and some of the big names in chess. Miro, I mean, what do you make of this? It just still feels like anything is possible.
Well, anything's possible, and those on 4.5, and I believe people who do not feel fit in our screen, that you have your Nepos there, Aronians, Vidits, and so on and so forth. So, no, Vidit is on our screen. So, I mean, people on 4.5 should not be ruled out of the competition. Well, the big day for sure, big day for unexpected leaders, I would say, because Nihal Sarin, remember, in yesterday's interview, he mentioned himself, I wasn't expecting to be leading the tournament. It feels nice, but I didn't have a special plan. I think that was precisely his words in the interview. Vaishali leading the tournament.
For the women.
For the women, 6.
Half a point ahead of
6 out of
Katarina
7. That's one score.
It is a big score, 6 out of 7. The FIDE Grand Swiss seems to be her event. She won the event in 2023. We'll see whether she can make it a double. There are plenty of players with 5 points. 19-year-old Yuxin Song is very much up there if she can win. And Bibisara Astabaeva, she'll be looking to take down Vaishali as she faces her today. And talking about the standings, let's have a look at the pairings. Of course, we have 2 co-leaders. They are facing off against each other. Matthias Bluebaum has the white pieces, Nihal Sarin, and the 2 players will be thinking, what approach should I take? Should I take a lot of risk? Should I perhaps play a little bit more stable chess? And we also have fire on the board as Alireza Farujja plays against Hans Niemann. And what other matches, Miro, take your fancy?
Well, anything really. Maksudlu against Giri, I was thinking, can be anything, because Parham, after a loss, of course, he'd like to bounce back, but Giri ever so solid, like maybe out of all those in the top, in the top of standings, Anish Giri strikes as someone who tries to play correct. Well, take risks, but minimal risks maybe, and all of his games are like level, or he's like overtakes slowly.
But
very classical style.
He's playing someone who, quite frankly, is a bit of a brawler on the
Absolutely,
chessboard.
and that's why
Always up for
it
the
makes it so
fight.
interesting. Who'll prevail? I mean, first of all, stylistically, and what will be the outcome? Because if you force Anish into a brawl, he might prove to be not a bad brawler.
Well, we will see. And also, just to mention, we'll be also following the game, a very important game, actually, probably all eyes of India, I would say, is going to be on this game. It is between Gukesh against Divya, and here we have the results of the pairings for the women. And Vaishali will be playing against Bibisara Asalbeva. The two played each other in 2023. It was a victory for Vaishali. Let's see whether she can repeat that success. Katerina Lagno playing probably an old friend, old rival, Maria Muzichuk. And then we have Antonetta Stefanova playing against 19-year-old Yuxin Song, and Tan Zhongyi facing off against Sulakidu. Interestingly enough, we have 3 former women's world champion playing on consecutive boards.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the players are getting ready. We are ready. I almost feel like I cannot wait for the games to begin. And here we have one of the stars of round 7, Matthias Blubaum. He's already beaten Pragnananda. Yesterday, he beat Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. Will he be able to take down their countrymate, Nihal Sarin? Well, we'll find out later on.
Yeah, we'll find out. And Matthias Blubaum, he seems to be on the solid side as well, does not take unnecessary risks. So it'll be very interesting to watch. And that's the man himself, Hans Niemann, who joined us twice in our studio, right, after yesterday's roller coaster game as well. Right, it was a very short game.
But he actually found the perfect strategy to beat the young 14-year-old Adomush.
Yeah, when he said simplify with the youngsters, and I thought like a couple of years ago, a lot of people in the world would say so facing Hans.
Right.
So it was funny to hear it from him. You should simplify against the youngsters.
He went into yesterday's game, this is Hans, with a game plan. He wanted to simplify, get him into an endgame, but he ended up playing a very sharp...
Something wild, yeah.
Something concrete, something wild. And the handshake, the clocks have been pressed. It's rock and roll time as we see E4 being played on the board between Abhimanyu Mishra and the homegrown talent that is Nordibek Abdusatorov. So we see E4, C6. Oh, my day just got a whole lot better as Nordibek plays the Karakan. So what is Abhimanyu going to fight that with? D4? Okay, I'm expecting the pawn to challenge in the center with D5. Yes.
D5.
And now comes the question. And we're going to actually gauge how Abhimanyu is feeling based on this next move. So if he steps up E5, then that means he's in a mood for a fight. If he goes knight to C3, well, I was going to say this one is a lot more, well, it's called the classical. I was going to say a lot more classical because it's called the classical. Anyhow, and here the onus is on Nordibek to decide what he wants to do. He can take on E4, and then from there he has many approaches. Come out with a bishop, come out with a knight.
Yeah, I guess you take, and then 3 lines are bishop to F5, knight to D7 supporting knight F6, or an immediate knight to F6.
Which is the most trendy. Now this particular variation is one of the most solid ones for white. White enjoys that extra pawn in the center, so has some nice space advantage. And this is going to be interesting. Is Nordibek going to play the fashionable knight to F6?
Knight to F6,
yes,
right.
He does.
Knight to F6, where white captures on F6, black takes with the E-pawn. And yeah, that's a very, very tricky structure that I believe was reevaluated kind of recent years. Because if you think of it, it's your Rui Lopez exchange variation where, you know, sides are mirrored, right? So the bishop b5 line. But in the exchange Rui Lopez, at least black gets a pair of bishops. Here, not really. And yet, this is considered to be playable and playable for black.
The whole reasoning, though, is, you'll laugh at this, is that black has one extra pawn in front of their king, makes it that little bit more safer, and you have one open line on e4, E line to contest.
Yep. So c2, c3. That's precisely how they start, because they want to develop bishop d3. And Nordibak is thinking here, main move, of course, being bishop d6, but I believe some other stuff being tried.
Yep, I can see that bishop d6 is the move that I have played, and there are other continuations. Bishop
So you
f5.
did play this one, right?
Yes.
After bishop d6,
Because,
bishop d3, what would you do? Castles? Or-
Castles, and then after queen c2, there's this trendy h5
Yeah.
line to go h4.
So there is this line that Iovi apparently played. No check yet. h5 first, right? h5 first. So there is that. And there is...
You can also play it very solidly with h6 as well.
Can you do
There's
this? Do you know there is this sideline which I find amazing? Knight a6 goes to c7. They wait, and very often they don't castle. They just go h5 and king f8 and push the h pawn in.
Okay.
And when I've seen it for the first time, it looks ridiculous. But then I figured out there are games of reasonably strong players. And it's not as easy to refute as you would think.
Well, it's a bit annoying, right? Because usually white, gets some play. Like either you're forcing the pawn on h5 to advance to h4, and just to go knight a7, knight c7,
Knight a6, knight c7.
knight c7. I mean, the also thing is that you really want to be securing the d5 square for a piece.
So castle played, and yeah, I believe we can explore some other games, because this one is for now very theoretical, and I suggest we check the outcome of this kind of battle in theory knowledge after some 15 moves being played.
Right. And both these players are on 5 points, and they're playing on board 3. So let's go to the top, where we saw Matthias Bluebaum. He was waiting for Nihal Sarin. Presumably, Nihal showed up. Yes, he's there, but ironically enough, Bluebaum is not. But how does this game develop?
Queen's Gambit accepted, and Bluebaum went for knight f3, which is a very, very solid move. Knight f6, e3, and Nihal Sarin is thinking. So I wonder if there is anything else to do other than your classical e6 and so on. What do we have here? 2 wins for Nihal Sarin in the previous 3 classical games that they've played.
Yep. Does that surprise you that we have such a, the history between the pair, that it's Nihal that has got the upper hand? But then again, 3 games isn't really too much data.
Right. In fact, I wonder where they could play these 3 games, because Bluebaum, I don't think he played a lot of round robins. Neither did Nihal Sarin, so it must have been like World Team something or Olympiads.
Olympiad, definitely.
Probably Olympiads.
Olympiad. And they also play. I'll find out for you if you give me 1 second. I checked this morning. And it was in Chennai Olympiad, Nihal won, and also at the Sharjah Masters back in 2017.
Sharjah Masters, yeah. Which is apparently a very, very strong open tournament. Not as strong as our Grand Swiss, but yeah, one of the stronger ones.
It's pretty up there, yeah.
One of the stronger ones. Anyway, bishop c4 and c5 played, and this is as solid as it gets. As solid as it gets. At least, like, if Bluebaum wanted to be aggressive, he could have gone e4 on move 3. And then, yeah.
Nihal plays something very similar to this against Gumulash in round 6. And we felt that he could be in a spot of bother.
Right. There was like, he won a very quick game, and so people could have forgotten that he might have had some problems in the opening. And this early c takes d4 I think, is, or rather was, considered not to be the most precise, because you...
Well, that game, I can tell you, went with bishop to e7, just like Nihal is doing right now. Knight to c3. Castles.
Rook e1,
Rook
I
e1,
believe.
a6.
A6, bishop
Bishop
f4. And we found it strange, right?
Yeah.
Bishop f4, knight c6, or b5 first? Knight c...
He went b5 first.
He went b5
Perhaps
first.
that was an inaccuracy. To
Bishop to
go b5.
b3,
bishop to b3, and now bishop to b7.
And
rook
white
c1.
went rook to c1, and
then
he
black-
had to go bishop b4.
Exactly.
He had to go bishop b4.
Because d5 was such an unpleasant threat, and after bishop to b4, not bishop to g5, but we were analyzing
g5,
knight g5 and saying, you know,
That
maybe
looked-
white has a dangerous initiative, you know, sacrifices on f7. So the question is, will Matthias go into this preparation? Does Nihal Sarin have an improvement?
Yeah, they
Way.
do repeat the set game for now. Knight c3 castles, 8 moves already following the previous game. And now, yeah, you can go rook e1, you can go bishop f4 to kind of remain in the same game scenario.
Well, only time will tell. We'll leave this game right now, and we'll leave everyone on a little bit on a cliffhanger. Is Matthias gonna go into the same position that Nihal played into in round 6, or is he gonna vary? We'll come back to it. But let's move on down to Alireza Fujda against Hans Niemann.
It's got to be a spicy one, Yovi.
It has to. And I think it was this game back in 2023 at the FIDE Grand Swiss, where they both, Alireza and Hans, came all excited into the commentary room, and they wanted to share with us their game. And it was like super mad, very chaotic. There it actually opened with d4, and there it is 2 draws for Alireza and Hans Niemann, but 1 win. And I do also remember that they played a very chaotic game in the Sinkfield Cup.
Yeah, the scandalous Sinkfield Cup. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Alireza was white back then, or was it?
Hans,
was
I
it?
think, was white.
Hans was white. Yeah, there was some sharp
And he
game. I guess sacrificed the piece, and Alireza somehow barely survived. I think. Yep. Anyway, so now Rui Lopez castles bishop e7, an invitation to Berlin potential. What Berlin? Marshall. No. Anything is Berlin.
Yeah.
Like they've ruined.
Well, in fairness,
they've ruined the opening.
in fairness, the Marshall is like the new Berlin, in the sense that the lines have been worked out, and you often play them.
Yeah.
You allow the Marshall, you play the Marshall to get a draw.
Exactly, and to my disappointment, because I always thought like Marshall counterattack was super exciting to analyze, even like with the older computers. And you remember sometimes computers would go wrong, and this famous Kramnik-Leko game, from where Kramnik played all the moves according to his preparation and ended up in a lost position because Leko just had kind of more powerful computer or left it overnight or something. Right, so nowadays it's so exhausted, so entering the Marshall counterattack, that probably means like this particular drawish endgame with an extra pawn that you will have to hold. So all the excitement is taken away. And that's why white experiments with various kind of d3 setups. In our case, it's 6 d3. b5, bishop b3, d6, and a2, a3, because you need to take care of this bishop. Black was threatening knight to f5.
Yeah. And you need to preserve that light squared bishop. And here, well, this is still very much in the main realms of theory.
That should be
Like
a lot of games,
knight
right?
a5, with the idea of going c5. I've even got like games where black has gone bishop e6. You might even see bishop g4, just for fun.
Yeah, there have been games with bishop g4. I believe this was debated in Carlsen-Nepo match.
Well, what do you think? We're going to expect knight a5, castles. Castles keeps it flexible, like leaves this idea of going knight to a5.
Yeah, he castles.
just postpones the decision, and
I believe knight c3 is the move.
you can also play rook e1, h3. I mean, more or less, in this type of position, it feels like anything goes.
Right. It's more about, like concept and your vision after 15 moves, not the precise move right here, right now, I feel like. Yeah.
That sounded like
Anything,
words that you'd use in like some HR meeting. It's the vision, guys.
Yeah, it's the vision.
Yeah, no, completely true. H3. I mean, yeah, you definitely, it's more of a plan-based opening. I expect knight to c3, but it's very interesting because Alireza yesterday, he played a really uncomfortable opening for Yakuboev to handle with the white pieces. I mean, so for Alireza was prepared to take big risks. You know, he played unusual chess, allowed his opponent initiative, and was just trusting on the fact that his opponent would burn the time on the clock. And here he's gone for a completely different strategy.
Yeah. So today there'll be a lot of maneuvering and pushing for like really minimal advantages, if any. Right, and what we can see potentially is knight here and bishop to not d7, bishop to e6. And the moves are knight d5 or bishop e6, and I've already mentioned that it's very hard for me to kind of figure out what kind of position is this one. It's also hard to tell.
Well, we might see it, you know, knight c3 played.
Knight c3 played, yeah. So the alternatives are bishop e6, bishop to g4. Bishop g4, I believe the most popular, but recently fell off out of fashion. And there is knight a5 followed by c5 or followed by bishop e6.
Well, the decision is in Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann's hands.
So we had it as most exciting game, secretly, right? But it's not that it won't be exciting. It will not be as exciting as if it were just yesterday the game from the very start, right? Because that was wild from, say, move 5, move 6. Here, for now, it's a very, very calm maneuvering stage, which allows us, I guess, to check other games.
Yep. So let's move down. We've already looked at the game between Abhimanyu Mishra and Nordibek Abdusatorov. So maybe let's have a look and see what followed after we left it. So we were expecting that after castles, this h5, h4, very trendy line. It is, in fact, on our board.
So knight e2, rook to e8, queen c2, h5. That is precisely the line that Yovi meant. h4, h3, knight goes to d7, to f8, and bishop c7. So these are somewhat mysterious moves, I imagine, if you haven't happened to know this line. Yeah. Basically, it's very hard to make progress with whites from now on, right? So the h-pawn kind of restricts white's ability to expand on the king side. Exchanging the bishops is not great. Oh, well, f4 was played. f4, f5, I guess, which is kind of strategically quite double-edged. Right, because you weaken the diagonal, but you restrict the f8 knight and the c8 bishop. Black replied with queen d6. Good luck going f5 on the next move, queen h2. Right. So one of the big questions in this line is that if white eventually starts kind of pushing his majority, the queenside pawns, how to react with black. Because sometimes you don't react at all, sometimes you're supposed to go c5, and now, for instance, like c5 is not a great move here, because white takes, but sometimes something like this could lead, here I guess white's just better, but sometimes it leads to some sort of a fortress, right? I mean, you get this protected passed pawn, but you can't really go through because black would get f5, control all the central squares and so on. So c4 could be a move.
I think
'cause
c4 is the main move that I see.
there's
Makes a lot of
also a
sense.
theory, right?
Yeah, this is still within the theory. And then, okay, there's been 9 games, and 3 games have continued with black playing the pawn sacrifice f5.
F5,
Yeah.
where I can see it now, because the computer kind of shows the line how it thinks that this still will develop, and black apparently wants to go to h7, f6, and eventually to e4. So white kind of has to take f5, and then bishop takes, queen takes, and the move is rook to e6. So piling the rooks on the e file. Hitting the knight protects the d4 pawns. It's very awkward for white, despite having an extra pawn.
Yeah, because, white has gone f2, f4.
Yeah.
And suddenly, black's position is unraveling. You've got rook a, e8. There's pressure against d4. This bishop on d2 is
So if I wanted
bad.
to play moves like this, defend the d4 pawn, and you go here, and
You can't go f5, which is like the
I
main
can't go
point of this.
f5. That's true. And generally, it seems I'm struggling with the moves, because if I move the knight, what happens if I move the knight? Then you'll take f4 eventually, right?
Yeah.
You'll take on e1.
Also,
I can take with the bishop there. Yeah, that's.
well, there's also, let's not forget, d4 is weak. So you
D4
don't
is-
even need to. You don't even need to kind of swap on e.
Yeah,
e1.
f5,
Yeah.
all that. Yeah, d4.
Takes.
Yeah, so that was one potential
You've
scenario.
got bishop b6 as well in the air. Because you can't go c5 because the bishop takes.
Yeah, you're right. Bishop b6 probably wins the pawn back. Probably wins the pawn back. There's no c5 because bishop c5, and there's a pin.
Yeah. And now after f5, you go rook takes rook. And
Yeah,
pawn
f5
falls on
here.
d4.
Take on. Maybe you can take
It's
d4. Maybe you can take d4 immediately if you wanted to.
Yeah. But okay, it just means that this is actually quite a thematic position. But okay, he has to find this concept of going f5 should white play c4. So potentially very tricky. Might be just a memory test for the time being, but we'll see how both players fare in that department. Let's move down. Let's continue on to Paramak Sudlu. He was the comfortable leader, like from round 3. And yesterday, there was a blip. And he lost to Nihal Sarin. And I say blip because it was just a one-move blunder in time scrambles. It was a completely crazy position, one bad move. And that's
Right, and it was also, I wouldn't say uncharacteristic, but yeah, kind of proactive blunder. Sometimes you blunder your opponent's strat, and there the move that kind of would keep the game level was just queen takes knight to regain the material. So Parham thought that he was winning going after this checkmate, which wasn't there. Right, so he was very kind of aggressive, wanted to win that one. Anyway, so now, today he plays this line, I think it's called the McKenna's variation, at least, yeah, e4. And the main move would be d5 here, or rather, what was considered to be the main move. Anish goes c5, which allows e5, knight g8, and white gets a lot of space. White wins the tempo for development, but then black potentially has kind of pressure on this e5 pawn. So now, main move, by far most popular move, is knight to f3, knight to c6, and then white would go d4 and capture with the knight. And this is quite classical. You have your Kasparov-Beliavsky games from 1990s. You have Rajabov Dingley ran the game. Rajabov won to win the World Cup, and so on and so on. Right. And d4 a little bit less explored, but seems to be kind of a new fashion or returning fashion. d4, cd4, queen d4. So it's somewhat resembles the Alapin Sicilian,
Yes.
right? So there is a line in Alapin Sicilian where white would go d4 and then take with the queen. Knight to c6, queen f4, d6, knight f3, knight to h6, queen e4, d5.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, the clock times indicates that Anish is within his preparation, barely used any time on the clock, whereas Maksutlu has burnt more than 14 minutes on this position.
Was it 14 or oh yeah?
Yeah, because they start 1 hour
Yeah.
40.
Right, yeah.
And I factored in, very unlike me, the the increment. Okay, well, it's pretty close between them. 4 draws with 1 win to
For Anish.
Anish.
Yep.
And well, this is one of the things that makes Anish Giri one of the most dangerous players. I mean, he's incredibly well armed. I always get the impression that he has a whole team with him, just, you know, looking up those novelties. He knows his stuff. Parham also, I mean, as he showed us here in the studio, also
He knows, yeah,
his
he knows
openings.
his variations very well.
He's worked extremely hard for this event. So he wants to do well. And now there's a choice to be had, right? We get to this position after knight takes e5, bishop takes h6. This is what I was coming to.
Yeah, what's interesting there, the only game that was played was bishop takes h6 here, and then knight has taken on e5. Let me check. So takes, knight e5, and black didn't take on e5, but went queen b6. And this was the game between Mateusz Bartel and Tabatabai. And Tabatabai won with black. So now Parham seemingly kind of restricts black's option, takes on e5, takes on h6, gh6, let me get to the fun, but gh6, queen e5, rook to g8.
And I actually have also another game in the database.
Ah, now we've probably transposed into
The-
something.
The Bazakutsa, playing with the white pieces against Daniel Fernandez.
Yeah,
And they're
very recent one, 2024.
24, and that game ended with black winning. Rook to d1 was the move played. Bishop d7, and then knight to e4.
Bishop
So
d7,
at
knight
first sight, this
e4.
looks really scary for black. You know, the knight is coming into f6.
Yeah, but there's a check, and there's a check, like it's rather awkward.
stepping
Like,
up
I
with
mean,
your king.
after you've played knight e4, you probably go king e2, but yeah, but that's quite awkward. And then they drop the bishop to e7, got both f6 and d6. I guess planning for queen c8, bishop c6 here.
Yeah, okay, well, I agree that that wasn't the best. So maybe you can't go knight to e4.
We'll see, yeah, so rook d1, bishop d7, and
Well, the question for black is, well, oh, sorry, for white, rather, how are you going to even develop the light square bishop?
right.
Is it bishop
You
e2?
go bishop e2, do you go g3, bishop g2?
But if you go bishop,
Yeah, like g3, I'm
G3.
somewhat afraid of moves like... Oh, first off, computer tells me that there's rook g5. That's one unorthodox way of, you know, chasing this queen away from e5.
yeah.
Queen h8 is not very smart, because the queen apparently gets stuck there. So black would go queen a5, and then the next move it plays is rook to g7. That's funny. Queen a5, yeah. Anyway, so there is that. Anish seemingly knows it very well. You are right. Barely spend any time.
Dangerous position, I would say, for Parham, because, I mean, black is
Yeah.
the one with all the dynamic chances, the bishop pair. Yes, his pawn structure is bad, but it is the bishop on f1 that is going to be white's problem,
Right.
how to develop it. We'll keep our eyes on this one. We'll move down to the game between Vincent Keimer and Vidit, the defending Grand Swiss champion. And Vidit is on 5 points, Vincent Keimer 4.5 points. So Vincent, I would say, is now in a position where he really has to press if he wants to finish in the top 2.
Right. And no, but he still played the very Kaima opening, right? So he faced the Berlin and he went for the D3 and bishop captures C6 line, which is, yeah, I guess something that you do play for advantage nowadays, but it's not much. It's definitely not much for white, if anything. A4 and B6, very, very solid line for black.
Solid, but still, Vincent will have some ideas and some positive memories because he does have a positive score against Vidit, having won 1 game, drawn 3. And he's got the white pieces, he can dictate the flow of the game. Not much happening here, I would say, so let's move on down. And do remember that we do have individual streams. So apart from this particular show, you can actually follow dedicated cameras and you can follow the games of the top players and you can analyze everything move by move, watch their reactions in complete silence. And you can find those links in the description of this broadcast below. So let's move on down and have a look at the game between Richard Rapport against Pragnananda. Now, these two, when they play each other, they create magic. I remember their game from earlier this year where Pragnananda had the white pieces, and this is what I was going to refer to. Richard has a very pleasant score against Prag. And I remember the game from Uz Chess Cup earlier this year, where it was a stunning victory, almost like game of the year from Richard. You know,
Richard
came up with a novelty and won.
Yeah, when it works for him, he's unstoppable, and he also can play in style. Right. That's something that you don't see very often. Black has sacrificed a pawn, and yeah, so basically it was a ready opening where Black went with D4, having the pawn on E6, right? Castles, knight to C6, E3, E5, E takes, and like if you take with the E pawn, this is known to be like pleasant for white, for the sole reason that it's a known structure, but first of all, colors reversed, so you get this with 1 extra tempo, and the fact that Black has played E7, E6, and later on E7, E5. So you get a known position 2 tempi up, and therefore it is good for white. But the principled move is to go E4 here, knight to G5, knight D4, rook E1, bishop E7, captures on E4, bishop F5. Rook to E5, and Black is expected to play C7, C6, I believe.
Yeah.
Something very solid.
You don't want to be chasing waterfalls by going knight to C2.
Yeah, knight C2,
bishop.
rook takes bishop, right?
Exactly, and the knight is going to get trapped on A1.
Yep,
So
you
don't
take
do
that
that.
one, and white can even take on B7. So after knight A1, white can even take on B7. Up, and then goes check on C6 and so on. So C6, there is, interestingly, there is queen D6.
Attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook, where it's still kind of a little bit awkwardly placed, because if you go to D5, it's queen F6.
Yeah,
It can get quite messy. So apparently after queen D6, one thing to do for white is to take on F5, take on B7. I do not know how to evaluate that one. So white gets 2 pawns for an exchange.
right. But I tell you something else. Will it impact your decision? Your opponent has barely paused for thought. So Richard has got more time than he started with. So he means he knows this. So do
Right.
you play the most uncompromising,
No,
right? You know, do you go
I guess.
queen to d6, knowing full well
I guess
that
you're
rook
trying
takes
to be
bishop?
kind of trying to play something that is positionally sound at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, so c6, well, you do understand why you're supposed to have, compensation, right? So c6, the walking the bishop, you have this, well, nicely positioned knight on d4, and you're planning for castle, and bishop f6, and so on and so forth.
Can you tell I'm an overthinker?
No, you're absolutely right. I just didn't pay attention to the clock display in this particular game. Normally, I do try to follow. And for what I know for sure, that, well, from personal experience, like if somebody would be doing this stuff against me, that they literally spend no time, and in the position that is kind of original, not something that is played every day, that would probably cause me to spend more time. Because I would be thinking, yeah, but what can they could possibly have prepared, and then what do I do now? Do I try to play the best moves? Do I try to kind of steer towards something that maybe they didn't check?
I do remember the words of advice from Boris Spassky. You know, he always treated his opponent's ideas with a lot of respect over the board, and then he would go back, analyze them, and then come ready the next game. Yep. So, big question for Prag. Does he go queen to d6? Probably the best move. Does force white to go rook takes bishop, rook d5 and rook takes bishop. But you are walking into your opponent's preparation. Is that something that you do? Something that you avoid? So we're going to keep our eye on this one. And let's move down to board 7, because there's always one game, Miro, where everyone is taking their time in the opening. There are some people who are forgetting that this is a classical game. They do not need to rush. So they're move 19, and we have a double rook endgame. Now, what is the first up? Let's quickly backtrack and find out how we got here.
Right. So there was this 4 knights with d4, which is nowadays quite often leads to a lot of hovering and people exchanging pieces, and it's and not even the bishop b4 line, which is the one that I was referring to as the known very, very long theoretical lines, but bishop to c5, which is not the most popular, I'd say. Bishop e3, bishop e6, we need 2 castles, and castles long. And you would think, okay, but it's time to actually start a big fight, and then white pushes the pawns on a king side, and black replies with some sort of a queen side initiative. But no, rook to e8, f3, d5, e takes, knight takes, bishop g5, f6, more trades, and even more trade. Well, this looks scary for black. Bishop e6, bishop takes f6.
Wow.
Gf6, takes on b6, takes on d4, trades on e6 into Metze, rook d4, rook a2, still even number pawns, king b1, and rook to a5. So white is trying to claim just a tiny bit of advantage because this 3 versus this 2 do not create a passed pawn. But that's rook endgame, right? That's rook endgame, so it's very unlikely that this will prove enough to be a real advantage. It might, for Arjun, that's of course
it's bad news.
Unpleasant scenario, right? Because
he really needs to win. He's on 4.5 points, 7.5, you would say.
Yeah, you need. So he needs 3 out of 4, and starting this campaign for 3 out of 4 with a draw is probably not the.
Yeah. I also remember they'll be having one mind, one eye on the tie breaks, and it's decision time. But I do think that black is okay. We'll see whether this game ends. What do you think? Do you think this game will end within the hour?
I guess, yeah. The answer should be yes, right? I don't think white has anything major, and well, it depends really. Like if white gets some comfortable one-sided position that you can press. Well, because for now, I imagine white. I don't know what happens. Rook a5, so white can go to the 7th rank.
Okay.
Black goes rook c5, but then black threatens rook e2,
Exactly.
right? So you'll have to go rook d1, rook e2, rook 1 d2.
Rook check.
Yeah, I mean, that's something. This is how the game ends if you wanted it to end. Rook
Wait
d1.
1 second, the evaluation bar saying no,
Yeah,
no,
rook
it's
d1,
white.
check here. Yeah, the thing is, if you were to go with this check, I think king a2.
A2.
And you run out of checks eventually, right?
And
So
it's
check,
white.
king b3, rook b5, king c4, rook c5, king b4.
And you've helped the white
Yeah,
king.
interestingly, the king is safe, right? If anything, you can go c3 and kind of hide here, and white does have serious pressure on the 7th rank. So white went rook to d1 immediately, which is perhaps the version of the same.
Yeah.
The version of the same, and yeah, let's move on because
Then
this
let's
one.
move down to the game between
Nepo and
Nepo
Pranav.
against the world junior champion Pranav. And
Well, there's something original once again. And again, it has started as, well, I want to say Retino. It was the Catalan, bishop e7, knight of 3 castles, queen to c2. Ah, this one's interesting. So queen c2 and black going c5. c5 is the right reaction, I believe. d takes c5, and the next move d4 is not as popular as what I thought was the main line, which is check on a5. Check on a5, and
I thought
if
that
you
was
go
quite a good line for black, actually.
bishop d2, queen c5, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I thought it was queen a5, queen c5 was perfectly fine. d4 is perhaps more ambitious, right? Because you want to go knight c6, e5, and eventually try to win the pawn back. Nepo goes b4, a5, bishop b2, pawn takes pawn, knight takes d4, bishop c5, knight b3, bishop e7, and knight 1 to d2. So quite a tricky structure pawn structure on the queen side, but white's g2 bishop, the Catalan bishop, it still does put pressure on black's b7.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to find a way to get the bishop on c8 into the game, even though it looks like, black is simply going to go knight c6. It's still
Yeah, I imagine.
still not an easy way to get.
I imagine,
the
yeah,
bishop
like he
game.
eventually wants to go like c5, knight c4, and maybe land with the knight on one of those squares.
Maybe you even need
Could
to
be something.
Maybe you need to be precise, and I was thinking queen c7, bishop d7, and go bishop c6. Could this be a way to?
Yeah, queen c7 is something computer fancies. Yeah, if you go here, c5, and to go bishop d7, and knight c4, you'd go bishop c6. But even then, there is this stuff going on, bishop e5, and you can go to c8 because knight b6, so you'll have to go to d8, and then rook d1 will be another tempo, knight b6 will be another tempo.
Oh
So
my
even
God.
this one, you can run into some like unpleasant position.
Yeah, that was just a space of, a few moves.
And also, I have this feeling that specifically facing Nepo, if you give him, an option to kind of harass your piece, it's not a good recipe. I mean, he's very good in this, like in positions with initiative.
Yep.
Right. Anyway,
Wow.
quite an interesting, quite an original opening line. Trying to figure when they left the theory. So A, B4 was played. By the way, Stefanova has played this one. Knight d4, still theoretical, bishop takes, knight b3, one game, bishop e7, and knight bd2 is a novelty. Previously, we had 2 games with castle.
Okay, well, let's check in. Still, black has to find a comfortable way to develop the queen side. And Pranav will have to be very careful that he's not giving Nepo all of this time to start attacking the queen. So let's move on down to the game between Jordan Van Foreest and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, because this one looks unconventional, is my word for this.
That is, again, two knights defense, almost like two knights defense accepted, I want to say, knight g5, because people barely play knight g5 nowadays. It's almost like, okay, now since I'm retired, I can confess that I played a few Berlin defenses against the real Lopez, not having any particular line in mind for the Berlin endgame. Because people were not entering the Berlin endgame.
Yeah.
And I suspect some of the people who play two knights defense of being kind of the same, semi-bluffing, because knight g5 practically vanished from the tournament practice until Firouzja played it yesterday and then Van Foreest played it today.
Also, Hikaru Nakamura beat Fabiano Caruana in the Norway chess
Yeah.
back in 23, I want to say.
So check on b5, c6, takes, and this is where Firouzja went queen f3. Bishop d3, I remember somebody mentioned to me as the move that was excessively played in correspondence a few years ago. Knight to d5, and I think they were going the correspondence games, can check the database, but I think h4 was, yeah, so now it's parity, I believe, like more or less. Oh no, knight f3 is even more popular. I thought h4 was kind of the main move here. Knight f3, bishop d6.
Yeah, and the game between Hikaru and Fabiano, Fabiano went,
Castles, I guess. No.
yeah. Hang on, I got the wrong game. Haha, Hikaru's played it a few times, so I had the wrong game, but okay. I was going to say knight to f4, but that's a different game.
But yeah, so you have your kind of modern games. Speaking of which, Van Foreest has played it against Ding Liren in 2022. So it's not a big surprise that we have this line on the board. And yep.
So the game that I was referring to was castles. So, sorry, yeah, castles, knight f4.
Knight to f4.
And then knight c3.
Knight c3.
Knight takes d3.
This sounds like something that I've seen. Yeah, it looks like something that I've seen.
Then b3, and white was slowly able to untangle. So that was the game that I was referring to, but see, that didn't happen.
Right, and what I wanted to mention that here you have your newer examples, like as you said, Nakamura Caruana and Van Foreest, Ding Liren, and so on. But also you have a game between Nigel Short and Garry Kasparov from 2011. Not from the older times. But remember, there was like an attempt to bring Garry back to the board, and they've played an exhibition match against Nigel Short. I think it was a blitz match. So Garry has won this one with black.
Okay.
Anyway, in our game, knight c3 was played, and then it's not a new move. Well, and again, black chooses between castles, short, knight f4 or f5. In our game, it was a castle. Bishop e2, knight f4. I'm saying bishop e2 as if it was like a very natural move to play, but anyway, knight f4, castles, bishop to g4, d3. Knight takes bishop, queen takes knight, f5, h3, bishop h5, and g4.
Yep.
Computer's very happy about it. Pawn takes, knight to g5.
It's in a funny position because as a human, I would be like,
yeah, like what do you do?
With the white position.
What do you do? Why do you open your own king?
Exactly.
Right? But apparently, this setup, it's the queen which sees the bishop. It's the queen which pins the g4 pawn to the bishop, not vice versa, because like I'd be scared of various like g3s, gh3s, but black is in no time to defend this bishop.
Nope.
And there's also something that happens in these two knights lines with the pawn sacrifice, that the knight from a5 quite often is misplaced, and kind of you're not in time to bring it back there. So I'm really wondering. And by the way, they're still following. There was one game played in a women's tournament. Ekaterina Talik played it with white against Natalia Buksa, or rather Natalia Buksa was white against Ekaterina Talik. Yep.
And that game continued with queen to d7.
Yeah, queen to d7, white
Knight
C to e4.
This seems to be also computer approved. And
black in the game went to g7, g6, protecting
that was a big mistake.
the bishop. And now hg4, which wasn't played, but like computer suggests, hg4, bishop g4, f2, f3, white is much better.
Yeah, this is very strange. I mean,
Yeah, but I can see it, because now what we get is we get some exchanges there. Then white slides the queen to h2, attacking h7. And if h5, and computer says like h5 is your best try, but then the knight on g5 is very solid, very stable. Black's knight on a5 is out of game, right? And you just, you develop bishop d2, and you have e5 as a potential target with rook e1, bishop c3. You might as well think of king g1, king h1, rook g1, and who knows, maybe it's white who attacks the black king.
I can see that, because what black really wants to do is actually slide that pawn from c6 to c5, so you're able to go
knight c6, knight d4, I agree.
You don't get the time to do that, to generate the counter.
Right, so
it's only weak
it's a precise move.
if your opponent can attack them. So
Very sharp game.
Very interesting prep there from Jordan van Foreest. Famously acted as a second in the Magnus Carlsen in his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's actually go all the way to what is going to be probably our game of the day. We're going to have close eyes on this one. It's the match that we never thought we needed, but it is world champion Gukesh playing Divya Deshmukh. Gukesh having a really tough time of it here at the Grand Swiss yesterday, having lost his third game in a row, but is also part of our poll. We're asking, who are you rooting for today? Are you rooting for Gukesh, or are you rooting for Divya Deshmukh? And hit your vote, and we will let everyone know. Throughout the broadcast, who has the biggest support?
It was very hard to predict these two would play, right?
It's what we didn't know we needed. But Gukesh, I mean, I'm going to ask you, because Mira, you've acted as a trainer before. How do you help your student when they've suffered not one but 3 losses in a row like this?
I don't know, motivational speeches.
Okay.
Forget like the overall result, but just like play a good game tomorrow, and then if it works, play another good game. That's I'm afraid that's the maximum you can do.
Yeah.
3 in a row is such a painful experience.
Yes, it is a very painful experience. But you know, they say that strength comes from adversity, and this is definitely something that will make Gukesh tougher. He's playing on a fixed board because Divya is one of our favorites. She's one of 2 women competing in the open section. It's Divya and Alexandra Garashkina. Both of those players have qualified for the women's candidates. And what do we make of the position itself?
Yeah, so that's, what do you call it, the Giocopiano line. What Giocopiano? What did I just say? Rossolimo. I meant Rossolimo. It's Rossolimo Sicilian. I called it Giocopiano. Well, in theory, no, it's nowhere near Giocopiano. You could get this from the Ruy Lopez, I guess. a5, rook d8, bishop d2. So that's the square we are both kind of fighting for, right? In what sense bishop d2, a modest move, is, one could argue, is a bit surprising, because I would think of bishop g5, trading on f6, gaining control over d5. So say h6, and if white was to take, bishop takes and jump to d5. This is something that back in the day we would consider, oh, okay, that's a great position. We've taken control of the outpost on d5. But I guess, yeah, black is still fine, going, bishop g5, maybe moving the king, or going g6, f5 sometimes. So it has maybe some similarities with, what was the line? Remember the line people played against the Sveshnikov that would start with knight c3 here?
Yeah.
Knight c3, and it was kind of a clever move order, because if you go d6, you don't have the Sveshnikov, and so on and so on. And so the kind of true Sveshnikov players were supposed to go e5 here, right? And then you'd go bishop c4, and once again, the main motif of this position would be like fighting for the d5 square. So it is somewhat related, maybe not like fully the same, but kind of somewhat related. Black is getting, I want to say, somewhat stuck in terms of pawn breaks, right? So, well, d5 is very hard to organize. Other than that, what do you do is a big, big question.
Incidentally, if Divya wins against Gukesh, I think that she will be the first woman to have ever defeated the reigning world champion in a classical game.
So you're telling me Judith never done it?
No, Judith beat Kasparov in a classical game. She did it in a rapid game.
Right. So in
And
a
then-
classical game.
Yeah, and then I don't think she beat Anand either in a classical game. And you have several instances where people have beaten like the world #1 or something, but again, not in a classical game. So, well, we have the Vera Menchik Club, which is all the grandmasters that Vera Menchik beat. Maybe we can start the Divya Club if Divya beats Gukesh. And there are some fun facts here, because there is such a thing as the Chigurins Club, which is all the players that have defeated a reigning world champion. So for Gukesh, this year he's lost to Erigaisi, Maxim Vachilegrov, Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen in Norway Chess, Erigaisi and Nakamura Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa in the Singapore Cup. And here there were
lost three in a row here.
He's lost 3 in a row here. Abhimanyu Mishra being the youngest member so far of the Gukesh/Chigurins Club. But for Divya, she has beaten a whole load of grandmasters, so she's very capable of playing some fantastic chess. She recently won the Women's World Cup, became a grandmaster with that. She's beaten Gureyev, she's playing Kartikin, she's also beaten Pranav, Santos Latasa, Gurel. In this event, she beat Bassem Amin, and she also beat Ivic, as we saw yesterday.
She's been quite impressive in yesterday's game.
She played with a lot of energy, so it's going to be an interesting scenario here, because here Gukesh has chosen to clamp down the position, which I think is very good, right? Because when you've lost 3 games in a row, you just kind of want to take the game away from those crazy pawn races and just go into something where you know exactly what to do.
Yeah, you're right, but I imagine, you know what, in hindsight, he should have done it like a couple of moves, a couple of games earlier, right? But it never works like that, right? You've lost 1 game, and then you think, no, now I absolutely have to win, to bounce back immediately. And then you lost 2, that's my time. It's probabilistic, it's impossible that I lose 3, right? So I have to push my luck. And then, you know, after suffering the 3rd loss, now he plays, and part of him could be thinking, yeah, the tournament's still going. I wish I didn't go mad and didn't lose the previous games.
Yes.
Right.
Well, you have to forget the history. But in fairness to Gukesh, yesterday he did choose a solid opening. He played the Caro-Kann, and he was playing that, you know, with having that solid position. But it is Gurel who just mixed it up, played it super sharp, and Gukesh found himself in a whole lot of tangled up mess.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So And we move to...
Yeah, well, we have plenty of action happening beyond the top boards. And we have Angelica here with us in the studio to show us one of such moments. Angelica, I can't wait to see what you got for us today.
We already arrived at the round 8. We are approaching this final line. And I would like to show a game which is played between two Ivans. We have with white Ivan Cheparinov against Ivan Zemlansky. And here was the Italian game, but it was not so calm, because in this position, Ivan Cheparinov went for g4, attacking the bishop on h5, so bishop steps back to g6. And in this position, he went for a surprising move. He went king h2. So if we follow the moves, after king h8, he pushed h4, sacrificing a pawn. Bishop takes on h4 happened. Rook h1, now there is a big threat of removing the king from h2 to g2. And after bishop e7, king g2 is being played, so the h file is semi-open right now. But I have a big question. After bishop g6, if you still get your king to g2, why Ivan Cheparinov didn't go for king g2? My suggestion would be that there could be queen d7 in some of the lines, and h4 would not be possible. By the way, queen d7, there was a problem, so at some moment that there is knight coming to e5, so maybe queen c8 would be more precise, not to get in any tempo, or maybe queen c7. Now the idea of black to push d5, but I have a question to you, dear commentators. What do you think? Why didn't he play king g2 immediately, but first play this interesting move, king h2, and only then, after pushing h4, giving up the pawn, he played king g2?
Yeah, that's a good question, right?
I have a solution,
Yep.
but it's only because I'm trying to be Sherlock Holmes here. I'm looking at the clock times, and I'm saying
Oh, because king
Ivan has
h2
not spent any time on
is
the
the
clock.
better move than king g2, and that's your answer, Jovi.
So my answer is preparation.
No, of course, and then that's why king h2. No, I was thinking, you know, it's not the answer to your question, but I was thinking about kind of funny continuation if black was to take care of h4 and to go queen d7, right? So g4 pawn is hanging, but we have a piece to defend it, so let's go king g3, planning for h4. Or go after two bishops with knight h4 next move.
Right.
Well, there is no piece which can attack the king on g3. Why not?
Anyway.
But it's
yeah.
pretty scary anyway.
It is silly.
Black,
It is a
so
silly suggestion.
I was
for
just going to
white,
say,
yeah,
you know,
but-
even with no h pawn on the board, I mean, still it's very, very scary to have like the rook on h1, and also to know that you're in your opponent's preparation, that they have some horrible idea lined up.
And now this is current position, so Cheparinov sacrifice a pawn. We expect some craziness happening, but this is outcome of one of the openings.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Angelica.
Will we see king g3?
Will it be played quickly as well? We'll find out. Yeah. Thank you very much, Angelica. Well, what a start already to round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are going to take a short pause, but don't go anywhere, because during the break, we have a recap of all the action of day 7. And it was a fiery day indeed yesterday. So we're going to take a break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome everyone to the recap of the round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. After 7 rounds in the open section, we currently have two leaders on 5.5 out of 7. The overnight leader and the player who has been leading for the most duration in the tournament, Parham Maksudlu, lost his game to Nihal Sarin. Let's have a look at the critical moment in this game. Nihal in this position has just moved his queen to c5, and notice what happens next. Parham gives up the pawn on a5. So Nihal chops it off, and then Parham goes back with his knight, giving up another pawn. But what a genius move this was. He comes in with the rook, and when Nihal takes the bishop, he gives a check. And here was when Parham played the move that stunned one and all. He went knight f6. And in fact, this is the best move according to the engine. Can you believe that? And after this, Nihal sacrificed his knight, rook for the knight, gf6, and knight takes h4. But here, the point was he had to take back queen h4, but he made a blunder here. Parham took the pawn on b3, threatening a checkmate here. But what he had missed is that after knight f5, if you give a check, then after rook d1, takes, there's no checkmate that is happening on the e1 square, and it's completely lost. And with this, Parham Maksudlu slumped to a defeat. Nihal Sarin moved into 5.5 out of 7 and is now leading the tournament, along with Matthias Bluebaum is the other player who's leading this tournament, and he beat Arjun Erigaisi. In this position, it's kind of even. You know, you play the move bishop c1, bishop f4, Arjun is still fighting in the game. But you know what Arjun did? He went and chopped off this pawn, and that was such a big mistake. Because after just this simple move bishop a8, you will see that wherever the queen goes, this knight will move by attacking the queen. For example, queen a6, knight c7, queen a4, knight b6, and then you take on g2, and then you take on d2, and he was going to lose a piece. So Arjun sacrificed his knight, but Bluebaum was in perfect form. He just defended everything, and at the end of it all, he was a piece up and went on to win the game. Which means in the open section, we now have two leaders in the tournament, Nihal Sarin and Matthias Bluebaum, and they will face off against each other in round number 8. I'm very quickly going to show you a couple of other moments in the open section which were really special. Look at this game. This is Alireza Firuza versus Nodirbek Yakuboev. Oh my goodness, what a game. You can't take here. Queen takes f3 is happening. So he played rook g1 last move. But now, Yakuboev makes a mistake, rook f8. He just defended his pawn here. And he said to Alireza, it seems to me that you cannot really take advantage of this slow move. Alireza deferred here. a4, threatening bishop a3 check. And after rook f6, he played this check, king here. And now the move that I loved the most, d5, because after queen takes, he brought the rook in, and queen b3, and before you know it, queen g8 is a mate. The king was weak here on h1, but Firuza was the first one to strike. So beautiful win by Alireza Firuza as he moves half a point close to the leaders. The other game, which was really cool, was Abdusattorov versus Tabatabai. Look at this pawn on c7. It's almost about to queen. But can you believe it? Actually, in this position, the pawn is still on d4. And Nodirbek played this like an expert. He pushed it here. He quietly, calmly nurtured his advantage. And I think it was one of the most accurate games that you will see in the round. Beautiful play by Nodirbek Abdusattorov to actually reach half a point shy of the leaders. Now, coming to the women's section, we have a sole leader here. We have R. Vaishali, the defending champion, and it seems like the Grand Swiss is her tournament. Look at this game. She was playing against Guo Qi, and in this position, Guo played the move h5, a very dubious decision. She wanted to go h4 and knight f5. If Vaishali takes on h5, she wanted to put her knight on f5. f5. What a move. h4, and now comes the classy move, knight h5. This was missed because if knight f5, there is queen g5, And so after rook c8, f6, well, it was all over. Vaishali managed to win the game by just simply checkmating her opponent. She moves into the sole lead. She's now just half a point ahead of the field here. But it looks very, very strong there. She's ahead of Katrina Lagno. The remaining players are on 5 points. Lagno drew her game against Stefanova. And then we have Asaubayeva winning her game against Irina Bulmaga. And in this game, you can see it was completely equal here. 3 pawns for each side, rook and knight. But the way in which Bibisara managed to keep fighting on, showed her fighting spirit. She kept moving. She won a pawn. It was still drawish, but finally managed to get her knight to the key square on f5. And that was all. She got 2 pawns extra and she managed to win. One more game in the women's section that was very nice was Maria Muzichuk beating Afruza Khamdamova. And here, Queen e4 with the threat of taking on c6 and rook c6 with a mate was very strong. c5, d6, and then managed to trade off. And this was totally winning position for Maria Muzichuk, who's now moved on to 5 points. Finally, we had Yuxin Song, who managed to also beat Ulvia Fatalieva. And in this position, you have to play the move h6, stopping queen g5. But that was missed. She played a6, queen g5. And look at the beauty of this position. Threatening knight e6. The knight here is hanging if you move the knight away. So you have to play king e7. And then in came this move, bishop a3 check. And it was a very, very powerful attack that ensued, which ended in a win for Yuxin Song. So at this point in the tournament, in the open section, you have Matthias Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin on 5.5 out of 7. And then you have Abhimanyu Mishra, Parham, 7 players on 5 points. Abhimanyu Mishra, Parham Maksudlu, Ali Reza Firuza, Nodirbek Abdusattarov, Anish Giri, Hans Niemann, and Vidit Gujarati. What a fight it is for the top 2 spots in the candidates. And in the women's section, Vaishali at 6, Katrina Lagno at 5.5, and then you have Stefanova, Yuxin Song, Bibisara Saubayeva, Mariam Muzichuk. We have exactly 4 players on 5 points. Let's see who manages to come out on top. 4 more rounds to go. Everything to play for in Samarkand, Uzbekistan.
Welcome back. Now the opening chapters, they've already been set, and we move on to the middle game. And it's a really interesting situation here in round 8. Some players, they almost in a must-win situation if they want to qualify to the candidates. And others, you know, perhaps the mindset is just to be solid. So we're going to see how those 2 mindsets, how they balance each other out. But let's check out the women's, because we haven't quite managed to get there yet. Bibisara Saubayeva with the white pieces faces off against Vaishali. That's happening on board 1. And interestingly, in the encounter in 2023 at the FIDE Grand Swiss, it was a win for Vaishali. And they do have a very balanced score between them. 4 draws.
Asaubayeva is few years younger and a bit higher rated, which is remarkable. Right, so the Pogo Indian, the bishop b4 check on move 3 was Vaishali's choice. Known to be, this particular line at the very least, known to be a bit passive, but very, very solid for black. Knight to c3, a5, d6, e5, knight to b8, castles, knight to a6. So black, despite what you would think black is doing, black is trying to play some sort of a King's Indian setup, right? From
bad
the
bishop.
structure, but without the, well, oftentimes bad bishop on g7, right?
And they're still within the realms of theory, even though they're on move 12. I mean, b4 has been played by white. Queen c2 is another move.
b4 seems to be a good move to play, because very often, b4. I mean, first of all, tactical justification is the knight is pinned, the pawn is not hanging. By the way, taking on b4 is not recommended. And and the knight on a6 is very often gets kind of stuck here. So I'm not quite sure if black had to allow b4. Apparently there are like three, 4 games, right? 3, 4 games here. Black have tried bishop g4 or bishop f5.
Oh, b4 played before it's prevented. So bishop to g4. Well, that was something that you mentioned. Or bishop to d7.
Bishop d7 was a misclick. I don't know. It's probably a bad move. Yeah, that's. In fact, computer doesn't think it's a bad move. Just one of the moves. From what I understand about this, that white gets all that, and then in the King's Indian, you'd be looking for the ways to push c5, right? So say white went queen b3 and black went b6 maybe. It's very hard to achieve this c5, right? So it's like black does not necessarily have or a lot of proactive counterplay, because even if you get to play f5, it doesn't go too far. But for white to carry out the c6, c4, c5 is really, really challenging.
And also, this knight on a6, I'm just going to highlight it, because it doesn't really have a role in the game. It's just waiting for something to open up.
It waits for the b pawn to make a decision, right? So, and say ba5, black all of a sudden is very happy position, immediately changes into black's favor, knight jumps to c5 with a tempo, then rook takes on a5. Black would be in a perfect shape there.
But what I was going to say was that it just somehow, black is reacting. That's what I want to get at.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you mentioned, this f5 plan, you really need the pawn on e3 to be standing at e4.
On e4, then your f5 kind of does something.
Yeah, exactly. So the question is, how can you tempt white to go e4?
Can you go bishop f5? Because that's one of the engine suggestions.
And then the reaction would be e4.
And if white was to go e4, then you drop the bishop to d7, and we can look at the kind of the same position. And again, maybe b6. And maybe, after all, you move the knight to e8 or h5. Yeah, g6, knight h5, knight g7, and you finally go f5. But in this setup, like if white doesn't have c5, he might consider going f4. That's another option.
But then black is always well prepared for that one.
Not with the knight on a6. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, in some instances, like the knight on a6 is very well kind of tailored to meet c5, but maybe not so much f4.
Well, very close. And I feel like Vaishali is the one that has to play a little bit precisely right now to even come up with a plan.
Yeah.
And it's not very easy for humans just to wait and see. It takes a special kind of person.
That's true. That's true. Most of us, we prefer kind of clear-cut plans in terms of what do I do, what kind of pawn breaks I want to achieve, right?
Okay, tough position. Let's move down to board 2, where we have Katerina Lagno. She is on 5.5 points.
Clear second.
Clear second. But Maria Mizichuk there wanted to take her down. She's on 5 points.
Right, so here we had the semi-Slav, bishop g5 and h7, h6, so-called Moscow variation. White captures on f6, black gets a pair of bishops, white in return gets, well, some extra space in the center. Queen f4, bishop d3, knight to f6, queen c7. Not sure if this one is a theoretical line. I believe like a3 is already quite rare. a3, knight to d7, well, was played, not the most popular, I guess. Knight takes, queen f4, bishop d3, and knight f6 has been seen in only 2 games. So mainly black plays bishop e7, then returns the queen to c7, then only then goes knight f6. So knight f6, somewhat provocative because after h6 you have to move and white gets to double black's pawns. Castles, bishop g7, bishop c2, castle short, and queen to d3, with not so hidden threat.
Not
so
hidden at all.
So
f5.
f5 is what you have to do. f5 is what you have to do. And then, interestingly, one of the engine suggestions would be to go c5. And remember we have discussed this strategy, this structure quite a bit.
Maybe because I forced you to, because you did this to me.
That's an interesting structure, because I believe I had it quite a few times from the Catalan where the bishop would be there. So it's a little bit different, right? What else is quite different here, that black doesn't have the knight to put on d5, right? Because very often the drawback of playing c5 with white is that you leave the d5 square, the d5 outpost for the knight, which is absent from the board.
Right, I completely agree. And you'd back that up with b4.
Yeah, you go b4, you go rook e1, and yeah, you're thinking of b5, or you can put the knight on e5, supported with a rook on e1, maybe queen on e3, and it's almost impossible to get rid of this knight, right? Because no one wants to play f6, right? And knight e5, knight c4, heading towards d6. So for black, it'll be tricky. It'll be tricky to kind of react.
How is black going to actually untangle that bishop on c8?
I don't know. I guess you go here.
You want to go... Like, I would be reacting with b6.
b6 immediate. Maybe an immediate b6 works. Yeah, b6. And our plan was to go b4, right?
Then go a5. Thank you very much.
If you go a5 and white moves
right.
either the rook or the queen. Yeah, so there is bishop a6 threat. So I have to, maybe I go queen e3. And if bishop a6, I go rook d1, I guess.
And look at this. I'm just doing it because I'm flash. Bishop to c4.
Oh, that's a nice one. Bishop c4 and bishop to d5, and you do get the piece to be on d5.
Exactly.
Right? That's a good one. That's a good one, and therefore, yeah. And I guess if I don't let you do it, and I play bishop d3, then it's no longer that attractive for white, because now the d5 square can be used for the rook, or maybe that rook.
Well, it took some time for Maria to
play f5.
I think she was just verifying that it was 100% sound. And then f5.
Yeah.
c5. I like that move. I like the concept behind it.
But yeah, maybe you have to prepare it somehow.
Somehow, right? Maybe with some... But then it's a difficult question because c5...
Black wants to play c5.
It's coming, exactly. One way or another. Either white does it first or black gets it in. So... Interesting position. And let's move on to board 3, where we have Antoaneta Stefanova against Yuxin Song. Now, both of these players, they're on 5 points. Yuxin Song is just 19 years old. I played her in the Olympiad. She completely crushed me. So I have a lot of respect with people who make me look like beginners.
Wow.
And anyhow, what I really wanted to zone in on is the clock times.
Wow.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Antoaneta is on 31 minutes. Black is on 1 hour and 24.
So I find Yuxin's time surprising, because Antoaneta is known to do that. Like, she plays the opening, and then she really likes to delve into the position, and her having, say, 20 minutes left after 20 moves is not something completely surprising. But this doesn't seem to be like a theoretical position, right? It's something normal. It's not like it's not an outlandish position. It's not like you couldn't have possibly seen it. But to have spent only 7 minutes plus increment time to reach it here is quite a surprise. So it was. I'm not sure what you call it. Is it Torre attack?
Torre attack.
Torre attack with the bishop on g5. It's yeah. It started as Trumpovsky, but then I always thought kind of the real Trumpovsky players, they take the knight whenever they get the chance, right? So when you go like e3 and knight f3 and all of that, it's more of a Torre, which is, if you think of it, it's the London with the bishop on g5.
Yeah, that's
So
how
very
I
similar ideas, like very similar ideas.
Actually, I go even a step further. I don't think of the London and this Torre attack as being like a white opening. I actually think about the Slav, which I play as black, and then I go, but I've got everything that I wanted. Like
Yeah,
the
it's
bishop
got a
out of
very,
the
very
pawn.
comfortable, yeah, very, very
Exactly.
comfortable Slav. But interestingly, I don't know if I had it right, but I actually thought that the London system was originally played with black, wasn't it?
With black.
Yeah, because Lasker played it against Reti, and that makes a lot of sense to go d5, c6, bishop f5 against the Reti opening. And I think Lasker played it in a tournament in London. And I thought, yeah, once again, I can be totally wrong on that, but it could have been, yeah, it's the setup anyway. It doesn't matter kind of the piece colors. And now we mostly refer to London system being d4, knight f3, bishop f4, so white plays the London. But
Okay, I will ask the AI bot, and it says they were featured predominantly in a tournament held in London, 1922. So
1922 sounds about right for Reti had already invented his Reti opening.
one always has to be a bit careful with the AI bot, but it tells Capablanca and Alajain, and the system's foundational ideas and early instances of plays was James Mason in the 19th century. So that's
Makes
what it
sense.
says.
Anyway.
Sounds normal.
Anyway, so that's what we've gotten. Once again, I'm with you on this being like a very good version of a Slav with colors reversed, where you've played e5 with black or e4 is white here. Rook a to d1, and the swap on e4 has occurred. So over here, one thing I know you have to be careful about is the bishop on h4. It's great for now, and you get the chance to go bishop g3 sometimes and then swap it. But if black has his pawn defended, say black, once again, played not so subtle rook e8. The bishop g3 is good, but if you play, say, a3, you want it to stop b4, then black would have f5 out of nowhere, f5, g5, and the bishop is getting trapped, which is probably, once again, not as easy as I'm trying to describe, because even here, white taking on g5 would create a bit of a mess, but that's something to watch out for.
Well, she's taken inspiration from that, and she's gone for b5.
Oh, b4.
Sorry,
b5,
b4. Yeah, b5, b4, yeah.
b5, b4 here. I want to say black's very comfortable.
Black is extremely comfortable. Next move is going to be b takes c3 and
B
rook
takes,
b2.
win a5,
Yeah.
rook b2.
Unless you can generate something,
Yeah.
you're not handling this one too well. I mean, you're okay, but you're definitely on the back foot.
I don't know if you have the same feeling, but I feel like all of those positions with a break in the center with like e4 or, again, colors reverse e5, it's one's ability to attack the king side, right? So if you have the bishop on c2 behind this queen on e4, right? And the queen goes to g4 and you create some kingside threats, then you're okay and sometimes more than okay. But if you just let your opponent harass you on the queen side and you will have to defend those pawns, that probably means something went wrong. Because also the knight from d7 can be transferred to d5 later, which is once again a very pleasant outpost.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I have breaking news because we actually have a result on the top board. Let's head there and process exactly what happened. It was a draw between Matthias Blubaum and Nihal Sarin.
Rather quick draw.
Very quick draw.
Gotta say it was.
I can understand it. There are co-leaders. You want to be solidifying their position at the top. You don't want to find yourself in a position such as something that Arjun Erigaisi might be in. Like if he draws today, he might be obliged to win the remainder of his games. Here, you leave yourself with a little room for error. But let's backtrack and find out exactly what happened.
Ah, right. Remember, they were following the previous. And Matthias decided to go for a relatively rare knight to e5.
Yeah.
Where black went knight c6, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop f4, a5.
Yeah.
Queen d3, queen b6. And that was it. Bishop e5, knight to d7, bishop f4, and knight to f6. They found the repetition. Computer thinks you could play on with white by swapping everything on a6 and going rook c4, making an argument that this pawn could be weaker than white's d4 pawn. But once again, black is very, very solid. And I imagine rook b8. And then you're trying to bring the king here to d7, defend c6, go rook b5, possibly go bishop b4. Very solid position.
Totally. And again, I'm not going to criticize the players because I can understand this is a long event. It's grueling. It's emotionally very draining.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that some games you just take it easy and then you get yourself ready for fighting chess in the coming rounds. But we have a result. It is a draw between Matthias Blubaum and Nihal Sarin. They move on to 6 points and, well, we'll find out whether someone can catch them today. So, by the way, so we just saw a draw, and I just want to update everyone on the poll results. We are asking, who are you rooting for today?
Gukesh
the match between Gukesh and Divya, and it is close. You better get voting if you want your favorite to win. So far, Gukesh has 51% of the vote, Divya 49.
Very close indeed. So speaking of our leaders who finish in a draw and potential players who can catch them, why don't we check Firouzja with Niemann,
yep, let's head
Mishra Abdusatorov, and then Maksudlu with Giri, right? Those are the ones that are very close. So Firouzja with Hans Niemann, we've seen that. I think it was the last time we've seen it. Hans went for bishop to g4, and I remember this game, rather this position, being disputed by MVL and Aronian in the World Cup match in Tbilisi 2017. Bishop e3, and then black goes knight to d4. White has no choice but to take the knight. White goes knight d5, and this is how we arrive to have the opposite colored bishops. h3, now you cannot move the bishop away because d4 is hanging. And having said that, I recall that bishop d7 is a legit move. It's a pawn sacrifice that was played. But anyway, the more kind of more natural move would be to take on f3, queen f3.
Isn't though, Miro, because I've always judged these type of middle games with just when there's just opposite color bishops. whose bishop is better? Who's got the
Yeah, fair
targets?
point, fair point. Yeah, optically it seems that white is much better. I mean,
Right.
if you'd ask me, like, my first opinion, the white's much better. You will have to prove to me that, like, black has enough counterplay, because otherwise, yeah, like,
He's got a target on
what
f7.
white wants to do is very clear, right? Target on f7, move the queen, go f4, return the queen, go h3, launch the h-pawn, maybe, well, expand the king side
Right.
in short.
Also,
yeah.
I'm influenced by the game position because I'm looking at the A file being
Opening the
open.
A file.
Exactly,
Right.
because this bishop on d5
So-
allows free access.
Queen to d7, bishop b3, c6, a4. And then Hans decided not to block the queen side. Because you could go b4,
But then
right? You
a4.
could go b4 and
b5.
but then is there a game like
there
nah, there was something very similar. And even till this day, computer says you can go queen g4. And I think I've seen maybe not the exact position, but a very, very similar game. It can last for a very long time, but basically white gets a huge space advantage at the mass of pawns on the king side. And white king, believe it or not, it can go all the way up here, and then when the king side's getting open, all of a sudden you go like king b3, king c4, attacking d4. If black plays c5, the king can even go to b5. That's a very, very far-fetched plan, but yeah, that shows you the kind of the dangers of closing the queen side and surrendering all the light squares. So Hans wins g6, but that allows white to open the a file, go rook a6, so there will be some things happening. King to g7 and rook fa1. So white has the a file, white has some pressure on f7 still. Looks like, yeah. White is, at the very least, white's position is more pleasant, or maybe just
I
better.
think it's a great position, actually.
Yep.
And I really think it's such a pertinent point when you talked about the endgame, because I once attended a rook and opposite color bishop lecture by one of the participants here, Norwegian Grandmaster Jan Ludvig Hammer. And he was so passionate about what the attacking side must do. And he said, you know, it's very important that you do a mini plan. And that's just simply slowly improving the space, and the focus is always on control. You always think about what your opponent wants to do, how they're going to break out, even if it comes at the cost of pawns. Because once the position gets sharpened,
Yeah, the other
with
side
opposite
gets...
color bishops, I mean, you're unable to keep control. So I mean, it's really fascinating, and I feel like this position, it's going to be really tricky for Hans, actually, because Alireza has constant ideas up his sleeve. Rook a7, you know, just making those slow improvements. And the question always goes back to Hans, like, how is he even going to find a move?
Right, and it's always, as you said, like it's always tricky for black in terms of proactive counterplay. So you might end up, you know, being in a position where you have to sit and wait and defend against an immediate threat and somehow hope to defend till the end of the game. So it's a with the queens or without the queens on the board, precisely as you said, the opposite colored bishops with rooks, it's usually very depressing positions to defend, because you cannot really, what people call, make a draw. Imagine you are better in a rook endgame, right? And I find tuck, 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 exchange, you know, exchange this, exchange that. We end up in, you having 3, I have 2 on the same flank. You are better, you are up a pawn, but we know it's a draw, right?
Yeah.
Over here, there is not a lot of such anchors that I can steer towards. So, okay, this is for sure a drawish position. No, there is no such thing. And I cannot really trade the opposite colored bishops unless you wanted to, right? You cannot force a trade. So it usually is indeed like the stronger side kind of keeps control and ever slowly pushes a little bit here, a little bit there.
It's an exercise in suffering here for black. Let's move on down to our other players on 5 points. Abhimanyu Mishra against Nodibek Abdusatorov. This was the Caro-Kann exchange, the classical variation with a knight f6.
So
And
c4 was played.
And then here we were looking at the move f5. Well, that f5 was
and
the
it
most...
was played, it was recommended by computer, and Nordibek had 1 hour 40, so you'd expect him to know what to do here. He went b6, not blinking an eye. Didn't spend 30 seconds. b6, and the only one game in the database. I suspect it could have been a correspondence game, by the way. Rook f3, knight to e6, staggering d4, bishop e3, bishop d7, and rook d1 and g6. Wow. I gotta say, like optically, white has more space, and you know, like I think white is better until you realize like how awkward these pieces are. Right, f5. Well,
Yeah, you're not
it's
gonna
not
allow
like
that.
never, but always has to be like with the play. If you play f5, you have to care, of course, about queen h2 check. Other than f5, what could possibly be your plan?
c5 is
c5.
something that the engine has
Well,
done
yeah,
to
like
me.
how about c5? So if I was to take, the engine takes back, and queen e7.
You can't take on c5 because there's too many pieces on it. But anyway, the bishop in d7 is what I want.
Yeah. Hang on. Maybe I shouldn't be, if white was to play c5, maybe I shouldn't be taking it.
Yeah, I think that you're helping this rook on d1 get into the game. So yeah, just step back with the queen.
So c5, and again, the analysis board getting somewhat stuck, I believe. So pawn, no, instead of pawn takes, we go queen e7, and then, yeah, but look, but then the knight on e6. I imagine black wouldn't mind going f5, right? Kind of restricting this battery and everything. But then when the knight was on f8, I remember computer going f5, knight h7, knight f6. So the knight on e6 is not necessarily.
Yeah. What about f5 now that the
For
queen
white.
has been booted
Yeah.
from e7?
How about f5 for white?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Because what do you even do? Like, I don't think
No,
you
you're not going to take that.
So knight g5, and then you take, and black takes, and you take
You're relying on tricks.
g6.
You can take one more time because
For now,
Knight on
bishop
e2.
g6 is not possible, right? So, no, wait, but if I take one more time, bishop c4 is...
oh no, oh no.
bishop c4 is very bad, right?
Yep, that is true.
So I probably shouldn't. But then what do I do? Do I play
f6,
f6 and hope to survive that?
which you
Yes, this-
probably will do actually, because the pawn
King
on
g7 is a very bad knight on e2, right?
Yeah,
If anything, pawn on g7 might be my, you know, my ally here, helping black not to get like, otherwise some bishop g6 would appear and so on. Yeah, so king to g7, and strangely, despite being a pawn down, black seems relatively solid, and even computer does not find it to be better for white. Quite interesting. I'm intrigued, to be honest. So the moves are c5, that was one thing.
D5.
d5 is also a possibility. And then if I was to take, you take
Take.
back. Queen d5 should be, I mean, we
Should
should
fail.
check. It
So bishop
fails
takes
to
G6.
say bishop takes g6. Yeah, bishop g6 already good enough. Computer preferred bishop e4, which probably wins a piece on
Yep.
d7, but when bishop g6 is good. Right, so we jump to... I would like to go to c5, but I'm afraid of bishop g6, and not for nothing, because bishop g6 apparently leads to an advantage, right? Check, king f8, I guess. But wait, but it's no longer that clear. No longer that clear. I imagine white has some sort of like enough compensation type of thing. But f5, and that was the move I've originally thought of. f5.
because the white king can hide quite nicely on f1. Whoops.
Yeah, I'm getting annoyed with this.
Okay.
Was rather with my inability to move the pieces properly. Check, king f1. Check. The problem is, we wanted this bishop here, right? But if I block with the knight, this bishop b5 check. Oops. Bishop b5 check, and king f2, bishop, knight e4 check. No, terrible. And king e1, you know what? The bishop is pinned, so queen g1.
Beautiful. Okay, so there is some black counterplay. So not entirely clear, because to my eyes, it feels like black is the one who has to be on the defensive. But if white were to go with these ideas of f5, you've got knight to g5 as a response, d5 gives black extra space. So difficult position, actually.
Absolutely, it's very tense for both colors. It's very, very tense because once again, no clear guidelines of how you want your pawn structure to look like, right? So on every move from now on, I believe with white you check, does c5 work, does d5 work, and then black to move, and black, do I lose after c5, do I lose after d5, should I allow both of them?
Right, and a question about a position as complicated as this. We've seen that Abhimanyu Mishra is a fantastic calculator, that's literally what he does. This is the kind of position where you feel like you could get sucked into this time warp, or whatever you call it, time drain, and you could just spend your time
kind of calculating everything,
coming to no conclusion.
Absolutely, like you could get sort of lucky and find one variation that clarifies everything, and I don't know, you break in a sentence and you're kind of slightly better. I don't think you're winning with white here, right? But maybe you're like slightly better and the situation clarifies. Or you spend all of your time and then still no conclusion, and you go with a random pawn break and you choose the wrong one.
How is it that?
So Abhimanyu looks at the position from...
That's not allowed.
You sure it's not allowed?
You have to be present at the board.
I wasn't sure. For what I know, it's not allowed during your opponent's move because you're kind of distracting them and so on.
No, but it's Abhimanyu's move.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that you have to be present at the board when it's your move. You can't just do this type of stuff.
Anyway,
I don't know.
Hopefully
the
we
arbiters
have
amongst us maybe can enlighten me. I mean, I had a situation. I mean, this was back in 2016 at the Olympiad. My opponent was completely lost, and she was just letting her clock run out.
Yep.
And I was very annoyed at this. I was like, why are you doing this? You know, if you want to resign, just resign, and let's just finish the game. But, you know, it was like 1 hour of sitting.
Waiting.
Yeah, and I went up to the arbiter and I said, like, what can I do? And he goes, you can't force your opponent to resign. You just have to wait it out. But the first thing that he did, as soon as she got up and she tried to look around other games, he was like, no. You have to sit down. Okay, he's back sitting at the board. So, choices for Abhimanyu. Can he go f5, d5? f5 is a little bit too premature, but d5, c5, maybe.
Yeah. How about is d5, f5, by the way? So allowing queen h2 is not ideal, it seems. Check here, and then black would go knight g5. So that you'll have to take, black takes back, and without this dark square bishop, queen is very comfortable on h2.
And just to give you an update, Mirror, was a draw between Shant Sargsyan against Arjun Erigaisi, which means that Arjun...
It's another draw, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, but it's another draw for Nepo and Pranav.
He's moved on to 5 points. So this is somewhat disappointing for the higher rated player.
Nepo for Erigaisi, they're getting stuck.
Exactly, they're now finding themselves in a situation where they, more or less, have to win the remaining games.
But wouldn't you agree that it's been like that for quite a few Grand Swisses already, that you have the leaders, and there's a lot of, strangely, like a lot of decided games among the leaders, and then you get this swamp of kind of +1 or something, and people get stuck there because you're afraid to lose on +1 because you're back to 50% and, you know, kind of have to start over if there is enough rounds left. And yeah, it's a lot of draws in this like +1, +2 group.
Well, maybe we can just quickly go through the moves and see
in Nepo's.
Nepo drew. I mean, we expected
D2,
Arjun and Sargsyan to end in a draw pretty early on.
At least like Arjun's game we've seen, it was 4 rooks endgame. Nepo, last time we checked, it was this very early opening position. So bishop d7, your idea, bishop d7, bishop c6, knight takes. So Nepo got to double black f pawns, and you would think, yeah, black's king is somewhat vulnerable, but perhaps not that many pieces left on the board.
Yeah.
Well, and he just went to trade everything. Queen e5, queen c2, knight d4, queen c3.
Do not capture the queen.
Yeah,
Move away.
queen e4 takes. Yeah, that was. And beat. No, I mean, it was. He didn't get anything. Nepo.
It was just a very accurate game somehow.
Right.
And both sides played well, and that's often a very natural result when you have perfection on the board. Okay, so we saw the situation is very complicated with Abhimanyu Mishra against Nuribek Abdusattorov. Let's take a look at the game between Parham Maghsoodloo against Anish Giri, 2 other players on 5 points. And if whoever wins, they will join the lead. And
Wow.
Anish has come to the game incredibly well prepared.
So basically, what happened here was Anish having 1 hour 42. Like no time spent. It's easy, right? Parham, 1 hour 26. Took Parham 10 minutes to play rook d1. It took Anish half an hour to reply to rook d1, it was bishop d7. And then knight e4 was played. And then it's once again, after knight e4, knight e4 took Parham almost half an hour to play. And remember, we discussed this now. Obviously, it's very easy for us to speculate. Okay, now black gives a check, and
They're still following that game, which is actually quite pertinent. So knight to e4.
Knight e4, and then
Bishop to b4.
in the
check.
game, by the way, black has played bishop to g7, which is a second move of computer engine. But the first one apparently is to give a check on b4, king e2, and then drop the bishop to e7. Where white can continue with g3. It's not like it's a terrible position for white or anything. So a sample line could go g3, rook to c8. Now c4 is targeted, so you probably go b3, and then black goes queen to c7. And yeah, like if queens are traded, I guess black should be okay with the pair of bishops. If you go knight f6, bishop f6, queen f6, then black gets to play bishop c6. Okay. And white with the king on with the king on e2 is probably, once again, it's unlikely that white is better here. But very tricky position to play indeed, and potentially huge. Despite like that, in the open section you have a lot more time at the start. Like it's not impossible that this will end up being a huge time trouble. It's move 14, and yeah,
but we said it. Parham is always up for a fight, and he's always. I mean, we saw it yesterday in his game against Sareen, where he wanted that extra. And unfortunately, it backfired, but he's prepared to take risks. He told us here in the studio that he wants this.
He worked
title.
extra hard. Yeah.
Exactly. And, well, we will see. We'll keep an eye on this, because whoever wins this game will be joining the lead with 6 points. So let's move on down to the game between Kayma against Vidit. Now, Vidit is another one of these players on 5 points. So if Vidit wins, then he catches up the leaders. And if Kayma wins, let's not forget that suddenly he's half a point away from the lead, and anything can happen, as we've seen.
Yeah, right. So what we have here was this Berlin with bishop takes c6, right? So typically like very slow maneuvering game. Knight e3, and Vidit decided to play it simple, because the dark square bishop is usually not that great for black, and also the knight from e3 wants to go to f5, so trades on e3, goes c5. So you get the opposite colored bishops, bishop on b7, and then combine it with f7, f5. So that's what he achieves after 2 more moves. f5, EF5, rook F5. And now you see how black is planning to, to develop the initiative, I guess. H5, H4, and so on. Double the rooks, well, find the place for this knight. I'm not sure where the knight's going. Kaima goes H2, H3, planning for queen G4. So now the question is, what do you do? Do you go H5, stopping queen G4, or...
We have the freedom to play H5, so let's put it on the
Can
board.
you do this?
You can.
Because, yeah, I know it's a kind of funny-looking rook on, funny-looking rook on F5.
You're not appealing to my Englishness.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. I get it.
You want to go H5?
I want to go H5. So if you can indulge me,
Yeah.
let's find out what's happening after
H5.
this move.
I'm not sure. Like, what I want to do with white is king H2 and then put the knight on E4. So if you went H4, knight E4, right?
Yeah.
I somehow really hope that you won't be able to break through the E4 stronghold. Let's say you go knight F6 and white goes F3.
Yes.
Then I don't know, to be honest, like I don't know how much of a winning chances I have with white, because it's nice and all, but it almost seems like I'm trying to build the fortress with all pieces on the board. Like what's my kind of long-term plan?
That is true. That's
Very
true.
hard to tell, right? Like
But
what pawn breaks I'm looking at. D4 not happening, F4 unlikely.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this is interesting. Okay. Can we combine your plan with H5? Well, my plan with H5, and then your plan with knight F6.
So H5, king H2, and then playing knight F6
Yeah.
first, controlling the...
And
well,
that's a
but then
big
it's
mistake.
F2, F3, and that's one outlier variation where we actually get our F5 rook trapped.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. And yeah. So okay. So Vidit has to be careful here, and Vincent is coming up with a nice way to block the power of this
Yeah.
bishop on B7. Just been given some news that Nordebek has made a mistake, and Abhimanyu, he pushed hard. We said, what is Abhimanyu going to do? Is he going to go C5, D5, F5? We mentioned all of these things. C5 was played, by the way.
Okay, let's go back to board 3 then.
Let's head back because it's very critical.
C5. I remember us looking at this position, and we concluded that queen E7 has to be played without the exchange on C5. So exchange happened, queen E7, now F5, knight to G5.
Which we looked at, and we said,
Wow.
in the context of the white pawn being on D4, that black has actually
Yeah.
very nice compensation.
Right, but over here, apparently you were supposed to take on F5, and optically it's of course quite an ugly move. Right, but that would have been better than going knight G5, because now bishop takes, pawn takes, white captures G6, you have, well, strictly only move F6, and there's no B6 pawn and there's no D4 pawn, so guess what? White gets knight D4.
Yeah.
That's the explanation, right? So white gets knight D4, and after queen to E5 was bothering me. Queen to E5. The problem with queen to E5 is that white goes queen B3. Queen B3 check.
You're going to go queen F7.
B3 check, and if bishop E6 happens, then we can imagine how bad it is. They had just knight takes. If you were to go to H8, then after
Queen
F7, yeah, you have one check, and then the second check, and then the third check. But when you eventually run out of checks, and that's that moment. Yeah, G7 or queen H7 checkmate. And yeah, and after queen F7, this does not stop a checkmate, and neither does queen E7, because G7.
Let's show.
Yeah, queen E7, G7 checkmate.
And king H7, G8.
Bishop takes H7.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, king H7.
I was thinking king H7, G8.
G8, queen, double check, and so that'd
Exactly.
be even more pleasant, I agree.
Okay.
But it's already a checkmate.
It's already super dangerous for Nordebek. Abhimanyu, if he wins this, he will find himself in the lead
Right for the
alongside
first place, yeah.
Matthias Blubaum and Nihal Sarin. And what can we say? It's been a dream event for Abhimanyu Mishra. He's gained a bucket load of points. He has a 63 unbeaten game streak, and he's seeded 86. Who would have thought that this would be the situation? Abhimanyu himself said to us that he was feeling very, very confident going into this event. So some big news here as Nordebek finds himself in a critical position. Let's check in on the game between Richard Report and Pragnananda, because this is the craziest game
That's
by far.
how chess has to be played to be entertaining. That's what I gotta say. Yeah, I understand it might not be, you know, the kind of the most kind of correct game of chess. That there could be some, say, instances of okay, that is dubious, and this is like that could have been refuted, blah blah blah. But like, just look at this: Queen d6. The most principal move from Prague. Rook takes f5, not hesitating as slightest bit. So Richard prepared all that. Bishop takes b7, rook d8, queen a4, still being on 1 hour 40, by the way, in this crazy position, move 15. King f8, knight to c3, h5, bishop to e4, queen e6, d3, knight to d6, bishop g2, check, bishop f1, h4, h4, g4, h4, g4. Yeah, you're gonna have to keep the h file closed, I imagine.
Yeah.
h3, and Richard says, you know what, I do not see any threats. And that's a very nice pawn on a7. Well, I imagine queen a7, the reason for playing queen a7 is not to take the pawn. Well, it's nice, it comes as a nice bonus, but he wants to go to e3, trade the queens, you know, unpin the bishop. And that'd be, yeah.
It's not easy to handle that, I'm afraid, because...
Right. So what do you do with black? Because I see the engine's suggestion, and it's quite inhuman, unhuman.
Is rook h...
Rook to
Because
h4.
somehow or other you hovered over.
Yeah, no, rook
Over the-
h4 is good. Rook h4 is good. And in this, I would not call kind of, yes, you attack the pawn, you threaten the checkmate, you stop queen e3. So white naturally goes f2, f3, defending this, and now white wants to go here. So now, your second best move is much better for white immediately, and your first move is knight to b7.
I was going to suggest that, believe it or not.
Brilliant.
Yes,
Brilliant.
because I want to go bishop to c5.
You want to go bishop to c5, and you will do so if I take your knight, right? Then it's
Yes.
bishop c5, and I'm getting checkmated. So your tactical puzzles, Yovi, pay off.
Okay.
Brilliant.
I have
Calculation
bad news.
puzzle.
I have bad news. In the last set, I only got 1 out of 5. That was really shocking, because I've been getting 4 out of 5, maybe all right. And then suddenly descend to 1 out of 5, and
then.
everything wrong, 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 wrong. I did not like that. But yeah, knight to b7 with the idea of bishop to c5, very dangerous.
There's a lot of stuff happening here. So white's moves are bishop to g5, move 1. Queen a1, bishop e7,
Yeah.
on and on. But I think even more fascinating will be the line with knight e4, because we stop the check on c5. Rook takes d3 in this case, and then white goes queen to f2. So now,
Can you not take, let's just show why taking the knight is not possible.
taking the knight is not possible because rook d1 quiet move, and then if you give a check on the last rank, it's bishop d8, and there's no way to defend the.
Queen
Wait,
takes bishop.
white doesn't. If I give a check, and you go here, and I go knight g3,
Well, you have a
right, or d2. Anyway, I somehow get checkmated. So the main line was queen f2, queen takes e4, very natural. And then rook g4 check, king h1, and bishop to c5.
yeah.
And bishop to c5. And then I can take, and you take back. and I take, and you take back, and this knight from b7 became a glorious knight on d3, and white king is still not out of the woods. I have to play bishop e3, rook e4, and black is better.
Definitely.
Crazy lines, absolutely crazy lines, but for this, black first of all has to find rook h4 followed by knight b7, otherwise he will be in danger.
And you actually have to sense the right moment. Can we just quickly check in on our poll of the day? It's the game between Gukesh and Divya, where we're asking, who are you rooting for today? So let's give you some extra info. Maybe the opinion changes. The last moment, it was pretty even.
I was
51% in favor of Gukesh, 49% in favor of Divya.
Right, so Divya, in this position, remember we kept talking how Divya has to sit and wait. Queen e2, knight to e8, and Gukesh went with f4, which allowed Divya to capture, go bishop f6, seemingly getting hang of some squares at least. e5 breaking through, d5, knight to e5, bishop to e5. And now, if you were to trade everything,
Queen takes.
I imagine the c5 pawn is the problem, and
the knight
jumps to
d5.
d5. There's rook d1 potential. So black really has to be clever about this position. Computer recommends to go bishop h4. Yeah, very tense. Very tense. Both players on 48 minutes.
And for Gukesh, coming off 3 losses, he really needs to win this one.
Absolutely.
And Divya, if she wins, she'll be making history as the first woman to have ever beaten a reigning world champion in classical chess. But it's not the only critical action on in the hall. Then we have Angelica here with us, getting ready to share some other key moments that are happening in the other games. Angelica, what do you have for us?
I would like to bring you to the women's section, where currently we have a game of Irina Bulmaga against Irina Krush. So earlier I showed the battle between 2 Ivans, now battle of 2 Irinas. And in this position, it's Philidor, by the way, and in this position, Bulmaga made a big mistake, because with last move, bishop a6, there was a trap set up with black b4. And here, Bulmaga went for long castle, blundering this b4. Of course, most likely she was considering that she might have knight c4 attacking, counter-attacking the queen on a5. But the problem is, after pawn takes on c3, knight takes on a5, bishop takes at the end of the story, or also intermediate take on b2 with a check could have been also. It wouldn't work because probably king d2 would defend. So there would be still up material for black in this moment. And if we recall a few rounds back, Irina Krush was the one who blundered the piece. Now the piece is blundered to her. And the other position which I would like to show is between Zsoka Gal from Hungary and Guldona Karimova from Uzbekistan. I just want to ask our dear commentators, how do you think the pawns came to g5 and g4? Because we have very nice position with 4 pawns. And by the way, differentiating black, white, white, black on g file. Which pawn was on which square? So which pawn was g3 pawn, which pawn was g5 pawn?
Well, so g3 is easy to answer. It's the e5 or e pawn.
Okay.
I don't know if it was from e5 or e7 to f6 something. It's an e pawn, and the g pawn
Would be an h.
could be h pawn, could be f pawn. H pawn, maybe.
Yeah, I think the h pawn.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So it's probably not so difficult for you,
But
but
it
for
is.
dear viewers, it's
It is a funny pawn structure, I gotta
It is,
say.
indeed. And I just want to scroll back a bit to show how it happened. So this was a position. Apparently, in this moment, there was an option for Zsoka Gal to improve her position with a beautiful rook lift, rook a2, bringing the rook to f2, then playing h3, then slowly going for f4, and then she would just slowly improve her position. But she went instead with f4 immediately, so here there was opportunity for knight jumping to g4 of white, and after h3, here how we come to this pawn structure. So the knights were traded, and the pawn from e5, as you're mentioning, came to g3, and here still, of course, white has a space advantage in the center and also on the king side, although black is trying to break the pawn structure on the queen side. And how we are reaching, now we're reaching this position where white already took the pawn on g3, and this bishop on f5 cannot be taken because couldn't be taken, by the way. Now it can be taken, but it couldn't be taken in this position because there would be take on e1. So this is the current position where already the pawn is gone apparently, but yeah, very funny pawn structure.
Yeah, it's also a super tense position because I'm not even sure who has the best long-term chances, you know, with the bishop on g3 pointing down at d6, but then its counterpart also targeting e4. Oh, we're going to keep an eye on that one for sure. It's been such an interesting game. And also, it just goes to show, you know, it's in these later stages of the rounds where we get those blunders because the nervous energy is so high. There's so much at stake in this event.
So much pressure is happening on the board and also off the board in the heads of the players.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Angelica. Ooh, it has been quite the ride so far in round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to dive into more of the action.
I'm here with Deshmukh, who takes down yet another Grandmaster here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Divya, tell us about this victory.
It was quite a complicated game, and I got surprised right in the opening. So I had checked this line for some other opponent, so I think that came into handy. But he played a variation that I did not remember so well, and I think we got into a very complicated position. And I was just playing based on my intuition because it just felt right to go for the attack. And I think he missed rook c1 d4 after he played e5. I think I could have converted it much better. I think after knight b6, I always had the option to go bishop c8 and then ba4, queen d5. Getting too technical, huh? But okay, I decided to go for this line, and I think it's very unclear. I think instead of bishop e7, I was checking bishop g4. Do you even know the game? You're nodding like you know the game.
We don't have a chessboard here for our viewers.
Okay, so after bishop e7, I think he maybe missed bishop g7, knight e5. And I was pretty happy with my position, but then I think it got a bit more complicated after bishop d7, and I realized that maybe knight d7 was the better option instead of knight c6. But okay, then we both got into time trouble, and yeah, I came out luckier.
When your opponents miss these things, what goes through your head? Do you doubt yourself ever, or do you more doubt them?
It depends on the position. This one, I was pretty sure that I should be okay, so yeah, I was confident.
You're doing amazingly here. In the beginning of the event, you said even if you lose all the games, you're fine because you'll be learning. But are you learning and winning?
I was not fine. But yeah, I think I'm learning a lot. I think if I had played this game 1 year ago, I don't think I would have dared to go knight c5, and I think that's what I'm taking back from the event.
And since becoming a grandmaster, has any of your approach to chess changed at all, or what has changed in your life?
No, I don't think the approach has changed, just less stressful, I guess.
Less stressful.
Okay.
Maybe that's why you're also doing so well in this tournament. You're not putting so much pressure on yourself.
Yeah, when you're the last seed of the tournament, I think it's a pretty easy for you to not expect anything from yourself, and yeah, there's no pressure. Okay, there's less pressure.
And on that note, yesterday we had the free day, the excursion that you said you came out because, you know, you don't have this pressure on yourself. You can just enjoy the day. Tell us a little bit about that.
It was a great day. I think the change in the air definitely helped me. I was a little bit skeptical if I should have gone there because I had a bit of preparation left by the time I finished. So, okay, all's well that ends well.
We'll end it on that amazing quote. Congrats, Divya, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
I'm here with Jan Nepomniachtchi at the second half of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Jan, free day yesterday. Today you came back with a bang, winning the game. Tell us about it.
Frankly speaking, I was rather considering withdrawing from the event after game against Shirov, because at some point I just didn't capture a full exchange for the move I wanted to play, and instead I did something different, and 2 moves later it was already equal. Instead of +4, so that game really hurt. And today so I just came to play some chess, and I didn't know what to play against Rauf because he's always very solid with white, so I just decided to play the most plain, the most obvious way, like e4, e5. So good for me, he didn't go for some quick draws, but he also played a very, very fireproof line. But at some point I think maybe he wanted to draw a little bit too badly, and starting with c5. I think after c5, rook c6 at least, optically he needs to find a move sequence to exchange pawns, probably there are 10 different good moves here. But after g3, at least psychologically, it's not so pleasant for him. After queen d7, I think suddenly he gets that weak pawn. And then I'm not sure, so I think that what I did was quite sensible, and I was choosing in between f6, knight f8 and f6, and then rook c7, letting him play c6. So objectively c6 should be a draw, but still it's a pawn, and somehow if I consolidate, I would get some chances. And I think h5 was inaccurate when he played, because he had a move like bishop d8, which would leave me, the worst case scenario for him, he gets rook endgame, I guess, the same line knight c8, f4, knight, which knight? I think knight c2, b6, and then f5 checking f7, and probably here he can go to the same rook endgame, which probably should be a draw. I'm not quite sure though, but it looked more like a draw to me, then maybe black still has some chances. But then I think when he suddenly played f4, h5, and then he didn't go to rook endgame, and he let me infiltrate through d5. I think it was pretty much lost for white, and I was checking twice not to blunder knight fork or something, and do this. Today also I decided to capture all the material I was given, so I learned the sort of lesson of the game against Shirov.
And you're saying about all these equal end games that come up. We've seen this in a few games here at the tournament, where players like Ivanchuk will grind out even if it's dead equal till the end. What's your perspective on that? Do you take the draw when you can see it's a draw, or would you play till the end, hoping your opponent makes a mistake?
Yeah, draw and equality is not the same. It's not completely the same in terms of meaning. Yeah. So of course, I think it was quite important for me. Then many years ago, we had a training camp with Magnus, and we played quite a bit of blitz. And then I understood that draw doesn't equal opposition doesn't necessarily equal to doesn't necessarily mean draw. Yeah. And I started sort of trying to grind out, and I think that's what Magnus is so famous for, squeezing out even the smallest drops from the stone, and I think it's big difference. And as long as you can see chances, and as long as you can see your opponent can make a mistake, you should just press on.
Squeezing in chess is not an easy thing to do. Of course, Magnus is a great example. Is this something you're working on outside of tournaments, and how would you suggest to viewers to work on this in the endgame?
On squeezing, you mean?
Chess positions.
Just squeeze, repeat, and you will master the squeezing.
Okay. And let's go back to what you said about you wanted to withdraw. What made you change your mind in that decision?
No, as long as I have some theoretical chances, let's say, and I was completely furious at myself, after the game against Shirov. So maybe it was more about emotions, but it's not so promising anyway to have +1 when the leading group has +4 and +3 respectively. But yeah, still anyway, as a professional, I'm supposed to play this out.
Do you feel more motivated now for the second half of the event?
I feel I have half a point more than I could, maybe half a point less than I could. Okay, who knows? But of course, it's always good to score a win, and especially with black, and it's it's very easy, to get stuck in this marsh of +1 or 50%. No one lets you to play with black with white. Everyone wants to be very solid, and normally like the pairings. There is like certain rating difference, so that's why players with like lower rating, of course, we just try to keep things solid, and sometimes they like prefer to play with a draw in the pocket, so it's extremely tough to win a game.
Well, thank you so much, Nepo. Good start to your second half. Good luck with the rest.
Thank you very much.
I'm here at Iris Corral, who just beat world champion Gukesh. A tough game, hectic game. Tell us about how it went down.
Yeah, it was a crazy tough game. I actually blundered at some point and I got very miserable. I didn't see a move. And then I thought my position was very bad, but I just thought I had to give my best, maybe make some mistake, and I just pulled things through, and yeah, luckily it happened.
It was quite scary for both sides because you both had pass pawns, and then at some point Gukesh gave up his bishop because he thought that your pass pawns would be too strong. What were you thinking in that moment when that happened?
Well, in that moment I was quite optimistic. I thought I had great chances, and I thought his only chance was to give the bishop, and then he has 4 passers, I have 2 passes and a bishop, but some crazy complex position. I don't think anybody understands what's going on. But yeah, okay, it's worked out well for me, so I'm pretty happy.
And mentally, how is it going into this game knowing you're playing against the world champion, but who isn't doing so well in this event?
I was pretty happy to see the pairings because I always want to, like, it's great to play world champion, I mean, whether if I lose or not. And yeah, he's not doing so well this tournament, but I believe he can just pull things through, you know, bounce back and so on. I mean, he's a very great player and the world champion.
And Iris, tell us about your goals in this event, but also in chess in general. We've been following you for a while, seeing you grow up in chess. Tell us about that.
Well, my goals are to, like, my first goal is to be a 27 plus player, which I'm trying to do. My last tournament didn't go well. I was like 2650 and I dropped around 20 rating. So when I came to this tournament, I wanted to win some rating, but okay, we're in the middle of the tournament almost, so it's too early to say anything.
Ah, so you think it's too early at this point, not that it's the middle, it's getting tougher.
I mean, there's still 4 more rounds, so nobody knows what will happen.
And how would you assess your performance in the first half in general in this event?
Well, for the first, I'd say 4 games I didn't play so great. I missed chances, I was blundering some like one-move tactics and so on. But like, I'm pretty happy with the other half so far. I don't know if I can keep it up, but I'll try.
Well, thank you so much, Iris. It's a great start to the second half, and good luck for the rest.
And thanks a lot.
Welcome back. It's round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and as the middle game progresses, the tension is rising, and you can smell the drama building on the boards. And on that note, Miro, take us to the action, because things are already, you know, in serious trouble for Maria Muzichuk.
Yeah, in the women's section, Katerina Lagno against Maria Muzichuk.
Yes, let's head there.
And they followed our possible scenario for the game that me and Niemann we thought of, until in this position, Maria decided to go for f6. And you see the evaluation bar jumping, and it was a blunder, apparently. Knight g6, but I thought, yeah, computer says you have to go to c4, but you have to go to c8, pardon, but then there was no point of playing f6. So, of course, she meant that she goes bishop to c4. Now, bishop c4, computer's not very happy after other moves, like queen c3, white is still better, but the strongest, apparently, is the thematic d5 breakthrough. d5, in the breakthrough in the strongest point being bishop takes, rook takes, and then if you were to take with the e-pawn, you're lost immediately after knight e7. And then
gonna crash
if
through
king
the
h8 happens, you just go queen e6, next move queen f5, and black has no defenders to these light squares. So after d5, bishop d5, rook d5, you got to take with this pawn, so at least there is no knight e7. White takes, queen f7 and queen f5, and it's still desperate. One of the lines being rook e8, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and white calmly goes bishop b3 and complete domination on the light squares. The c pawn's going to move forward. It's +5. It's almost like white is a rook up.
Because the bishop on g7 is just a useless piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well, okay.
So d5 is very important.
d5 is probably the only move.
To crush, the kind of crush immediately, yes. To keep the position, white's position better, it's enough to go like queen c3 or something. Queen c3, bishop d5, knight f4. White's still better because guess what? If white's going to take on d5, you don't have a piece to capture with, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be taking with the e pawn because if you said it all, Yovi. Bishop on g7 is a useless piece. That's in all of those variations. Yeah. In all of those variations, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, black is in a very serious trouble here.
And talking about serious trouble, well, I'm looking at the clock as well, and I see that if we can go to board 4, between Tang Zhongyi playing with the white pieces against Stavroula Sulakidu, I'm seeing that Tang Zhongyi is just simply
she's crushing.
D5 played, by the way.
D5 played by Lagno. Wow. Yeah, so Tang Zhongyi, this one we have on analysis board, right? That's position from board 4. And over there, it's like white is an exchange up. And white has the attack, I imagine. Not only that, but white has an extra hour, more than an extra hour on a clock. So quite a desperate situation for Sulakidu.
And Tang Zhongyi is standing up, looking very comfortable. Someone else who's down on the clock, it is Antoaneta Stefanova.
On board 3, yep.
She plays white against Yuxin Song. Now, I would say that in terms of sharpness on the board, Antoaneta has done a very good job of neutralizing black's initiative.
Yeah, so that is Antoaneta's position.
Still,
yeah,
black
still
is better.
some tricks, but she should be able to hold, and it's also move 26 still? Yeah, still not too close to the time control. But I imagine Lagno with Muzychuk is, well, the sharpest and the one that can get resolved anytime soon.
And let's not forget top board between Bibisara Salbaeva against Vaishali, because Vaishali, she is nursing a half-point lead. If she wins,
she might be running away.
She might very well be running away, but it does look like Katerina Lagno is on her heels, just half a point behind. And she has a very good position against Maria Muzychuk.
So here on board 1, a couple of minor pieces were traded. And yes, on one hand, the knight on a6 is still not in the game. On the other, well, the material has seriously reduced, so black could be thinking of once again going f5 and, arranging some counterplay on a king side. I believe Vaishali objectively should be holding this one, so it's no major danger.
White's
still slightly better.
Okay, let's go back to the open section. We've already had a result on top board. It was a draw between Matthias Blubaum and Nihal Sarin. So that means that they are on 6 points, but they can be caught up by the group on 5 if someone wins. And there are a few games I really want to be pinpointing. This one is critical.
Mishra, that's Pragananda's game. Yeah, this is this crazy game of Prag is down on the clock, and then he finds all of these peculiar moves: knight to d7, and knight e4 is played, queen to d3, queen f2, and now he misses the chance to go queen e4, which apparently was the strongest move in the position. Instead, he goes queen d1, queen e2, so now the queens are getting traded. For now, white is threatening to take on d3, by the way, so you're going to have to be careful. I see computer running away with the rook. I was thinking what happens if black was to go knight c5, and in this case, apparently, white takes d1, rook takes d1, goes knight c3.
Ah, okay, you evit the knight.
So you've taken away the square from your bishop. Right, knight c3 would lose with the knight on b7 because he would give a check. Wow. So that's why not knight c5, but you have to drop the rook back to d7 or d8, where white still captures d1, but no longer can play knight c3 because bishop c5, and white has to go king f2.
And now Prague ticking to under the minute. They are move 26, and the position is still incredibly complicated.
Yeah, well, I believe it's guaranteed that the queens are coming off the board next couple of moves, but still, well, and rook d7, yes, one of the strongest moves in the position.
Mm-hmm. And how much time will Rapport give? No time.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Takes and king f2, all memorized, all prepared.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Richard has just barely used any time on the clock. He's
Move
on
28, by the way.
And 19 minutes. Move 28, and Prague is constantly having to find the best moves.
Yeah. So one of the lines that computer suggests is f5, and I imagine the reason is that you cannot really take on f5 because rook e4, fe4, and the bishop strikes from the other side. Bishop h4 check, followed by rook e1 check, followed by rook takes bishop.
Nice pattern there.
So f5, and then you'd have to go knight c3, and then black is advised to sack the exchange back and take on g4, and the mess continues.
No, that did not happen because knight c5 on the board, and this isn't this where you just go knight c3.
Knight c3.
Evict the rook.
Evict the rook.
And
rook
now you can go bishop d3.
Yeah, well, could you go knight d3 here?
Can you not
yes, you could, but then bishop takes, rook takes, king. No, it's not king e2. It's either bishop e3 or knight d5, funny enough. Anyway, yeah, you go bishop e3, bishop d6, rook h1.
Oh, it feels like the rook on d3 is almost trapped.
Yeah. Now I'm threatening king e2, right? So bishop d6 was a kind of a cool threat, but...
You could have done it on the previous move.
I could, but I was kind of wondering about this h2 pawn. Yeah, maybe I could have done this, right? Bishop h2 and then go a4 or something.
I feel like maybe rook h1 and f4, yeah, but it's crazy. Crazy position and not easy to play when you don't have that much time. Knight c3 is what we're expecting Richard to play, but he has a lot of time.
Absolutely. He's the one, and contrary to Pragananda, he's the one who can spend, like a lot of time investigating, because I don't think you can memorize all of those. Like the fact that he reached this position, move 28, seemingly following his preparation, is absolutely remarkable.
Absolutely, and I tell you what else is going on is back on board 3 between Abhimanyu Mishra and Nuribek Abdusatorov. So we left that one where Abhimanyu had a big chance to take
And the big chance was to go knight d4, right? And it was not that easy for us to understand at the first glance what the point was. But anyway, so he went with something very logical, it would seem. Bishop c4 check, king here, and anchor the bishop on f7. Rook went to d8, rook d to f1, targeting f6, and black went queen e5.
Yeah, and whoever wins this game will join the lead. Queen h2 incoming.
Yeah, don't take on f6. Don't take on f6 because it's a check. King f2, and black can take the rook.
Yeah, and the black king isn't any danger whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll return back if needed. Bishop e5 to cover the diagonal. Queen back to e5. So queen e5. What do we do with white? Apparently, the only way to keep the balance would be to go queen c3. Queen c3, and then black.
Then you can
probably can trade the queens or let white trade the queens. I think it's the better version. So you go rook b8 or
rook b8 makes so much sense, and then you're going to have to trade off queens and then go b3.
yeah. So if white was to take, bishop takes b3, and I imagine bishop e8 is the move. No.
I don't really want to be trading off bishops, because the bishop on f7 looks very menacing, but it literally just guards its own pawn.
Yeah,
And
fair.
all the squares are covered by black in the center, so you can't. Yeah, I like your bishop c8.
Bishop c8. Oh, well, I
a6.
just realized, yeah, that this knight on e2 is really poorly placed. So bishop a6, rook to d2. And yeah, maybe white will be the one asking for the bishop trade with bishop c4. Yes, you're right. This one looks very pleasant for black. So what a shift.
Yeah, I mean, in the space of one move, the advantage
changes,
just suddenly
yeah.
shifted. And it is up to Abimanyu to adjust to the change in scenario, because he has been the one that has been pressing, like trying to find that weakness in black's position. And now there's queen h2 incoming.
The knight
on e2.
The knight on e2 does
great piece. I mean,
nothing. Nothing.
And it's no good putting it on c3, because it's like literally on a bad circuit. It wants to be on f5.
Yeah, it wants to go there. And not only that, but you're going to have to guard g3, right? So the moment you move the knight, white just goes check, black goes check, black goes... I thought bishop g3 check, but apparently g4 is even stronger. No. White absolutely has to play queen c3. And Mishra's also down to 18 minutes only. So Nodi back with his Caro-Kann. It seems, the opening choice going to pays out.
It certainly does. And let's go to board 2. Two other players on 5 points, Alireza Firouzja against Hans Niemann. And here, I mean, we came to the conclusion that black is suffering somewhat, but Hans is doing a great job, actually, of
like what Hans
improving
did.
his position. He's
like what Hans did. Said this bishop was very, very annoying. So what Hans done is f5, and rook 8 takes on e4, queen e4, d5, sacrificing a pawn. Queen f4, and then you cannot take b2, but he goes rook to f7. Now, whose bishop is better? It's black's bishop on f6, which is better. Bishop on b3 is shut down.
And it's instructive as well, how Hans gave up material in order to unleash activity for his bishop. So I agree with you. This bishop on b3 shut out of the game.
Now, I guess d4 is what you have to do, otherwise... like c3, the pawn can be taken, right?
Yeah. I'm worried about c5 and bishop to d4 coming as well.
Yeah, fair. So black goes d4, white goes d4, and then the question is how black is going to proceed here. So you don't want to be breaking this, like to go in c5, yeah?
I could go c5.
Yeah, but then, apparently, like taking, you'd take on b2. So you're absolutely right. h5 is one very annoying move, apparently. And then bishop d4 leads to h6 checkmate.
Oh.
Yeah, so h5 you have to watch out for.
So that's a big threat on the board. So you have to take some time out and go h5.
Yeah, you either go h5 or maybe... Well, what computer wants to do, strangely, is bishop e7, attack your queen. If you give check, bishop back to f6.
Yeah.
And apparently the queen on f4 is good. If you drop it to e3, then black queen joins the action. Queen g4, connect the rook, other rook to e7. Now all of a sudden, black is even better. So it could be that there is no path forward for... Hang on a second. If we say that h5 is such a big threat, why don't we play h5 immediately?
Yeah.
Right? h5. Now, yes, h6 is a threat of checkmate in one, so black literally has to react to it. There's g5, there's g takes h5. And then if g5, then you drop the queen back, and b2 is not hanging because queen g5 will be a checkmate. So you go h5, black can take. Again, now the bishop cannot capture the b2 pawn, so white gets a tempo here. But what to use this tempo on is a big question.
Yeah,
Wow.
I feel like you should almost go king g2. rook
Yeah, king g2,
h1.
rook h1, right.
And the fun continues, but I mean,
So a very tricky position, but I feel like if no major mistakes, it could be that this bit is out to draw, like if both players played nicely. Unlike Abdusatorov's game, where Nordibek has a very good chance. Shall we check boards 4 and 5? I believe board 4 is also of great importance for us.
yeah, board 4 between Parham Maghsoodloo yesterday losing and obviously wanting to come back and be at the top. He's got the white pieces against Anish Giri, and this position looks, to my eyes, like
It looks crazy, to be honest. Look, knight to e4, check on b4 played, bishop back to e7, g3, rook to c8, queen to c7, trading the queens, knight d6. Parham didn't want, oh well, he ends up trading, and he apparently missed this trick. Bishop to c6, targeting the rook, and bishop d5. So if you were to take king e7, traps the rook. So now, what white has to do is either bishop g2 and take on d5 and sacrifice in exchange like that. I don't think white really plays for the win, but very good chances for a draw. It's a very strong bishop. Black's pawn structure somewhat compromised, right? So there is that. Or alternatively, bishop h3 is an option with the idea to take on d5 in case of king e7. So black has to go rook c7. No, but now there is nothing else. But well, you can do kind of the version of the same. Rook takes, right? Pawn takes, and you take with the bishop. So this way you maybe allow rook c2, but you have, well, an anchored bishop on e6.
But black has the control of the open lines.
Yeah.
And the f pawn is way
not go
action.
Right.
So
honestly, I prefer the first one, it seems. So here it looks like white should be quite solid.
But you know, Anish is the only one pressing in this position. And if Anish wins, he will find himself in the lead.
Fair point.
So, okay, we'll keep up with the drama there. And then we have one final person on 5 points. This is probably the quietest game of that group. Vincent Keimer
against Vidit.
Vidit is on 5 points.
So on board 5.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's kind of quiet, but
not quiet.
Yeah, it can become not so quiet. So queen c6 was Vidit's choice. Force f3, and therefore keep the queen kind of behind, not letting white queen to go to g4, rook f6, bishop d2, king h2, queen d6, rook e3. So, if black was to get his knight to either d4 or f4 in time, I'd be very happy with black. Being as it is, I imagine bishop c3 and then queen e1, targeting this pawn many, many times.
You advocating for knight to b8?
Not sure. Can I do it?
You can.
Well, I kind of can, strangely.
Feels weird.
So they go here, I go here, and they go here, and
yeah, you have to go.
I gotta go knight
d4.
Knight d4, bishop d4, and as much as I want to take e d4, I'm running into rook e8, which is not the end, by the way. Which is not the end. King goes to f7, then you gotta go rook e5 to block the diagonal, and it could be playable. I mean, we are getting a very, very strange. Could be possibly getting very strange endgame like this, where it's 3 versus 2, right?
The bishop, and the 3 against 2 on the king side is gonna give white the advantage. And Keimer, you know, you don't give him.
Yeah, he's a grinder. That's true. But I'm not sure about like knight being better than the bishop, because it's the only one open file, and if you trade the rooks, the side with the bishop will have this type of counterplay. Bishop c6, b5, where you have to take, and then a4, and you'll have to take. And so as long as all of white pawns are on a light squares, I don't think, yeah, it's like white's better, obviously, but the feeling is like black should have enough counterplay. But that's far, far-fetched variation. Of course, we are here, and black has other ideas for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but the bishop to c3 was pretty pertinent, right? Asking, how are you going to defend that? I mean, also the question is e4 a big threat?
Yeah, can you go e4 immediately? Like,
the answer is
so
no.
white takes back, and the knight's not joining, and yeah, like you're breaking through, you're opening the diagonal for the queen, but you're shutting down the bishop. That's, I believe, that's part of the
As
problem.
black, could you be sneaky and go rook to d8?
Say rook d8, so that if I went like that.
Yeah, and here I was very impressed with my own genius, but I forgot that the knight was on d7. So I was thinking e4, and I was hoping for some like knight jumps, but I see nothing.
Yeah, like I mean, they also have like queen e1, which defends the bishop, defends the rook, defends the knight. Yeah, moves the queen away from the d file.
It's not enough. Yeah,
I'm afraid it could be not afraid, but I suspect there could be one of those Kaima games where, like, he builds this very, very solid fence, and they'll spend next 50 moves maneuvering and trying to outmaneuver with it.
Yeah, for sure. This is
very methodical player.
Games. And he has all the right to. He has, I think, a very small pool here, and it's pertinent to the standings as well.
Absolutely.
He's on 4.5 points. He more or less needs to start.
He needs to try. Yeah, he needs to try to win.
And again, let's go back to the time travel drama that is Richard Rapport against Pragnananda. Pragnananda making some moves with just 10 seconds on the clock.
So that's precisely what happened. Knight c5, knight c3, check on d3, takes, and Richie's thinking. So the moves are bishop e3, or, well, there is knight d5, which guarantees, I believe, that you win the exchange back. Because rook d1, you take e7, right, and then bishop h6. So black has to go bishop d6, and now you go king e2. And now I imagine rook d5, cd5, bishop h2 is not sufficient, because bishop g5, push the rook somewhere, rook h1, and yes, you do have the pass pawn, but white's pawn up, right? So, well.
Could you try to really like lock down the game with moves like f4 as well?
Before going rook h1, yeah, also possible.
I was thinking the meet f6.
So knight d5 here. King e2, but apparently rook d4 is kind of still playable.
Bishop comes out.
But c4 is king, yeah. So you gotta go b3. Now, if black was to take bishop e3, and it's quite similar, like locking the rook out of the game. So black has to be like super clever, go here, and then white has a check, where you also have to be careful. Because, okay, this one I do not fully understand, but king g8 apparently loses. King e8, white slightly better. King g8 loses.
With king g8, you can play knight to e7, followed by knight to f5.
All right. But the move king g8 loses to the hardest is rook h1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess.
You got bishop to b2.
You have too many threads.
E7.
And also c6.
Yes.
Too many threads. And then like, you can't. And the rook is still stuck.
Yeah,
precisely. Anyway, these are, very, very complex variations. But the conclusion should be, so if Richard Rapport goes smart about it, there's a very good chance he can trick Pragnananda, who's only 1 minute in this very, very tricky position.
Very, very difficult. And someone else who's in a very difficult position is Shakarel Mamedyarov. They're on board 9. He, as we saw earlier on, fell victim to some great preparation from Jordan van Foreest. And now it looks like
Jordan's
it's
just
in
winning.
full control. Rook takes a7 in the pipeline. And well, what to do as black? I was thinking rook f7.
Jordan played the b3, perhaps not the most energetic move, but there's still, there is still like h7 under attack. g4 can be taken if white moves the king away to possibly even to like f1. So rook g7, right, was the suggestion. But then apparently rook h6. Oh, you have this very annoying plan. You go rook h6, you move the king away from the, from this pin, and then you'd have knight f6 threat. So, all right, so Shak plays rook to f7, doubling the rooks. Now king g1 is the strongest move for whatever reason. King to g1. So basically this knight from a5, it never made it to the actual game. It's too far off.
Some great preparation there from Jordan van Foreest, with his idea of going g4. But okay, looking great for Jordan van Foreest. Let's move on to a game we haven't actually looked at, but I can see the clock is ticking down for 14-year-old Yaz Khan Adomus.
Against Levon Aronian.
Levon Aronian as an opponent. That's on board 11. And Yaz Khan, after losing yesterday to Hans Niemann, he's on 4 points. So once again, they really want to start winning. And what's happening here? Because white has some good things about the position. There's a knight on g6. But on the other hand, black has full control over the c line. And a knight on a4, that could be a good endgame knight.
Absolutely. Well, the only question is if we can make it to an endgame, right? Because white somehow concentrated all the pieces in the center and pointed towards the king side. So I imagine white will be threatening, say takes on f6, go g5, like open the position up. So I'd be, no, not queen c6 again. I'd be thinking about moves like queen c3, queen c2, just to ask for this queen straight. But then white trades and captures f6, I imagine. Yes, and rook f6 and f4. And something that I didn't pick up at first was that the rook on f6 is getting like fully dominated by this knight on g6. Then white goes rook g2. Rook e2. If you don't trade, computer likes this one for white very much. So Levon, in fact, has to be very, very clever about this one. Not even sure what he has to play. Because I thought f5, but then g5 and you resign. And it is that bad. Yeah, like the queen is joining and this king will not survive.
Okay, well, what is there? There's no concrete threat as of yet, unless there's
I guess captures f6.
Yeah. Okay. So somehow, I mean, what's and this queen c3, which was
maybe queen c3. I wanted to go queen c2, but maybe queen c3 is a better move. Now white, white can still trade. White can still trade, rook takes, and then f4. And the point of f4 is, if you take, now it's different. I thought I figured it out, but if you take it, it's probably hard to find, because the second best move is equal, and the winning move is f5. Break through, and then if you take it's e6, so that's not trivial at all.
Yeah, and then there's a beautiful geometry here that if you take on e5, knight takes
there's like knight e5 hitting this one.
Levon Aronian in big trouble because there's no natural move that he can play.
Absolutely.
And trading off the queens was what I thought get into the endgame.
Right. And
it's actually going to be very problematic.
Actually, that's what I thought. And a few moves back, I remember someone I remember checking on the position, and it would be okay for black. So now that we've gotten here, I'm not sure if f6 was, like f6 seems to be over-optimistic. Anyway, so despite time deficit for young Turkish player, only 4 minutes left, he is in a very, very good position against Levon Aronian.
Oh, it's going to be another sensational day. I see that Ali Reza is piling on the pressure against Hans Niemann. The move that you suggested, H5,
He did play it,
threatening checkmate in one, has been played. And Nordibek is again taking control of the dark squares.
Left goes queen c2.
He plays queen c2, but this
So
we saw
now, yeah, white
wasn't
has
good.
to trade.
And you can trade on
White trades, takes on f6. Well, computer suggests other moves, but taking on f6 is quite natural, right? And after rook takes, you go f4, and you are planning to lift the rook, double it up. Rook c3, anyway, white's supposed to go rook g2. If rook d3, well, how hard it is. Yeah, rook c2 is good, rook e2, I guess, is good. Like the strongest move, strangely, don't ask me why, but is king g1. I imagine maybe you want to go f5.
Oh.
And if they take, you somehow infiltrate on the e file and you checkmate the king.
So just to kind of update you on the status, like Ali Reza Firouzja, he is piling on the pressure against Hans Niemann. Nordibek has a small advantage against
Against Mishra.
Against Mishra, and Matsudlu is a little bit worse. He's going to find himself exchanged down, but has some compensation against Anish Giri. And Vidit probably is positionally slightly worse against Vincent Keimer. And Pragnananda, not too much time. #1 seed. I mean, he probably has a spot in the candidates because he has so many points on the circuit. But it would have been nice
to
secure
guarantee, absolutely.
exactly a spot via the Grand Swiss. Well, he's potentially in some trouble against Richard Rapport, who has unleashed some very deep theory. And let's go to our poll of the day, where we're asking, who are you cheering for in the battle between Gukesh and Divya Deshmukh?
So let's check what the position looked like. It's been fairly simplified with both players consuming a lot of time. So d5, bishop e5, traded the bishop, and Divya went to trade the queens, which computer thought was favorable for white. Bishop d5 and now a6 being played. It's quite a pleasant endgame for white if we trust the computer. 0.9, both players just spending like a few minutes on every move. So that's like one of those positions which is like every move is hard to kind of decide on.
Yeah, and the big question for Divya is like, should she allow a pawn on a6? It looks pretty unpleasant. I mean, should she go b6? Should she take on
like
a6?
if you take a6, it's pretty much accepting you're a pawn down.
Exactly.
But this scenario can potentially be worse than being a pawn down if white pawn survives on a6 and white gets to take on a7. Right, so a6 is very unpleasant move to face.
Yep. Okay, so Gukesh looking like he is the favorite there.
Shall we check on the ladies section again?
Let's have a look at the women, because we already have a result. Actually, we have 2 results. Okay, let's rewind and find out exactly what happened. Board 2.
D5.
Katerina Lagno wins against Maria Mizicuk. We saw this being played.
Bishop takes, rook takes, and ed5 was played. And as I said, it was 97, cutting all the black pieces from the defense on the light squares, and queen e6, queen d7, queen f7. And there was absolutely no way to come back in this game. So Katerina Lagno wins, and now Vaishali needs to win to keep her sole lead. Otherwise, she gets at least caught up or possibly overtaken by Katerina Lagno.
Tan Chong-yi has won her game against Solakidu, as we expected. So she moves to 5.5 points. So let's check in on Vaishali, because if Vaishali wins, then she is still the sole leader. If it's a draw, then there will be a joint leader.
Yeah, there was quite a serious change in the pawn structure. Vaishali goes c6. And after pawn takes, queen takes with a check, king g1, ab4, ab4, knight to c7. So this knight from a6 eventually makes it to better squares. Queen d3 is still somewhat more pleasant for white, right? So potentially white gets a square here. or the backward d6 pawn will need attention. So black should be looking for the way to push d5 and kind of try to equalize completely. But we are talking very small margins. I don't think like white's advantage is any substantial.
Okay, but how much of this is a must-win situation for Bibisara? She is on 5 points.
So if she wins,
If she wins, she goes
catches
to
up
6. And
with
she's half a
Vaishali,
point.
and she'd be half a point behind Lagno.
Yeah.
And I don't think they've played.
No.
I don't think they've played each other, so everything will be in hands of Bibisara Sobaiwa then.
But I was like, here she has a small advantage. She can be content with drawing it with no risk. But she can also take some risk and push harder. Should she do that?
But this one's hard, to be perfectly honest, I mean, it's hard to imagine this one being pushed harder. It's actually, you play it logically, and it is like small advantage, which either works or doesn't, right? Like, it's not like you can start going g4, g5 in this position or something, right?
Yeah, but I mean like later on in the day, because there are ways that she can like start putting the pressure on. Like, for instance, she could flip over a rook to the D line, and she might concede control of the A line at some point.
Yeah.
There's the kind of situations, and it's
yeah, there's always a question. Yeah, I agree. But I think that more or less you can relate to what I said at the very beginning.
Yeah.
So the win doesn't secure you anything yet, but the loss very like for most of them it just kicks you out of contention. So
and
that's
talking about must not lose, let's take a look at Antonetta Stefanova against Yuxin Song, and this is a rook and pawn endgame, and I think this is going to be very difficult for Antonetta to hold.
So she just reached move 40, and yeah, okay. So that's well one way of stopping the A-pawn so-called frontal attack, where whenever the king kind of tries to march forward, you start giving those checks, right? But that's a very, very tricky position, this, right?
Yes.
Well, good thing for Antoinette that she has reached move 40. So despite the clock display showing her having 2 minutes, it doesn't account for another half an hour that will be added anytime.
Yeah.
So what else do we have in progress? Olga Gira, I think, was the one on 4.5.
I think Carissa Yip and Chi Guo, they were on 4.5, but that game is already a draw.
That was on a fixed board, so that's why
and then we
I don't
also
see
have
this
Olga Giria against Harika Dronavali.
And Harika having half a point less, right?
Yep. Maybe we can.
So I can just quickly highlight this one. Yeah, and I remember why I didn't want to look at it. It's not like nothing's going on, but a very symmetrical position. The computer accesses is equal, and it's like a lot of potential for this, like to be simplified and just end in a draw. You know, so very sorry for Olga and for both, in fact. Yeah.
Decisions we asked, they have been made by the players, and Parham Maghsoodloo had a critical decision to make: how to rescue his rook, how to lose the rook in the most beneficial way.
In a better way. Yeah. So that was now still I can't find. Yep. Okay. That's the one. That's the one. Parham Maghsoodloo with the white pieces against Anish Giri, and we remember his rook being in trouble. So bishop h3, rook to c7, and he found yet another way of sacrificing this exchange, taking on d5, and then taking on e6, and then going check and taking on f7. So now, computer actively dislikes this in comparison to this other line where the bishop was on d5. And the reason for that, I imagine, is quite simple, because more open files, good for the rooks, right? You have more open files, you can't really block all the files with like your bishop and so on. So it's very likely that black might actually get there.
Yeah. Made well do. The two rooks, open lines, danger for Parham Maghsoodloo. If he loses this, it will be his second loss in a row. And Anish will find himself in joint lead. Well, earlier on in the women's section, we did see Katarina Lagno winning a fantastic game against Maria Mizichuk. She's now with Angelica, ready to take us through those critical moments of her game.
And we have in the studio with us Katarina Lagno. Congratulations on this beautiful victory. Would you mind showing us some key moments from the game?
Well, yeah, I think this position is unclear. I thought I might be better, but well, still a lot of play. And then she decided to go to this b6, b4, e5, queen e3. The problem is that her bishop on c8 is kind of out of play. So she decided to play bishop a6, to play bishop c4. That's why I played knight e5. And here I felt like already it must be better for me, because I have an easy play, and it's not easy for her to do something. Because I just can, play rook a d1 and then prepare something on the king side. So she took on, because I also want to take on b6 and probably take on f7, so she took here. And well, I didn't say anything for her, to be honest. She played rook a b8, rook a d1, and here, yes, she decided to put her bishop on c4, but it doesn't work, because f6, I think it's, just
blundered.
Yes, she just blundered knight g6, bishop c4, and d5. That it's kind of a pretty move. It's simple, but a pretty move. And her position just collapsed. She took bishop d5.
How fast was it for you to find this d5 move?
Well, pretty fast, because I have all the light squares.
Yes.
I have to do something, otherwise she will just put the bishop on d5 and she will be fine. So it's just so takes and yeah, doesn't matter. Okay, e takes d5, losing by force, but I think other captures as well. So takes e4, and yes, I calculated this king f8 also. Queen e6 with a checkmate on the next move. So king h8, queen e6. Well, the attack is just too strong. She cannot move her rook because of knight g6 check, and I take the queen.
And the other rook cannot do anything.
So she tried, but well, king g6 and rook e7, and it's over.
Wow, what a game. Katarina, how would you evaluate your performance so far in the tournament? You had some beautiful victories already in the past rounds and also today.
Well, it's going good so far, so I'm pretty happy, but still three rounds to go, and I will stay focused.
And how is Samarkand treating you? How is the hospitality here and overall?
Everything is fine. The weather is just perfect. We still have summer here, so I just enjoy it.
And what about your ambitions? Is it to get one of the two spots?
Yeah, probably. When you win some games, you have to think about it. But anyway, just I want just to play chess as good as I can.
And you showed also today in the game. Thank you so much, Ivan. Kamira, do you have any questions to Katarina?
I'm just curious about your preparations for this event. We've heard from some players how they really took it seriously, prepared 3 times as much as they normally do. I wondered whether you had done the same.
Yes, I had some preparations, but I also was busy with my children, so at the same time, so I just tried to do both.
And how do you combine the both?
Well,
and then win.
It's not easy, but well, what to do? It was my choice, and I'm happy to have a big family.
Right. No, I just wanted. It's not a question. It's more of a comment that clearly proves, the move d5 and the speed you find it. It's kind of our school of understanding. Because for newer generation, people say d5 controlled 5 times, and you attack it only once. So d5 is hard move to find. It's automatic, right? I mean, you
just
feel
have to do something.
Yep. So nice game.
Thank you.
Definitely, very nice game there. Congratulations. Wow.
Thank you.
What a story so far it's been in round 8. We already have Katerina Lagno winning her game against Maria Mizicuk. She, for now, is in the sole lead with 6.5 points. It remains to be seen whether Vaishali will catch her up. And as time travel is brewing on the horizon, we're going to go on a very short break. When we return, we're going to deep dive into all of the drama, all of the action, and all of the fun. So see you in a few. Welcome back. It's round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, where the players are jostling for those top spots. And talking about the top, we have a result on board 2. It was a draw between Alireza Firouzja against Hans Niemann. Now, Miro, can I ask you to break down exactly what happened? Because we left it with Alireza playing h4, h5,
h4.
threatening checkmate.
Exactly, h5, and we thought, well, Alireza must be getting somewhere, right? That this threat of h6, but, well, capture happened, and strangely, there wasn't anything that White could do. So White ended up playing c3, Queen g4 was the response from Hans Niemann, then the rook can join on e7. Basically, after Queen g4, Alireza traded on g4, went rook e1, and after b4, a draw was offered. Even number of pawns, opposite colored bishops, and black king is no longer that weak.
Yep. And also the position is pretty wide open. Maybe it's Hans who is that little bit better because his bishop is very strong.
Hans defended very, very well, we have to admit.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sacrificing a pawn. Well, there's a lot of games in progress, but before we dive in, let's head over to Angelica. Angelica, I can see there's a critical game catching your eye. What do you have for us?
There are decisive results already incoming, also in the open sections. I would like to start with this one, where the Spanish Grandmaster David Anton won against Pentalu Harikrishna from India. And I want to show you how this queen from c2 played to f5 first. It's not so clear what it's doing there. And then after, bishop c8 attacking it. Now, instead of stepping back, here queen g5 was played. And now we can see that queen on g5 is already in some shaky positions. There are not so many squares. And after bishop g4 and a few moves from black, when we arrived at this position, this was a final mistake which was played by Harikrishna. Here, he should have desperately tried to start with f4. Instead of it, he played knight c5, not caring about his queen, and David Anton found the stunning bishop e7. Now suddenly, everything is a threat. Knight e4, if you go according to the best line of computer, you have to defend the knight, but then there is knight g4, queen h5, g6. The queen is trying to escape, but at the end of the line, I mean, there is, you're going to still lose material in the position. So in the game, bishop takes on e5 was played, knight e7, and White had to give up a whole piece, and at the end of the game, as we can see, there already is a result. David Anton won. And we're moving to the other board, which is played right now. Still, the game is in progress. Vladimir Fedoseev is in winning position against Henriquez Cristobal. And I have a question to commentators. How do you think the king appeared on g2? Just a short question.
f1, king g2.
Just one. So no castle, just king f1, king g2?
Yeah, I've seen the game text. So if there was any castle in this game, it was a long castle. So this king had to run quite a bit.
Yeah, so that's very... By the way, result...
No, b1, he went on b1. This I didn't know.
So the king was on b1. And then after knight d5, queen d3. Here, White is starting the attack on the king side. And after bishop h6, rook f8 was played. And this is where the king walk started. King c1, king d2, king e2, king f3, coming on all the way to f3. And after rook e8, there were already some mistakes played by black. And here after h4, queen e7, still, I mean, there are some threats still to the king, but it feels like king looks pretty safe there on f3. And h5, now we see that the h file is opening up, and after queen f6, now king is arriving to g2 square. Still equal position, but after bishop takes on b2, it was already a mistake. Here, he should have started with a b3, and after bishop e2, hg, fg, and ab take, or k to ad8. Bishop a4 here. Just now, by the way, just this moment, Cristobal resigned, and Fedoseev won this beautiful game with a king walk all the way to g2.
It's incredible. I mean, and also white won that one as well. I mean, if you told me that the white king like had to run because it was in danger of being checked all the way, I would have believed you. But yeah, what a creative idea. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing with us those two absolute gems. But the action is happening on the board. You know, we could be in for a big surprise on board one of the women's section because Bibi Sara, she's a pawn up against Vaishali. Vaishali has just under a minute.
Charlie has no time at all.
She has no time. She's down a pawn as well. And you know, if this happens, then this means that Katerina Lagno will be the sole leader.
Sole leader.
And there will be a whole group of people, potentially, with 6 points.
Wow. So I actually missed the moment how it happened. Yeah, e5, I remember mentioning that e5, or rather d5 is something black has to play, but that would make an e5 pawn a bit of a weakness. Knight c4, rook a d8, and it looks like knight e5 was blundered. Because you think, how can you possibly play knight e5? Rook takes queen, right? And if you take the queen, we take back, and black is a piece up. But apparently, white takes on c6 with the rook, and then threatens the knight, threatens the rook. So you have to take, and knight takes rook, and white's up a pawn. So seriously, over there, black could have defended this somehow. Black could have played knight d5. Black even could have gone e4, if nothing better. After rook d8, knight e5, pawn down, queen e6, queen to c4, once again, very important. Knight e5, knight back to f3, king g2, and rook d6. Rook d6 being a bit of a trap, I imagine, because after knight e4, there's knight f4. After going e4, knight f4 check is, yeah.
It's a nice trap, because then you can't take that knight, because
yeah, check, right.
Yep.
Yeah, but white doesn't have to. White doesn't have to. White can play rook f to d1 and then rook d1 to d4. You know, just like start piling up.
Stabilizing the position as well. And Vaishali, she's going to be. She's just played it. Rook f to d1.
Rook f to d1. Yes.
And Vaishali could set in motion like ideas such as rook f to d8, doubling up on the d line.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she does. And I love this concept of just stabilizing, but you don't even actually need to worry about a knight landing on e3.
Knight e3 is a threat, right? Oh, no, it's not.
Back rank issues?
It's not. Yeah, well,
there is.
Anyhow, like it's hard to think what move should I play in order to allow knight e3, right? But so let's pretend I played h3, and yes, you're right. There is knight e3, rook up, rook to d1, rook to d1, rook to d1, and c8 is covered. Yeah, but I still like rook d4. So rook d4 covering the fourth rank, preparing to double. Yeah, guarding one more time the b4 pawn.
Yeah, and...
Well, Vaishali is definitely in trouble. And rook to d4 played.
Yeah, it's such a modern day move, keeping everything covered as well. And Vaishali probably should take some time out and do something about her back rank. And the question for her is, should she go h6 or should she kind of go h5? She's probably losing anyhow.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, you're gonna have to make a window for the king and maybe h6 indeed.
Yeah.
But then white just, I guess, doubles on the d file, and eventually white will be threatening e4, right?
Yeah. You can't do it just yet because knight to f.
Yeah, there was still knight f4 check, right? So that's something you don't want to be doing, but you can do this, and then yeah, like black seemingly runs out of moves.
What has she played?
Rook d4, black went rook to c6, queen f1. And rook c6 seems like a good, attacking move, so on and so on. But now you're in trouble because, well, if you exchange a pair of rooks, the knight will be pinned for real to the rook on d8, right? Queen from c1 will control f4. So if you were to do that, then e4 is a threat. So this would be a lost position.
Yeah.
What? No. I just misclicked on the wrong position. Sorry.
It hasn't happened just yet.
So queen f1. Queen f1 was
Rook
played.
F6.
Rook went to f6 now.
Just keeping on with the attacks.
And you
Takes
can go
knight.
back to
E2.
no, not back, but yeah, you can go to e2. You can go to d1.
And there's no like funny business with knight to f4 because of rook f4.
Yeah. So that was the reason we've lifted the rook to the 4th rank, right? So queen e2, followed by rook d1. That's harder and harder to make moves for Vaishali, and she still doesn't have
15 seconds, Miro, and
rook e8, and rook e8 should be losing to rook c5. Because there's still no tricks. Knight f4, it's rook f4. Knight e3, well, pawn takes, or even queen takes.
Vaishali made that move, rook e8, with just 5
seconds
on the clock.
Right.
And it's a kind of panicky move because she doesn't seem to be improving her position at all. Whereas Bibisara is like somehow knitted everything together. Rook c5 makes so much sense. I guess you could also go e4 as well, now that the queen is on e2.
Yeah, the queen attacks
everything. But whether you want to engage in
I guess like first you start with rook c5 and then you, like, in order not to drop this knight, like black has to do some self-pinning, or rook d8, or I don't know, rook d6, and this is where you go e4.
Yep. And everything is protected. And you just have to visualize where the king is going to be hiding. And
absolutely winning position for Bibisara. Still 8 minutes on her clock. And it seemed there will be a lot of results today, right? So Lagno already winning. Tanjangi has won. This one seems to be going in favor of Bibisara. Stefanova is in a bit of trouble on board 3.
I think she's in trouble.
Maybe in a lot of trouble by now. Yeah, so it is. Well, it could be.
Well, again, we're seeing those constant shake-ups in the standings. It's like it's in a constant state of flux. And we also have the same situation in the open section if we are to cast our eyes there, because Vaishali in big time trouble, but then so is her brother, Praggnanandhaa, as he finds himself with 1 minute and
Drag against
12 seconds.
But interestingly, so far they're following the computer line. I don't know how Prague does it with 1 minute on the clock, but so far he finds kind of all the best moves that computer was to recommend. And apparently it's very close to being equal.
Yeah, it's close, but still unpleasant. Right now the bishop has come to e3 and
Yes, a bishop e3, rook takes knight, pawn takes rook. But you have this very far advanced h-pawn
you
with
have to
black,
push it now.
right?
I get the feeling, otherwise you're never going to be able to do it. You've got f4 in the air as well.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, Prague is literally putting in all the chips with that h-pawn.
Yeah, I'm thinking you put the pawn here, right? You put the pawn here, and if f4 is played, then
G5.
okay, you can try this to kind of, activate the rook this way.
I thought you perhaps g5 or something.
G5 is a good move as well. Then white takes, and you have the h-pawn protected. This too doesn't really threaten. And then, yeah, you have rook h4. I imagine you can go king e7 and then shift the rook to attack these two pawns, while white rook is still stuck on h1. They should be dynamically balanced, strangely, even though white's pawn up and potentially will be 2 pawns up.
Okay, let's revisit our critical boards 3 to 5, where it looks like the players, perhaps Nordebek and Abhimanyu Mishra.
To board 3.
Board
right?
3, let's go there, because there's been big changes in position. Suddenly,
It's very hard to catch up with what has happened, and as of now, it actually looks like nobody's going to be winning this game.
No.
White is a pawn up, but black, yeah, it's a rook endgame. Black pieces are very, very active. The rook behind passed pawn is always kind of a good recipe. And black has expanded on the king side, so at some point, like if black starts giving checks, like rook c2, rook c3, you cannot really leave the g pawn.
oh, no, I agree. It looks quite nice for black and enough compensation to hold the balance. Okay, let's move down because Anish Giri, he had a very smart opening choice, came extremely well prepared.
Against Parham Maksudlu, board 4.
And it looks like Parham may be suffering his second loss in a row.
Well, he still fights back, but now black gotten both of his rooks active, and
Rook
after
c3 and pawn
this
takes
g5, yeah, like you go check, king goes to g2, and you take g5. Well, if I could take like this pawn and that pawn, but even then, right, rook a2. I mean, I wonder if this one, if white can survive this one, because it's not far off from, like, if white exchanged all the pawns on the queen side, then...
What you need to do, though, Miro, is you need to cough and move the bishop from e4 to e3.
Strangely, yeah, somehow.
And
Well, if I had this opportunity, I would go to d4 then.
yeah, well, I'm just saying that with a dark square bishop, you can actually...
You can always protect g2,
Yes.
right, I get it.
Whereas...
Yeah, this one, you're right. I guess white is still in a whole lot of trouble. So Anish is thinking, well, the other option, according to machine, is to go rook f7 check and capture f2. But then I imagine white captures this, and then strangely, remember I was talking about eliminating all the pawns on one of the wings, and now it seems to be the the queen side, the king side pawns, because yeah, no one wants to go king h8, right? So go king f6, and white should probably get the chance to take on h7. It's a crazy position, this one.
Yeah, the problem is, again, is that the rooks are so mobile. I mean, like even in those positions at the end, you have rook takes h2, the rook can swing over to a2.
Yeah,
it's...
the bishop is not anchored properly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It somehow other, you need that king to be on f4.
And a pawn on
On
f3, and none of your stuff be on the second rank, so it's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
easily targeted. Yeah, but it's too much to ask, I'm afraid.
Okay, but still, if he manages to get something like this, then there is hope.
There's
for
potential to
Parham.
save, I believe. Like,
Ooh.
it's very hard to imagine Parham winning.
Let's go down.
Big news.
Let's go down. Let's go down
Vidit.
because Vidit is. Whoa, he just made that move with
Whoa.
5 seconds remaining. This is a big time scramble because they're on move 30.
But yeah, but it seems he equalized or almost equalized on the position, right? So knight f4, bishop f4, e4, that's, well, it's only move 30. So there's still a lot of moves to make. So now you can't really take here because f3 check, I imagine.
So you have to go e5.
If you go e5, queen c6, then targeting this, and you go rook g1, right? Rook
Next
g1
move is
and
going to be
h4.
queen takes h4, followed by queen takes
h4 is
f4.
bad, right? And now, again, if you are computer, you actually find rook g3. It seems the only move to keep the balance, rook g3, and if white takes, you go g5. You are very brave from your own king. g5, queen here, and you go, once again, anything else loses, but you can go king g7.
Incredible.
And then I guess this queen is kind of locked out, and possibly you trade the queens, because this is like, you know, the pawn separated, you have a very good rook kind of anchored on g3 and potentially e3, but that's almost impossible to find, it seems.
Yeah.
Like it's not your standard moves.
Right, I mean, I would have thought that after e5, this kind of the queen going to c6. Once you see rook to g1, I probably
Some
would have
f3 stuff or...
f3, or I was thinking maybe move the queen over to e6, just to keep some contact with the e-pawn.
Yeah, right. So what happens if you go f3? F3, very simple. Queen takes f3, down the pawn. If we were to go queen e6, then white actually has rook f1, targeting this one. If you were to attack it again, then the rook f2, yes, slowly climbing up, and I believe at some point those pawns start falling.
And this is actually the situation, right? If after e5, queen e6, you just simply go rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1 in computers, like very optimistic about white's chances.
To save this game after e5, he has to find this incredible resource of going rook to g3.
So over there, and then rook g3 and g5.
And then g5. Yeah. No.
Not easy.
Not easy, especially when you've got 1 minute on the clock.
Not easy at all. So now Vincent Kayma is thinking.
And Vincent has just over 15 minutes. And he's the kind of player who likes to take his time, be as precise as possible. No need to rush things.
We have, well, just to mention, a result on board 12, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave winning against Maxime Rothstein.
And you know, in other news, it looks like 14-year-old Yazkan Adomush is going to win against Levon Aronian.
Well, on board 11.
On board 11,
I believe
yes.
they've already reached the time control there.
They have reached the time control, so there's no drama on this.
But there is drama.
There is drama on the board.
There is drama in Vaishali's game as well.
Okay, let's
Shall we check it again?
Yes.
Because if it's not over yet, it can be over any time.
Well, the first move to consider is queen takes knight.
So
and
queen here, and e4, and queen d7, kind of trying to use the pin. White went queen d2, knight takes. Whoa. And after rook d4, white has, very importantly, rook to c7. And this is it.
Yeah, you can't let go of the rook on d4, but then again, you can't
do anything. You can't do anything. So that's maybe your best hope, to take here and then take on, I don't know, b4 or e4. Anything's bad, right?
Yeah.
Take on b4, but then the knight jumps to like g5, and what did the rook f8? Okay, good luck surviving this.
Yeah. Oh.
There's a funny move here, by the way. Knight to h7.
What has she played?
Back to reality. Rook c7 played, and she has taken
on d7, and we have a result. Vaishali loses. Bibi Sara wins the game, and this means there is a new leader in the women's section. Katerina Lagno, 6.5 points, and now it is Bibi Sara and Vaishali at her heels with 6 points. So
it's
big things happening in the women's.
Tanzhongyi, half a point less. Well, Son, you've seen Son. If she wins, she joins the leaders.
Exactly. We might see a situation where Katerina Lagno, 6.5 points, 3 people snapping at the heels with 6 points if Song Yuzin wins. But
very impressive.
What a game. What a game from Bibi Sara. Very smooth, I would say. You know, got the small advantage, kept putting pressure on Vaishali until she cracked. A nice tactic there. And let's go to the open section and revisit those time dramas, because
yeah,
Vidit, did he find the only way to stay in the game? Well, Vincent
still didn't play a move. Didn't play a move. Giri Masudlo, I believe they are making moves there. No, Giri's thinking again.
Yeah, Giri's
move
thinking.
33.
Okay, so that gives us a chance to just peek in on the game between
Gukesh, yeah.
And Divya. Remember, this is our poll of the day. We're asking, who are you rooting for? Remember, now's your time to vote.
Wow, this is like the changes all the time. So Gukesh was much better, I believe, somewhere around this point when he had this a6 pawn. Or maybe a couple of moves earlier. Anyway, computer was saying, yeah, Gukesh is better. Here, by the way, Divya was better just a couple of moves ago because apparently she would have won the a6 pawn, king d2, now rook a6, rook f1, b4. b4 was not needed. Knight c4, letting Gukesh back in the game. So now black is a pawn up, but white certainly has compensation, like better pieces. Knight on c4, you can lift the rook to f5 and then opt for any of those squares.
Things are really not going Gukesh's way.
Yeah.
It somehow feels
It's
like he's
rough for him.
stuck
Yeah.
in his own head. Okay, so Divya a pawn up. Remember, if Divya wins, she'll become the first ever woman to
Defeat the
a
reigning world
champion in a classical game. And let's go back to the game between Vincent Keimer and Vidit, because we've reached that critical moment that we were addressing, where Vidit has to find
Rook g3, and he plays it.
He finds the only way to stay in the game. Queen takes h4 is going to be met by g5.
Queen h3 and king to g7. And then I'm not sure what white has to try. So white can try h4. And then, yeah, and I was right. You just go queen g6. Queen takes, king takes. And yes, you're a pawn down, but because your king is more active, your rook is more, well, technically you're 2 pawns down for a brief period of time, but you'll be capturing back one, if not both. And black should hold.
Mm-hmm. Oh. But,
great defense by Vidit.
And to see it with just seconds, right? Because he had just over a minute on the clock, and he had to understand that, yep, it was all about activity, and he needed that rook on g3.
So now Vincent down to 11 minutes, and he will be trying to find one of the lines where he can put, I don't know, put some pressure.
Right. I mean,
fit it into
what
trouble.
comes to mind is like queen to f5, queen takes pawn.
Queen f5. Yeah, well, by the way, queen f5. Now, I don't think you want to be g5 closing this rook, right?
Yep. Well, it's been a dramatic day so far on round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. So we're going to go straight to Charlize, live from the playing hall.
I'm here with Bibisara Asabayeva, who just beat Vaishali on the top board. Bibisara, everything looked calm and equal until it drastically changed. Tell us about what happened.
Yeah, I think I have some advantage after the opening, but maybe I am not play the best moves, and at some moment position was equal. And after c6, I also thought like that. And at some moment, I even didn't like my position a lot. But after d takes c6, queen c6, king g1, we exchange on b4, and maybe she can play b5 here. I'm not sure. But after knight c7, queen d3, d5 wasn't a great move, because after rook ac1, maybe it's equal, but with low time it's hard to play. And also I thought that I will again play the endgame with knight and rook with one pawn on the king side, but she didn't exchange the queens, and game went much faster.
In playing on board 1, in the open section we saw a quick draw, and it happens to be a thing with chess players of having quick draws when you're at the top to just play it safe. But was this your approach at all, or were you ready to win today?
Because on the top board, both opponents have 5.5. I have 5, my opponent have 6 points, so of course I will try to win, because, you know, we played on the previous Grand Swiss, and I also was one of the leader. And we played in 6 rounds and I lost, and after this my tournament went very bad. So I want to win this game this year.
Your first 2 legs in the Women's Grand Prix were very strong. Do you think that this experience playing at the top elite has helped you for a tournament like this in the Grand Swiss?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
And you have become a Grandmaster after Sharjah. So this is your first year as a Grandmaster. Tell me what life is like.
I think it's not my first tournament as a Grandmaster, because I played in USA at the Currents Cup, but I really like my title.
Do you think it comes with more pressure, or do you feel more relaxed?
I feel now more relaxed because in the previous tournament, of course, I think about norm, performance, and now I just can enjoy the tournament.
And final question, the women's circuit is different to the open circuit. You guys have different qualification paths. What do you think about that?
It's interesting, but it's a little bit hard for us, I think, because in the open circuit they calculate also open tournaments and something like this. But in our tournament, if I'm not mistaken, they calculate only women tournaments, and we don't have a lot of tournaments like men, so it's harder to qualify, but also have some chances.
Do you think open tournaments should be added to that?
I'm not sure, because then we will not don't know how to calculate this.
Yeah. Well, okay. Thank you so much, Bibisara. Congrats on your amazing win today, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
It's a tale of revenge for Bibisara as she wins against Vaishali and joins her on 6 points. But as we've seen in round 8, it's all about fighting for those key points. And we've got to head back to the game between Vincent Keimer against Vidit, because Miro, you got the prediction right. It's following the path that you demonstrated. The big question is, Queen to G6, will it be played? Yes, it was.
It was, and yeah, I just have to correct you a little bit and give credit where credit is due, because if players would be following my advice, I'd be worried. But I've shown this variation because Computer was recommending it as the kind of the most stubborn for black, and or actually keeping the balance for black. So Vidit deserve an amazing kind of round of applause for finding all of that, and Queen to G6, and now I don't think White can, or rather has ways to deviate from that line. So White has to take on G6, King G6, again H4 saying, well, can you try to kind of put the rook behind the E pawn? Maybe that could be your chance, question mark, because hang on a second, E6, Black still has rook E3, right? Rook takes, pawn takes,
King G1,
and King to G1, and King to F6, and I go here, he go here, and I go here, and it could be. Well, Computer tells me it's a draw, but then again, like when you go for it, you don't have the time to to calculate, and it can prove to be anything. I mean, Vidit for sure, he could be a bit worried.
Could he look at creating a second pawn? I mean, I'm just thinking going H5.
Oh, wait, takes rook E1.
And we have a result, a draw.
A draw
between Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. I mean, hats off to Pragnananda. He spent a lot of that game playing with just seconds on the clock, and he kept finding the most precise moves. And impressive preparation there from Richard Rapport.
Right, and Richard just offered a draw after King F3, which I'm somewhat surprised with, but apparently he did not fancy his chances.
But interesting again, Richard and Prag, they are part of the group that are now on 5 points, which means that they really need to get their winning shoes on.
So wait, so there's 3 rounds left.
Yes.
And we know
7.5.
8's very good, 7.5. It probably means a big tie. Okay, not big, but tie bigger than 2 golden tickets that you have.
They need, and also let's factor in tie breaks. Who's got the better tie breaks? And some people really might be in a situation where they need to win at least 2 of their games and perhaps draw. Yeah, it's not nice when you are in those must-win situations. And we have some players who, for them, it's all about getting that ticket to the candidates.
Look, we have a lot of draws though, Yomi. So Pranav Nepo on board 8 was a draw. Every Gaisi was a draw. These are though having a bit less points, right? Or what? I'm getting confused now.
So Aronian So all the players,
Aronian
Aronian has got 4 points, and every player that you mentioned there have 4.5 points.
Aronian is the first one with 4 points, but he's in a terrible position
against
Erdős. Wow, so all of those were on 4.5, that means 5. 1 for rest and Mamedyarov, by the way. At some point it looked
very
overwhelming advantage. Yeah, for 1 for rest. Did Mamedyarov manage to fight back? Well, perhaps a little bit. That's their position after 1 for rest has played his move 40. White is a pawn up, but you know, that's an H pawn on the board, and black gets kind of his pieces coordinated with 96 and so on. So I'm not as pessimistic. At some point, it looked like completely done deal.
And what about the endgame between Parham Maghsoodloo and Anish Giri? They haven't quite yet made move 40, and
so Mamedyarov at our screen, by the way, he looks too calm for the situation where he only has 2 minutes. I'm a little bit worried because there have been instances where, you know, your opponent makes move 40 and somehow, no, he does play 96. Somehow you think, okay, we pass the time control, and you forget that you also have to make move 40. You're right, Ivanka, let's go to Giri and Parham Maghsoodloo, or rather Parham Maghsoodloo with white against Anish Giri, because we are on move 37, Parham down to literally seconds. So king f6, white has played h3, rook a2, bishop h7, rook check. Well, you got to go to d4. That's what he does.
It makes a lot of sense, keeps control over the e5 square. So now I'm expecting a rook to give a check.
So it's either d2 or f4, right?
Right, because what black wants to do is just trade off a set of rooks. And the rook is so much better than the bishop.
So look, if I give this check, apparently it's quite important to go forward, not backward, because king d3 loses to rook e5, and then you're forced to trade the rooks. Yeah. So after this, rook f4, and it's already played. Now it's a very important moment for Parham. You cannot block the check, well, for an obvious reason, and you absolutely have to go forward. Have to go forward with the king.
And Parham, critical moment.
King d5 keeps him in the game. It seems that everything else would lose.
Exactly. Must keep control over the e5 square. The crowd. They can feel the tension because it's there. Just
seconds.
So close. He finds
king to d5. Right. So now that king to d5. By the way, like having the king on d5 after rook d2 check, you only have 1 square to c5. It's not like you're very safe there. Right. But after king d5, it's move 39. So Parham only has to play 1 more move. And interestingly, Yovi, computer doesn't see any way to trade the rooks. So it goes either rook to e8, taking care of potential breakthrough of the h-pawn, or goes check, king c5, and back to e2, or rook d8. We're in the sample line, rook d8, and then you drop the bishop all the way back, then you go h7, and you know, with the pawn on h7 being alive, you're really hoping to.
And if you harass the bishop?
With this rook, for instance,
f1,
e4, and I guess it's just like you have enough squares, right? And you'd be running here and there. Yeah, you cannot go to c2, I imagine. Well, you can, in fact, because after this check and king to b5, you can't really take it, because if you do, you cannot go back, right? I mean, yeah, you're not in time to stop the pawn. So rook c8, h8 queen, and it's a draw. Wow, what a tense position that one is. 2 more moves for Anish, only 1 move for Parham Maghsoodloo to reach the time control to get 50 more minutes to add it to their clock.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye on the game between Vincent Keimer and Vidit. And what has been played is a rook to e3. So after the trade of queens.
So Keimer with Vidit.
Vidit, very impressive how he's assessing these king and pawn endgames, which are notoriously complicated. And he's doing it quickly. Rook to e3. He's working out that white, for instance, can flick in h5.
h5,
Yep.
king h5, rook takes,
rook.
pawn takes. Where do you go? It's important to go to g1 because after that you might not like it.
Oh no.
yeah. So you go via g1 and then black goes king g6 and king f1 and king here and king here and you take and white takes. And believe it or not, but king d5 is enough for a draw. King f5 apparently loses.
What?
It's a gain. It's one of those like Schenkel and Firouzja positions. It's very easy to get fooled by the engine saying, okay, everything is a draw and so on. But then, in fact, you'll have to demonstrate. Like, for instance, king to f5, which seems quite logical, right? King f3, and now apparently somewhere you're running to a zugzwang.
And Vidit's wife, I want to say, is looking anxiously at Vidit. It's very difficult to be a supporter and withstand these moments of tension when the clock is ticking down.
Right.
You've been there, and it's difficult to observe your friends in this situation. And Vidit and Vincent are in calculation mode.
And he does go for it.
He does go
goes
for
h5. So king e3, h5. It's not like you have any alternative with black. You absolutely have to take this pawn.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just simply letting two pawns run down the board.
Yeah.
So Vidit, he'll be thankful. At least he has one easy move to make.
Yep, king to h5, and then, of course, Vincent, after sacrificing the h-pawn, we know what he's going to do. He'll take on e3.
And there's, remember, one trap for Vincent here. After the exchange of rooks, he has to step back with the king. That's very important, otherwise he finds his king locked in a cage after black advances the g-pawn. So,
This
comes a
would
moment
be
of
answered
truth.
by this, right. So king g1. Well, let's move 40, by the way. Yeah. So both of us need to be precise. And if this is move 40, and players don't have that much time, so I suspect everywhere else we've already reached the time control. So let's wait for this, for one more move from this players, king to g1. Then once again, for now, black's play is absolutely forced. King g6, king f1, king f5, king e2, king takes pawn, king takes pawn. And now c6 loses, Jovi. King d5 is the only way.
Which is really strange, because you'd instinctively head to f5 just to block out the white king. So why is king to f5 a losing move?
Why king to f5 is a losing move? Because king f3.
And then
and I say so as if I if I understood why is that. And he goes c6 and white goes c4.
Black doesn't have too many
probably
waiting
once
moves.
again, white has like a lot of waiting moves, right? So you don't want me to go to e4, I imagine. So you go here, and then I go here, and you go f6. Okay, this one I trust computer, which claims that white's winning. So white's faster with that one. So, and king f6, how do I win? King h5 and g3. Okay, g3 first. So therefore, apparently, in this position, you go there. Now I can't go to f3 because you'd go in.
And you're not in time. Can we just play out that race whilst the players...
Yeah, king d4, and you go there, and they go there, and you go there, and you can take, and you can take, And you have to go b5 now.
Could you not have taken the
b3 pawn you
pawn?
could, but
Although
I
there's,
just see it like
I'm
everything.
worried that
Yeah, like
checking
there's a bit, you know, the bit of danger.
and not
yeah, I thought
convinced.
d3, whatever. Yeah. Anyway, so basically, this one is kind of a race that white is not winning. So white could consider going c3, but then you go back to e5.
Vidit, sorry, not Vidit, Miro, just have a look at Vincent. He had, you know, his head in his hands, and he was on full calculation mode. He gave a nod. Perhaps he thinks that he can win this.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand the reason he poses here, because he could think of going g4, which is still a draw. So he gets kind of the same position, right? So king e3, but now it's an easy draw for black.
Yes.
You just shuffle, right?
Exactly.
You just shuffle. So king f1 is what he does. Now, very
important to delay.
Very clever. So king f5. Yeah, king e5 is correct. King e2, and then you take this guy. And this is where Vidit will have to sit and wait for 15 minutes to be added to his clock, and then to spend as much time as he needs to figure out the difference between d5 and f5.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely vital.
Absolutely, because the most logical, natural move in the position.
I agree. Is king f5.
You know,
king f5
just loses because the white king can snake its way round to the king side, and ultimately this endgame is going to hinge on white's waiting moves. White can wait with c4, g3, so many possibilities.
Waiting moves.
And it's black who has to give ground. Okay, now this is he's reaching for something. Mirror.
No. They're still here. They're still here. He's not making a choice. No.
Okay.
I'm ahead of the time. Yeah, of course you take on e5. Yeah, and already here he clearly kind of stopped. King takes e5.
Now king takes e3.
Now king takes e3, obviously.
Yeah.
And this is where
Vidit has to walk away, splash some water on his face, and go into serious
this is a very, very
calculation mode, because the only move to save this
is king to d5.
C6, can we just quickly show?
So c6 loses to c4 precisely because we don't have king d5 anymore. White takes control of the d5 square. So you go there, white goes there. And if you go back, it's once again some sort of a race that white wins. But I have a question. So how do we lose after that? Well, apparently the answer is very simple. G3,
D4.
you can't go back, so you have to go here, and then it's d4, and white takes and check, and king d5, and off you go.
And if the black king moves, you have to give ground, and you've got king to e4. So Vidit has to find the only drawing move here, which is to go king to d4. It's bizarre. And if you go king to d4, and if white goes c4, then at least
d5, c4, you go back.
Yes.
You know what? c4 wasn't a good move, because apparently now black is winning. Because you have a lot of waiting moves, but not the infinite amount.
Exactly. Now it's black who actually has the waiting moves. You can push the c pawn. So okay.
Anyway, let's check the other games and the stage they've reached after the time control. So
I can give you a result in the women's. It was a victory for 19-year-old Yuxin Song against Antonetta Stefanova. So she moves on to 6 points. That means we have Katerina Lagno in first place, and then 3 people: Bibisara Salbeva, Vaishali, and Yuxin Song on 6 points. And in the Open, we can give some quick status updates. because
A lot of draws.
a lot of draws.
A lot of draws, that's it.
But at the top, it's where the drama is happening.
So I have
Emmanuel
Mishra's
Mishra.
position on the board, and we can see him on a screen. He's calculating, but apparently there's not much to be done, and it's just a draw. By the way, yeah, his time display is obviously off, but that's how this digital board works. The moment he plays a move, and he just done it, and this should update the time.
Yeah.
So takes here, king g4, and
the problem is that
check, check, check is the problem.
yeah, I mean, and if white, I was going to say if white checks the king with rook a4 check.
You go back,
and then
and this
takes
one's
on.
hanging, yeah.
Right, and then
So you
on
take
a7.
black takes here.
Oh, hang on a second. What is this? King to e3.
King e3. Wow. Having said that it's an easy draw, I can see that now there's only one move. There's only one move, Yovi. So king e3, and imagine if you were to go here, you lose in a very peculiar way. There is king d2. You'd expect this king to run forward, right? But there's king d2, so it's a devilish trap. You attack the rook, and then you go check, and then you go rook c3. Well, so in fact, after king e3, the only move to hold for black would be king f5, and in fact, yeah, the king has to help rook to stop the c-pawn. After king d4, let me see. We do go king e6. Once again, it's the only move to hold.
Which is very, very strange. But here we'll see. Nordebek has to play incredibly accurately, now having to find this whole concept of dropping the king back to f5 and catching up with the c-pawn. But move 40 has been reached. And we're going to head over to Angelica. Angelica, what other drama has happened in the playing hall?
There is a true drama which happened between Amin Tabatabai from Iran against Alexei Shirov representing Spain. Here, as we can see, the position looks completely equal, but the game was a real roller coaster. We would like to start here because in this position we can see that white is preparing pawn coming to g6. So on that reason, a c5 was played. Now, distracting the queen from d6, queen takes on c5, and g6 was played, trying to open up the position on the king side. Pawn takes, knight d3 was a mistake by Shirov, because here, rook e7 is winning. The threat is in some positions to take on h7 with a pawn, in some positions rook f7, in some positions rook g7. So many strands in the position. And here, after king h8, Amin Tabatabai didn't find the winning move. Here, the winning move would be rook f7. Suddenly, there are many threats in the position. One of them is very beautiful. For example, if black would take on e1, there is a very beautiful queen h5. Queen cannot take the queen, there is a checkmate, there is other checkmate threatens, and if you play h6, you're losing the queen on c5. So, and after rook f7, if you try to defend the rook with rook a to h, then there is another double attack, queen h3, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn on h7. And if you are trying to remove your rook, there is just simple take on h7 and just checkmate in a few moves. So instead, he took on g7, and it was a losing blunder in this position. He miscalculated some of the lines. And here, after king g7, queen d7, now Shirov is winning. And in order to win here, he was supposed to capture the pawn on g6 and then try to escape with the king. But it looks pretty scary with all these checks coming in. Suddenly, rook is coming to e6. So it definitely was not a human choice. So he played king f6. One more check, queen e6. Apparently, still, black is winning this position. And after king g7, there was just a repetition here. So it was such a roller coaster. First, white was winning, then black was winning, and at the end, we have a draw by repetition.
Wow, I mean, that is really a wow kind of game. It's so crazy. And why I'm not surprised when Sheriff is playing that there's fire on the board.
Tabata Bay, also very young and sharp.
Totally. I mean, what a crazy game. Some beautiful tactics. I'm actually going to be making a note of that queen to h5 because that was chef's kiss. Thank you very much, Angelica. And the time control has been reached. We're going to leave you on some cliffhangers, some real serious ones. Vidit being in a situation where he has to find the only move to hold the draw against Vincent Keimer. We also have the same situation with Nordebek. We'll find out whether those two manage to find that path to the draw. See you in a few minutes. We are back in Samarkand for round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now, we just saw that there were some time scrambles. There were a lot of decisive games, but the time control has been reached. And one of those decisive games was Yazkan Edemus. He defeated Levon Aronian, and he's right here in the studio alongside Angelica, ready to share with us some of those key moments.
We're so happy to have Yagi Edemus in the studio. Huge congratulations on this beautiful victory against Aronian. Would you mind showing us some key moments from the game?
Okay, so I didn't prepare for this bishop b4. I prepared for knight f6. Yeah, after bishop b4, e5, c5, I thought maybe he prepared for this a3, bishop c3, bc3 stuff. So I thought maybe I can go for something not so popular.
So here you were already out of preparation.
Yeah. So I played bishop d2, but he also played very fast. I mean, probably he was knowing the line. Yeah, knight e7, a3, takes, b6. Yeah, both we played very good here, I think. Yeah, I push h5, h6, knight f3, rook c8. Yeah, everything is okay. g4. Queen d7, and here I couldn't find any plan. I was thinking to go long castle, but then he has queen a4, knight c6. Yeah, and I was looking also some short castle, but then I think my attack can stop, so I decided to play bishop d3 and c3 and just make short castle, king h2. Yeah, bishop d2, c d4, bishop b4, rook c4. I completely missed this rook c4, b3, d3 move. Yeah, I was very unhappy here. Yeah, you see it's just bad for white. So I have to defend this pawn, rook g1. He played knight a6, which I didn't like it. b3, d3, yeah, takes. So he played knight c5, b4. Yeah, I mean, he went for this, but I didn't like it, and engine also says that it's good for white. So yeah.
What was the final first mistake?
I think the first mistake was knight a6. Yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, knight a4, queen d2, and now my idea is to push g5. And if he plays knight a5, let's say, okay, let's say this. I mean, I want to show my thread. Yeah, just this. Rook g7, but he can take with the pawn, I think. Yeah. So okay, yeah, that's just nothing. But I just want to control that diagonal. So yeah, I played queen d2, played f6, knight h4. Now this g6 square is very weak. Yeah, I took this one. And now, of course, my king is not safe. I have to go king f1, king g2. Yeah, he played rook f7, I played rook a1. Yeah, queen c2. Okay, I was feeling that my position is very good here because of this knight. Queen c2, rook e2. Oh, it's a mistake. And what did I miss? Oh, just f4. Yeah, but this one looks tough because I can't play g5. Yeah. I mean, I didn't understand this, so I went for.
But he anyway made a mistake after.
Yeah. So I played rook e2. Takes, rook c3, played king g2 to activate my rook a3, rook e1, knight c3, rook c2, d4, yeah, takes. And here in the game I was thinking king h7 and rook d4, rook g6 takes, and I thought maybe he can defend that endgame. Okay, let me show. Yeah, okay, I still have some f4, f5, king f3. But I mean, maybe he can defend. I don't know.
Played e5.
Yeah, and now I'm just completely winning. a5. Okay, I just wanted to get some time. This one, yeah.
You were in the time trouble.
Yeah, I was in the time trouble. Yeah, played rook d7. Yeah, and if he goes here, my idea was to push f4. Or maybe rook d8, f4, I don't know. And now I want to go f5, rook d8, rook f8, and it's checkmate. So he played b5, rook d4, rook a3, and now rook c1. My idea is to give check, rook d8, king f7, and rook e1. So I think he can't prevent this. So he just sacked the rook. And now it's easy win. Yeah, rook e1, I just activate my rook. Yeah, king f1. I will go king e1, king d2. Yeah, he played g6 and rook d6. It's just, yeah, resign.
And I guess you had some ups like today, some downs like yesterday. Also, you had this long games against Notterbeck. How would you estimate your chess here in Samarkand?
Yeah, actually, I'm happy from my performance, but I think I should play a bit faster. Like, I mean, if I play faster, I think it will be much better. Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy from my moves. Yeah, everything is okay in this tournament.
And how special is Grand Swiss event for you?
Yeah, it's my first time, and this tournament is, I think, the strongest tournament I ever played in my life. So, yeah, I prepared lots before the tournament. Yeah, this tournament is, of course, really important for me.
Niemann, come here. Do you have any questions to Yagis?
Well, I'm kind of curious. You know, you mentioned that you prepared a lot. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about your daily routine? I mean, are you at school? Because I know you're only 14 years old.
Yeah, okay, now we are not going to school. So I'm just working on chess. We are doing some camps with my coach. And yeah, now I'm just only focusing on chess. But unfortunately, now school is start. When I go to the Turkey, I have to go to the school. Yeah, but still, chess is much more important than school for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're doing training camps, and what was your goal coming into this event?
I mean, playing good chess. Yeah, I don't want to qualify for. I mean, I want to qualify for candidates, but I think it's too early right now. I have still some years to qualify for candidates. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, well, good luck, and if you carry on playing like that, I mean, I'm sure you're going to be in the candidates
sure you will,
very soon.
Very impressive performance, and I'm impressed how younger chess became nowadays. If Yazkan says, I only have some years to qualify for the candidates, like, people were picking up the game in your age, so well done. Yeah. Well done, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a result. Yazkan Edomush beating Levon Aronian at the tender age of 14. I mean, it just sets the tone for this whole round. In the women's section, we had the big news that Vaishali lost her game against Bibisara Asabeva, and Katerina Lagno, with her victory over Maria Muzicic, leapfrogs over and takes the sole lead. But there's a three-way tie for second place. So still anything can happen in these last remaining games. And then when it comes to the open section, it was an early draw between Matthias Blubaum and Nihal Sarin. They're there on 6 points, but the group on 5, they are fighting it out tooth and nail to see whether they can join the lead. So we got to go to those cliffhangers. First up, Abhimanyu Mishra against Nordibek Abdusattorov. We said that king f5 was the only move, if we can go back to this particular position where Abhimanyu's tried the very crafty king to e3, king f5 being the only move to hold the draw. Of course, Nordibek finds it.
a4, king to e5, rook takes and rook check, and rook takes c6. So right. And yeah, I guess here it's really hard to come up with something with white. Yeah, because there will be checks. The rook will get in an active position to say like a2, attacking, keeping an eye on both pawns. And yeah, it's hard. So king g1, for instance, and I just want to go there. I guess in that case, black goes rook c3.
Gets the rook behind the pawn.
Yeah, and then rook behind the pawn, and also cutting off the white king. And
yeah, and you're going to get the rook behind the pawn regardless, because if white tries to be really tricky with rook h7, just say, no, instead of after rook c3.
Yeah, just a sec. Rook c3, king f2, yeah. Rook c6. Ah, you mean king g1, rook c3?
Yeah, exactly, rook c3. Now, if white tries to go rook to h7. I mean, first up, you go rook to c4.
Rook c4.
Once the pawn advances,
If a5, you go
get rook
there.
a5. You
Right.
get your rooks behind pawns. That's such a valuable rule in the rook and pawn endgame.
Something I wanted to mention here, that after rook a8, you would think of one last attempt that white has, and this is to get the pawn to a7, right? Where my king has to be on g7.
Yep.
So I have to go back.
Yes.
After a7, I have to go here. And now you can come with your king and take my pawn, right? Or hope to take my pawn.
Yes. But, you know, I was going to ask you about the saving resource, which is if the rook is on to go h3.
Well, you could, but you don't have to.
Okay.
Even without this pawn, like, believe it or not, it's a draw.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's what I wanted to show. Like, in this particular case, you can't even win the pawn. But if you were to win the pawn, let's say king g1 and somehow...
Yeah, let's just...
Basically, rook a3, king takes h4 is still a draw. It's still a draw because you just wait and there is nothing white can do. You can get your pawn all the way to the 6th rank and
this
black won't react.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need the f pawn to be able to win. So you get it on f6 and you disturb the king and then
Exactly,
you win
because
the
the king stands very well on g7 and h7 because unfortunately there is no I file because the rook needs to.
If the king is here,
exactly.
You meet. No. Okay, this particular case, it's actually a troll. This one because rook h8 would have been a win, but it's rook h1.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that when the king is on g7 and h7,
there is no motif of this 7th rank.
You can't get behind
X-ray,
the king and give that X-ray check. So.
Rook e7 played in our game. Rook e7 played.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so this is heading to a draw, but Vidit has just made a move, and it is not the correct one.
Vidit has played c7, c6, and now c4. c4 wins the game for Vincent Keimer. Anything else makes a draw, but c4 wins. Wow.
I'm sorry for the drama there.
And he didn't, well, he spent a lot of time with it, but apparently not enough. And remember we were talking, I don't remember if he was on air, or maybe during the break, that Nordieberg, it wasn't like, well, it was the only move to find, but it wasn't particularly hard one. In Vidit's situation, it is typically very, very hard to navigate this king and pawn endgames. Right. So now we know that c4 is winning, all the rest is a draw.
So the big question now for Vincent, can he find c4? The whole point is it deprives the black king of the
d5 square. Now, if you were to drop the, you can go b5. If you go to f5, white goes king f3.
This is important.
That is important. After that, you go to g4, you go to h5, and you go g2, g3. So you win the g pawn, you win the game.
And if just can we follow on just quickly? Just
at the very end?
Yeah, just to kind of demonstrate that after g4 by black,
you wait.
King goes to h4, and this is the point. Now the black king must lose contact.
Must move and loses the g-pawn. So c4, and we said, king f5, king f3. If black was to play g4, and I think we've shown this line, but it doesn't hurt to show it once again. g3, once again, you drop the king back, king f4 happens, white wins on a spot, so you're forced to go king f5, and white has the only but sufficient d4, and you can't do anything.
Big news. Vidit on the cusp of losing, but only if Vincent
finds c2, c4.
The only move to win. Okay, Vincent is going to be thinking for a long time, but this is his chance. It's a very, very complicated king and pawn endgame. Now, I also want to peek into our poll of the day, where we are asking, who are you rooting for, Gukesh or Divya?
The game is still going.
Still ongoing. But
Divya is a pawn up.
Stake here.
Divya is pawn up. I don't think she should be winning objectively, but anything can happen, it feels like. So white has 2 connected passed pawns. Black has 3 connected passed pawns. White king somewhat active, but also it's like immediately a lot of tactics.
Have you noticed something? Gukesh can't help himself. Like,
enter in those like crazy race positions.
Like, he was in it against Theodoro. He was also in one yesterday. Now he's in another one with Divya.
Right. But then where they go with the king, if you happen to go to d7, then it's a check. And you go to c8. Now g7 cannot be taken because knight b5. But I imagine, is c4 you guys move? c4, well, knight e6, computer thinks black is better. So I'm just like investigating, making reasonable moves and see if Gukesh can potentially get in trouble. Because it seems he can.
What about if instead of... So I was thinking king f8 feels a little bit passive, and plus you put yourself at risk of getting checkmated.
Well, king f8 apparently is the best move in the position, according to an engine.
I was going to say, don't do that one, because...
Yeah, well, rook 8 is not a checkmate because we have it under control.
Rook c6.
Rook c6, and then black goes check. And king moves. And now the pawn is protected, so you go king e8.
Yeah.
And it's still around equal somehow, which I don't quite understand. I believe like you go d4 and like white's a bit more active, and maybe you know, maybe that's why black's extra pawn doesn't really matter.
No, I mean, it's again, it's an endgame.
It's a very tricky endgame again.
I mean, I fully expect all 3 results to be possible, because when it comes to this particular endgame, it's the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. So that basically refers to how far advanced up the board they are, and they can get moving pretty quickly for Gukesh. So remember, that's our poll of the day. If you want to vote, now is your chance to vote. We'll, of course, be revealing the answer, because last time it was like neck and neck. 51% were rooting for Gukesh, 49% for Divya. Okay, so we just saw the drama that is the game between Vidit and Vincent Keimer. Let's revisit Parham Maghsoodloo against Anish Giri, because whoever wins that particular game will be joining the lead.
So there was if you remember, there was a dramatic moment on move 39 where Parham absolutely had to find this king d5 move, which he did. And from then on, the game went rook e8, bishop to b1. And yeah, the pawn's getting to h7. Check here, king to c5, rook f1, but bishop always seems to find the square on this diagonal. Rook c1, king to b5, rook c7, rook f5, king e6. And, well, computer really claims that this one's equal. And not because of any particular move, but I guess like the king is safe, the pawn will appear on h7, so rook g5 is good, rook h5 back is good. It's just a fine position. I don't think rook c5 is a clever idea now. Even then, it's only 0.3 in black's favor, imagine. Even then, I don't think white should play it, because we remember it was black's kind of idea to trade the rooks, but even if white plays rook c5, apparently black's not winning. Rook g5, computer claims to be the strongest.
Yeah, because that's...
You'll go h7, you'll be threatening rook g8. So at some point, black might have to kind of dedicate both of his rooks to stopping the h-pawn.
Yeah. But if you go king to f6...
King f6, I guess, well, h4. Good thing you have a lot of h-pawns. Right. Now, I thought this was a bit more threatening, like to go rook c3, attack b3 and h3, but apparently you go h7, and this pawn can't be taken, or can it? Check, king c4, rook h3.
You have rook to g8.
Rook g8, black goes king e7. Then now the h-pawn is stopped. This one's defended. I did not blunder bishop f5. And apparently still a draw if white just goes check.
And then you
go, say, to f6, and white just goes back.
Okay.
And there is no way, there's no, hang on a second. Can I do this? I go here, you go to g8, I go here, you go check.
Careful.
And I thought I go here, but then you... Oh, well, there's also rook b7. I've completely forgotten that. I found a very comfortable way of hiding. Yeah, like rook b7, king c8, and rook a7 has to be enough. Yeah, but, well, actually, black has to be very careful. Yeah, black has to be very careful. Anyway, it was a very silly line. But yeah, basically, rook g5 seems to be enough for a draw.
Okay, so it looks like this game is headed to a draw. Meanwhile, a game that is not headed to a draw is the game between Vincent Keimer and Vidit, because c4 was in fact found by Vincent. And as we see, the whole point, white has that waiting move with the g-pawn. And if the black king steps away, the white king will simply follow suit.
Okay, there's one more. Well, apparently it's important that white can, when he wants to, open the position with d4. Because I'm thinking of this line. So the king goes to f6, and he go to e4, and black goes here.
Yeah, but now here you have to be very careful with your waiting. You go wait with g3.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with g4? It's a draw now.
Yeah, because...
So king f6, and I was thinking d4, but then you take, king takes, and you go king e6.
Exactly, and you have that power after king c...
King e4, you go c5, and everything's symmetrical.
And
right, absolutely.
No way to break through.
Yeah, so we return to the moment when I played g4, and we go g3. So now, if black was to go g4, white doesn't need anything fancy, just king f4 takes the pawn.
Yeah.
So black has to act the same way, king f6, and now apparently white goes g4, king e6, d4, and now this one is a Zugzwang, because if you go c5, king e4, same position, but black to move. And if you were to move the king, say, to d6, that's c5, pawn takes, king c4, white's winning. The way white's winning is, I guess, this one, right? You create yourself an outside passed pawn, and then I don't think it matters, but basically you can go a5, king c5, and then you are closer to the g-pawn.
Yep. It's interesting because the vision that comes to mind actually was a children's program that teaches you chess, one of these DVDs. And the way that they taught opposition was with these two sumo wrestlers. And they were always just like looking at each other, and then the whole point is to get yourself into that space so you force the other one back. So it's really interesting. You know, you want to be looking at your opposing king, and you want it to be their move, so they step backwards or step to the side.
Okay, is there any chance that black will be in time in this race? So let's say...
Are you suggesting king queen endgame?
So yeah, precisely. So you go g4, king takes, let's say.
Yeah.
King, whatever it goes. Now.
You could take the a pawn.
Take. You go there. You go b5.
Yeah.
No. No. White is faster. White is faster. So after c4, yes, there's no way back for Vidit, who, well, defended brilliantly, and then on move 43 had only one move to make a draw, king to d5, and he couldn't find it.
It was a difficult task. And meanwhile, let's have a look at what is happening elsewhere. So we're seeing that the boards 3 and 4 will probably end in a draw. maybe we can go down, and I have a result for you on board 9. Jordan van Foreest
Wins against
he
Shahriar
wins
Mammadiyarov.
against Shakria, and that means that Jordan
Jordan,
had
5.5.
Five and a half, yes. He moves on to five and a half. That's some fantastic piece of preparation.
Kayma will be on 5.5 if he wins. And then those on 5 who'll make a draw, Firuja, Niemann, we suspect Mishra and Nordibek, as well as Masudlo and Giri, to all be on 5.5. So that seems, despite Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin made a relatively quick draw, they won't be called by anyone else. Because the only the person to win on the highest board is Kayma, if he wins, of course, and he had half a point less than his opponent Vidit.
Yep.
So it'll be same 2 leaders, but the number of people half a point behind will increase.
And moving over to the women's section. Well,
Yeah, any news there?
yes, there was a draw on board 5 between Harika Dronovali against Olga Giria. So that means that Olga, she was on 4.5 points. She moves to 5. And Harika on 4 moves to 4.5 points. So there's also a game still in progress between Dinara Wagner, as she seems to have really drawn the short straw here, as many of her games have gone right to the wire. She is losing
To Anna
Anna
Muzichuk.
Muzichuk.
So Anna Muzichuk eventually climbed up the rankings and tries to make a comeback. So if she wins, she'll be on 5 points. She won't be that far off, by the way. So 5 points with 3 rounds to go.
So there's
She
still a
can
chance.
still score. She can
needs to
score
win.
8.
She needs to win. Do you remember that situation with Vidit last
With the
year?
tiebreak.
Because her tiebreak.
Losing the
having
first
lost.
round, yes,
Exactly.
absolutely.
So she needs to rack up as many points as possible. And well, she's on her way to doing that, as she has a superior position. She's a pawn up,
Right.
and she has more time on the clock. So things looking very promising there. And we haven't just had this shake-up in the standings. We have a lot of beautiful games. And the game between Maxime Vacher-Lagrave and who was he playing? He was playing on board 12.
Was playing Maxime. It was the battle of Maximes. Maxime Ronstein against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave.
Yep. And that one actually was quite spectacular.
Let's check it, maybe.
Let's check it out, because we do appreciate the artistry of chess.
Wow.
And just move 32.
It's a checkmate, right? Right, that was the final position. So he was started as the King's Indian, I imagine, or no, it started as Maxime's attempt to play the Grunfeld, and then the anti-Grunfeld with f3, and we've gotten there, and this sharp Benoni-like position went on and on and on to move number 20. No, you said 32, right? Move 32, Queen d4, Queen c1, h4, and then Knight c2, Queen there, Rook a3, Bishop b5, King g1. And Black sacrifices the queen. Well, apparently Black could have won with Knight f3 even faster, but Queen a6, Knight a6, Rook a6, pardon, Knight f3, Rook e2,
Oh, nice.
Rook g3, forcing the king even further, and Bishop d7 checkmate. That's a beautiful checkmate to the king on f5.
Absolutely.
After a queen sacrifice.
Stunning game. Well, that seems like it's a good contender for our player of the day. Remember, we do choose a player of the day in the open and also in the women's section. And if you have any thoughts, now's the time to send us your suggestions. And what do you think about chess in general, Miro? Do you think it's a perfect game?
Do I think about chess, or what do I think about chess in general? It's a very hard game, Jovan.
Is it a perfect game? Would you change anything about it?
Would I change anything about it? I guess a little bit, but I don't know what. I'm just overwhelmed with the amount of opening preparation that we have, but then the Fischer random is too much for me.
Okay.
So I would alternate, the normal classical kind of chess position a little bit, or rules a little bit, so that...
Okay, what rules would you change in chess?
What rules would I change?
That is
You're
the
not
question.
allowed to play the Berlin. How
You're
about
not allowed to play the Berlin. That is the rule that Miro wants to see. Well, we asked the players, what chess rule would you change? Have a look at this.
What's a chess rule that you'd like to change?
No jeans.
I think maybe we can play the pawn for only once, like maybe we can only play e3.
Maybe the pawns should sometimes be able to move like 2 squares, so you can have like d4 and d6. I don't know how that would work, but yeah. Also, pawns capturing forward could make things interesting. I'm not sure how chess would be like if that were the case.
No, it's just a good game. Nothing.
Maybe chess would be more fun if we're not allowed to castle anymore.
There is a variant like that. Have you played it?
No. Sounds scary as well. I would rather not.
I think the game is perfect as it is.
Yeah. I like Carissa's response.
No, but
No casting. Have you played it? No.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a few. Okay, again, the perfectionists out there, the purists, do not get mad at me, but I do have some things that to me doesn't make sense. First up is en passant rule. Don't get it. Don't get like why you can suddenly like bypass like the normal rules of capturing.
Well, but you know the story. You just don't like the story.
I know it's because
okay, that's rule one.
Exactly. So for me, that's a bit strange. We've already discussed stalemate quite a few times.
Yeah, stalemate,
it doesn't really
fair.
make that much sense that stalemate ends in a draw. And what else is there? Also, this whole idea of promotion. Like, why should you be able to change the value of a pawn? And secondly, like, why does it have to promote to any piece that you like?
Interesting.
So anyway.
So you have to decide for yourself, Jovanka. Do you want to make a game less drawish or more drawish? Because some of your arguments that like, I can get behind, like no stalemate and decide stalemate, it loses the game. Yeah. It makes it like, changes the endgame theory quite a bit and so on. But then you want to strip people of a right of promoting the pawn. It's like, then what do you have to do to win a game then?
That is true. That is true. Like, I haven't thought this through, but I'm just pointing out the things.
Ideas, yeah, fair point.
That to me,
I had one idea once. Okay, it's not a very original idea, but basically, what if we could play chess without zugzwangs? So you are always allowed to say pass. I don't want to move, and you'd think, okay, it will change some endgame theory, but maybe not that much. And in fact, if you think of it, you cannot checkmate with the rook if there is no zugzwang, because you get me, on b8, your king is on b6.
Yeah.
And then, depending on where your rook is, an arm to move, right? If it's on the c file, I say pass. If it's elsewhere, go king c8. Yeah. If it's on the c file, I say pass.
Have you ever played this variant? I mean, I used to play this all the time when I was a kid with my brother. It's called refusal chess.
Refusal chess? Refusal chess,
So basically, for every move, you're allowed one refusal. So it's quite a good one. I recommend doing it. You just, is e4, d5,
to stop,
takes on d5. No.
No, you're not allowed to. On every move.
Yeah, just one
on every
refusal.
move.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, very good. Well, okay, what a day it has been. And we have Angelica here with us, ready to break down another fantastic moment.
We have here Rauf Mamedov, who won against Maxim Matlakov, and this was the position where still Maxim had a chance to get the better position. In here, after bishop h3, he should have continued like this, but there was a very nice trick. Rook is coming to g1. Now king has to step away, the only square on e2, and beautiful move here, knight d4 check. Now, the problem is, if you would take that knight, that poisonous knight, there is going to be rook b2, king e3, and checkmate on e1. What beautiful checkmate here. So for that reason, white would have to step away with the king to f2, and there would be reached this strange position after taking on f5, king e7, rook e5, and still white would suffer here, but the game would go on. In the game, though, rook c2 was played, and the beautiful c3 move was missed. Now, in this position, if white takes with the pawn, there is a nice follow-up. Knight a1, targeting the rook has to defend the bishop, rook steps away. Now, the other rook is entering on b1, king e2, another check, king of 1, and here in this position, knight c2. Now the threat is knight e3, and if you're playing rook e2 defending from the threat, there is a beautiful rook takes on g2. Now you gotta take, and after knight takes on e3, you cannot take because of the pin. If kings go to f2, you have knight e4, and suddenly everything is hanging. Now you're going to take on e2 and then on e5 and get this winning pawn endgame. In the game, though, after c3, bishop f1 was played, and it was not so eventful as in the lines, but after rook g1, king e1, simple knight e2 just sealed off the game. A beautiful victory for Rauf Mamedov with these very nice lines.
Yeah,
Angelica, I was going to say, I've changed my mind. I don't want to change any chess rules whatsoever, because if chess games can be as beautiful as this, I don't want that to stop. I mean, we've had such a really beautiful day in terms of the quality of chess. You've shown with us like MVLs, that king run to win the game. It's just been an absolute incredible day of chess. I love this.
And it's round 8. We're approaching this final finish line. I think all the players want to give it all and try to show their best.
Absolutely. You've got to finish with a flourish. Thank you very much for showing us the absolute beauty of a tactic. And yeah, well, we have that situation in the open section where the players on 5 points, they are desperately trying to eke out a win, but it doesn't look like they're going to manage to do that, because I'm looking at the game between Abhimanyu Mishra and Nurbek Abdusattorov, and I'm seeing that this is simply a draw. The black rook is going to go to the 8th rank, blockade that a-pawn, and then the black king will catch up. Have they agreed to draw?
No, it's move 60. I think that the Mishra player is planning on continuing playing, even though, yeah, you're absolutely right. Black's plan is crystal clear. Go there, bring the king, take the pawn. But yeah, they've reached move 60. They needed a second score sheet.
Well, they might as well, having got this far, play it out.
Well,
now,
theoretically, the rook to h8, which is like the most natural move in the position. But yeah, interestingly, if you were to give a check and to go there, you'd lose. a7, rook goes, and king to no, not king 2, but rook a5. You cut off the king, and after king d4, you're just in time with king b3.
Okay, well, that's a very instructive twist.
Yeah.
In general, don't check your
unnecessary,
opponents into the right direction. And
so king
black
d4.
King. So this is also a kind of perfect demonstration of opposition. You know, those two
c4
sumo wrestlers are staring at each other, and now
b2, b4.
King is going to come to b4.
Rook back to a1.
This is the points.
There were still some tricks, but apparently not in this position. Yeah, you just go king b5, king b3, king b6, and the very next move, yeah, king b4, Mishra. Kind of plays it out till the very end, rook a7, and now what do you do? Do you trade rooks? Yes.
And king v king, handshake, and a draw between Abhimanyu Mishra and Nurbek Abdusattorov. In the end, it was a bit of a topsy-turvy game, and we see Grishik coming in, asking a few questions. It was an interesting opening where Abhimanyu Mishra had the advantage.
Yeah,
didn't quite find the right moves.
Later on,
then
it was
transferred to Nurbek, but in the end, I guess it was just a fair result, a draw. So that means that those two players, they are now on 5.5 points. And our attention falls to board 4, where Anish Giri is trying to press home an advantage against Para Maksudlu.
That's one of those lines that we were looking at. Remember, where black would go after white pawns, h7, check here, rook h3, and white goes rook g8. Rook f8, and now...
Oh, can we just show why you can't go rook takes rook?
Yeah, rook takes rook,
a bit of a nice
would be bishop d5, yes, and then promotes, yeah. Rook f8, and, well, in fact, it's not the end, right? It's not the end, because you can't immediately force a draw, I imagine. Wait, if I give a check, and you'd go to e7, and I'd give you a check, and you'd go to d6, and I'd go back to g8, I would actually lose, because now, guess what? My king is nowhere near safe. So it is a draw according to the machine, but it's nowhere near easy. You have to give a check, king e7, and then I guess king d5 is what you have to do?
Yeah, you have to make sure that your king is...
King d5, and there's no check here, no check there.
Very difficult, actually.
Only then, after, say, a5, this is where you go check and back to g8, and apparently black cannot do much. Still not forced to repeat, I imagine, or no, or easy.
Well, one thing that you can do as white, so you were coming up with what move after rook f8. Can you give a check
on g7?
No, I want to give a check on d5 with the bishop.
Over there.
Yep.
Rook f8, check on d5 with the bishop, but then h7 is not defended, right?
Yeah, and then rook
so you go
g7.
there, rook g7, and they go king d6, and you can give one more check.
Yeah,
maybe you're right. And king goes here, and you give one more check. No, and that's too much because rook f5.
Yeah, no. I think I'm doing what I advocated not to do, like driving the black king where it wants to go.
So it is quite a tricky. This is quite a tricky position still to like guarantee, or not guarantee, but like comfortably make a draw. One has to go check, and I think king d5 is crucial.
Okay.
King d5 is crucial, and then you'd be able to repeat. So still quite a task for Parham.
Definitely quite a task. And just to remind you, let's also go to another game between Kaima and Vidit, because they've reached the position in our analysis where g3 is one of the key ideas to win. You can also win with going to d4 immediately, but...
Oh, well, d4 immediately also wins, right? With the king on e4, yeah, you should be winning. So, but don't go g4, right? Don't go g4, because then king f6, d4 takes, and king e6. So now your c5 would be answered with b5.
Yep. Okay, well, we do have a poll of the day, Mira, where we are asking, who are you rooting for in the match between Gukesh and Divya? Remember, still time to vote. I can give you the current votes so far. 48% now are cheering for Gukesh.
And 52 for Divya.
52% for Divya. So let's check in on that game and see
it is on our board.
Happening.
It is on our board. And after... What was it? I remember we've seen it here. King to e8 was played by Divya, giving the g7 pawn. Wow, by the way, she did miss a chance, because apparently she gone g6. She gone g6. Black would be better. So she went knight to e6 check, king c4, knight f4. Allowing a check on g7, and then the rook went to b5. I don't quite pick up on this. I believe black can simply take on d3. And now after rook f5, all we have to do is to go rook g3, attack the knight, check here, then go on a square where you can get checked. So you go c8, I guess, or c6. Can you go c6? Yep. Rook takes knight, yes, you end up pawn down. Okay, that's my fantasy variation. It's too far away from reality, but yeah, it can happen. So after rook b5, I'm suggesting Divya can, if she wanted to, take, no wait, rook b5, that's the position, yeah, she can take on d3 if she wanted to.
She can?
Yep.
Okay, so just run through that again. So if you were to go rook to f5.
Rook f5, there's rook g3,
and that's
attacking
enough.
this guy. Yeah, now I've realized you could try knight h5, but then there's rook f3, and after rook f5 you have knight g6. Trick. So rook takes, and there's a check. Yep.
Wow. So looking like Divya, by capturing that pawn on d3, can secure herself a draw.
Absolutely.
And a draw against the reigning world champion.
It's quite impressive.
Result.
It is quite impressive.
Actually, our audience in chat, I mean, they seem to have figured it out, you know, because the support for both players has been so incredibly tight. 51%, 49%.
So draw seems to be fair.
Exactly, so draw keeps
seems
everyone happy.
Yep. So most games in the Open on top 20 boards, well, I'm just misclicked there, they either finished or will be finishing soon. By the way, Maksudlu did play this check on king d5. Sorry for switching the analysis board to Parham and Giri. I imagine Kaima and Vidit. I'm not sure about the result yet, but I'm sure this game will be finishing anytime soon, right? It's either Kaima finds the win, which
and
seems,
Vidit will just resign.
right.
And he seems to be finding it, like king e4, king e6. No, he's thinking. And
then there's...
Hey, by the way, look. Divya has played.
Divya has played.
Rook f5 was a very quick response from Gukesh.
Rook f5, very quick response from Gukesh. You can also go rook f3, apparently. I just thought rook g3 would be, you know, would be a bit more forcing even. So a check. Now, of course, like computer's funny sometimes. Yovi says, yeah, why don't you blunder a fork? It's still a draw. King d6, and then it's a check. And you go king e6, yeah, and knight g3, king g7. So I've explicitly said, like, I was looking at this slide, I said, after rook f7, it's very important not to go to d6. I said, go to c8. Yeah. Any move, literally.
Anything will
Any move. It seems like any legal move in this position makes a draw.
Yeah. And these two actually have known each other since they were children. And you can see videos of them on YouTube, you know, giving interviews when they were so
10,
tiny.
11.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I guess in a way, it's nice, but for Gukesh, it's been
a struggle.
event to think over, I would say, and to kind of understand exactly where it went wrong. Now the big question is Black gonna blunder with king to d6?
I'm wondering if there is like really the way to go wrong somehow. Say king c8, what it takes to lose this position. Say knight f5. Now obviously, like if you go for the rook endgame, there's not much to discuss. Yes, and knight f5, for instance, and rook. Don't know where the rook's going. Well, rook g4. You take this guy, right? Could it be them ending up being down a pawn, by the way?
Well, I'm worried that it's going to be a situation, if you go with the king to c8, where you leave the h pawn, you don't bother winning that one, and instead you just try to advance.
Yeah, so some sort of checkmates, buttons, She went to d8, but in a way this is a kind of a similar situation, I'm thinking. Knight f5. Now, well, it's a better situation that now you can play rook h3 with my king on c8. This would have lost the game, knight d6 check. But still, king cut off on the last rank.
Yeah, that's
There's
not ideal.
a tiny bit of tension.
She's got some plans, right, of going the knight to e2. So, okay, I know it's Gukesh to move.
Knight e2, king d5, and tell me you like this pawn, because after king c6, white actually wins.
And
now, I made you to take.
This checkmate has a name, with a rook on the d7.
Yes.
Do you know the name?
No.
It's named after the author of The Art of the Attack, Vukovic.
Vukovic.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, seriously, this one does make me surprised, because you've mentioned yourself the knights were moving like the knights in kind of prehistoric Satranj time chess, and the rooks were moving like the rooks. So I would expect it to be some sort of like Arabic chess mate, checkmate 2,
that
whatever.
was devised in the 15th century. Yeah, but it's not.
Vukovic.
It's from I think this book was released in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe this checkmate has been around, and since he wrote such a popular book, well worth actually reading, that people wanted to honor that.
Yeah.
By the way, d4 has been played by Vincent Keimer. I mean, they've gotten to this situation where Vincent has gone, there's g3, stuttered his way to g4.
So he went g3, king to f6, g4, king to e6, d4. Yeah, poor Vidit doesn't have any options.
Yeah. And this more or less means that with a loss, I mean, it was like what you were saying earlier on, right at the beginning. You said it's very important not to lose.
Yeah.
You lose, and that's it.
He's on.
You're out.
He'd be on 5 out of 8.
5 out of 8.
No, he's not like out, but he'd need, like, in order to qualify, he'd need to win 3, very likely. And meanwhile, it seems Maksudlu and Giri have finished their game, yes, and it's a draw.
Maybe we can backtrack and find out exactly how
So check here. Rook to g8, rook f8, bishop g6, and king d5. After rook f6, h8 queen. So Giri theoretically gets an extra pawn in a rook endgame, but yeah, you can't really win this one.
Yeah.
So it's a draw. It's a lot of draws on top 10 boards. The exception being Keimer beating Vidit, and on board 10, the game we never spoken about, but Yu Yang-Yi is playing against Nicholas Theodora. I believe they're on like less points, but it's no, Yu Yang-Yi and Nicholas Theodora on 4.5.
So
4.5. So that's actually quite an important game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that there were so many
games that we were torn. Yeah, they were torn from one game to the other. So I suggest we wait for this game to finish for Vidit. And then we decide what we do next, because
we've got to cover it.
Of course, but I mean, if it promises to be a long game, then we'd have to take one more break, I guess. I mean, it doesn't make sense to take a break right now when Vidit's game can be gone any time soon, right?
Yep.
D4 and there's simply no resource.
Someone who's going to lose any time now, Dinara Wagner. Is
in the women's section completely
lost. In time trouble, and Anna Muzichuk, if you were to go to that position.
Yeah, just quickly try to. Oh well, so that's move 71 for Anna Muzichuk to make. Both of them are on seconds, but well, does it mean you can go B1 check, right? King D3. I know B1 check.
Oh, she's planning on.
Now I would take, go king c2, and then take the pawn. Right. So instead, what you got to do, rook b3 was played, and this loses the advantage, Ivanka.
Wow, okay.
King c2, brilliant move. So she thought she's forcing the knight to b1, Anna, but now Dinar can find, if she can find, and she does.
King C2.
King C2, brilliant resource. So black was winning with King C3 or King D3 going for the checkmate threat. So King D3, if you were to give a check, King C3 now, no checks here, and then, yeah, if you are taking the pawn, this is where, I believe, oh no, that's actually, now for whatever reason, I see the reason why it's winning. Because you force the king to e2, and now you have the knight g3 check. It is a study-like win then, but rook b3, what's happening? King c2, knight d2 now. Wait a second.
And you're not going
now it's an easy, now it's an, well, I don't want to call it easy, but now it seems like it's an easy draw for Dinara. Just take the knight.
Could you not also go knight b1, just to have some fun?
Knight b1, yes.
Knight takes,
and I guess if knight takes knight, you take
rook.
King takes rook, and then knight d2, and this is the last trap you fell for.
Oh, well
Here,
done.
and knight c4, and I imagine Anna calculated the pawn angle.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, yeah, king takes d2 plate, so now you have to take the rook, the knight pawn with the rook. Then white goes here, and then what do you do? You can't stop, you can't save the f-pawn.
No.
Simply can't save
and
the
also,
f-pawn.
if you go like any flashy moves, like rook to b3.
Rook b3,
go
king b1. And this one will be lost, right?
Yeah, and this is exactly what has happened. King takes knight.
Rook b3, and Anna Muzichuk, who seemingly had an overwhelming advantage, like for most part of the game, all of this endgame anyway, and now king b1, and there is just no win. There's just no win.
But, you know, we've got to say something about Dinara, you know, because she was drawing in a very long game against Katerina Lagno.
And eventually, yeah.
Yesterday, she had a super long game against Tan Zhongyi. She lost it. And now, it looked like she was completely lost.
And she gets rewarded for like being a fighter. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because here I don't even see a chance for black. Like, how do you even keep the game going? White's going to collect your f5 pawn, and then white's going to go after your b2 pawn. I mean, you could do like, no, it doesn't help you. Yeah, white can take on f5.
Yeah, you can throw in rook a3.
I like king c3 here, rook a3.
and just
hope
for anything other than rook c5.
So again, and theoretically, white has only one move that saved them.
But it's enough. It's enough. And, you know, someone who unfortunately will not be saving the game, because this is a draw.
That's a draw already.
Let's move on from this one. Let's go back to the game between Vincent Keimer and Vidit.
That's the position. That is the position that I think we've seen in one of our analysis lines. So Vidit captured, king takes back, king d6, c5, king c4. Nothing you can do.
Nothing. Okay. Yeah. And the thing is, the black king has to step away from the pawn. So can you race it?
Can you race it? Not a thing. b4.
And of course, white wins that.
A b4, king b4, king g4, a5, king moves a6. Yeah. Compi was giving some funny line here, like going to e4, and then I know b4 still wins. Like, I just saying that computer was going king c4, and I thought, well, could it be like any clever? No, but b4, a b4, king b4, king goes to d4, a5, check. And now, Yovi, it's your moment to shine. Because apparently the move is like, you would think, yeah, like white's just fast. Apparently this is the only move where white wins king a3, which is not super, yeah, like you wouldn't go under check, right? But still, king a3, and this is it, right? King d5, otherwise, yeah, white's just faster, king d5, and then you
start going king b3.
I guess king b3, and basically, once again, it comes to these pawns getting exchanged, and because white had this outside passed pawn, he will be the first one here to collect the g5. That's a very long endgame.
Absolutely, and you just missed on the camera the eyeballing that the two gave each other. Like Vidit looked at him like, and Vincent looked and said, yes, it's winning.
It is winning. Yeah. It's too late. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, it happens in chess when like the penny drops and you realize that you lost it. You look at your opponent and you're just like, But all's fair and fair in chess. So let's again take a peek back to the game between Gukesh and Divya. It's a rook and knight against a rook.
So the game's not over.
But okay, there's a presence of a pawn on h6.
Which allows this game to go for prolonged kind of,
Yeah. But okay, is there any way that white can make use of this, try to get into one of those stalemating positions?
I guess, so that
King d6, well, now there's a big threat of rook a8 checkmate. Divya will have...
That's a very serious threat. I agree.
Hang on a second. Okay, can you go king c8 and that would be the wrong direction? No.
Any of the two seems fine. Any of the two seem fine.
As long as the king runs, everything is good.
King e8. All right. So I'm thinking, how do we make use of this extra pawn? It's hard to do, seriously. Like, it's hard to do.
Can I just tell you a fun fact?
Yes.
In the women's section, there are 2 games ongoing. And both of them involve a rook against a knight.
Rook against the knight?
Yeah, serious.
No pawn. Rook against the knight, no pawns.
Rook against the knight, no pawns. No
Wow.
pawns whatsoever. And the first one is between Fatilieva and Liu Miaoyi. And then the second one is between Hamdamova and Danielian. I mean, what are the odds on that? And even better, they're playing on boards 8 and 9.
So two boards back to back.
I mean, I don't know, maybe if our cameras could catch a glimpse of like whether they're playing right next to each other, rook and knight. Have you ever had that before where you've had like the same position?
Same position and
the
one next to the other. I don't think I well, other than like, matching openings, of course.
Yeah. Okay, here we have them. And we already see a conclusion of the first rook and knight. And that was a draw between Danilova and Danielian. And now this one
here
between Liu Miaoyi and Fatalieva.
Right, of course, I mean, one can try, but there's not much.
Yeah. What a shame that they're not sitting next to each other, Miro.
Yeah. Right, and we...
camera view, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so this is going to end in a draw, barring
we believe, it's going to end in a draw. And Gukesh Divya should end in a draw, I believe, right? Gukesh Divya should end in a draw as well, but yeah, it can last for quite some time.
Yeah, it's gonna. When was? Okay,
it's still early. I mean, they've just like
also because of the
3-4 moves ago. 3-4 moves ago, the c3 pawn.
Okay, so do you think it will break the 190 record?
Impossible.
Impossible. I also think it's not possible as well.
No.
So, okay, let's again go back to the fascinating, super instructive endgame between Vincent Keimer and Vidit.
Wow. Can we just stay here for just a tiny bit? Because now rook c6 was played, so at least I see where he's going. He wants knight e5 and knight to f7, right? But the problem is that, say, black was to move h5, and then you go knight e5. And I can pin the knight, and there is no way to make progress. There's still no way to make progress.
Mm-hmm. Do you know the positions that are winning for white? Well, are winning.
And it has to be like you have to get the king on like g8, white king on g6. You have to do a lot of stupid stuff with the defending side. Have to do. So then it's almost like, I think it's very similar to how you lose Philidors in rook and pawn versus rook.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to allow this, and then your rook is passive. So it's basically, it has to be, say, this position, and I've threatened you a checkmate, and you went with the rook on the 8th rank.
Yeah.
And even then, it's not easy, but there are winning positions. So if you stay like that, if you are not getting checkmated in one, wait a second, she went rook to d7.
Oh.
Which is fine, I guess. But also, I mean, just to mention that, somewhere here, I imagine the H. Okay, I don't know how it happens. Basically, what I want to say, that if you were relying on stalemate ideas with black somehow, now there are no stalemate ideas because there is an H pawn. But rook d7, she goes rook c7. So she wants to go there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and rook c7. And these two, as I mentioned, have known each other for years and years, since they were kids. Take a look at this. This is from an interview.
Very principled rivals.
When they were 13 years old. You can also see Leo Mendonca there in the background. There's also like very nice pictures of Divya with Nihal Sarin as well. I mean, it's so nice that they're part of this generation of chess players that are just completely rocking the world. And Divya, World Cup winner. Gukesh, world champion. It's not been a tournament that he wants to remember, but nonetheless, it has provided us with this rather entertaining game.
Right. Meanwhile, Kaima and his official has won against Vidit.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the finish of that game.
Knight f7. Now black has the only move not to lose. King c8. Let's take a look at the finish of Kaima versus Vidit, right? They've played it all the way through. In fact, they've played it all the way through. That's the final position. So, yeah. Vidit's disappointment is understandable, so that he kind of played through all of the moves.
But for Vincent, a very important point, you know.
Very important win.
Up to 5.5.
So that means
points.
5.5. And with 3 rounds left, he needs, we figured, like at least 2.
At least
2 out of 3. At least 2 out of 3. But he still can.
Mm-hmm. And the players just analyzing, perhaps considering that king and pawn endgame, which was very, very complicated. Only one path to the draw for Vidit, and that was playing king to d4.
Over there. Mm-hmm. So out of 3 moves that you would consider to be like king d5, king f5, and c7, c6, only king d5 would have made a draw.
And by the way, the game in the women's section between Fatalieva and Liu Miaoyi,
it's finished.
The second rook versus knight game was a draw as expected.
So you're telling me the women's section is done, or there are some ongoing games?
No,
No.
Everything has been completed. So yeah, it was a sensational day. But there might not be any remaining games in the women's sections. But the two women playing in the open section are still going on. We see Divya playing Gukesh, but Garyashkina is still very much playing as she plays. Who is
with Daniel Yufa on board 52. I've seen her position was, like at some point I checked Garyashkina, and I believe her position was winning. But I don't know since what happened. So that's the position from the game Alexandra Goryachkina against Daniel Yufa.
Yeah, but it's not an easy rook and pawn endgame because black is also going to get motoring with their pawns.
Yeah, fair point. Like you would want to promote the g-pawn, and obviously black will have to sacrifice the rook, but then, yeah, the pawn's going to go forward. So I guess you can say it's quite a tricky endgame.
One endgame which we haven't really looked at, but we definitely need to check out, is between Yu Yangyi and Nicholas Theodorou. So they're playing on board number 10. Both players are on 4.5 points. And it does look like it is fizzling out into a draw.
So we just found Goryachkina's game with a camera.
Let's actually stick with Goryachkina, because this is actually quite a tricky position.
3.5 minutes. It's only move 50. It's only move 50. And for what I know, there is one, computer tells me this, there is a winning move. There was a winning move, rook h5. I imagine if the king has to go back, you kind of slow black down, and then you go like kind of to promote the pawn. So the move Alexandra played, king to h7, allows black to move forward, and it could be
enough.
Could be enough. I'm not sure.
For instance.
So you go there. Or what did like g8, I think should be a relatively easy draw. You just take, you go
C4.
both c4 or d3. Both c4 or d3, like you
Maybe
go d3.
c4 is incorrect. No, c4 is fine.
c4 is fine as well. c4, what would you do? Like,
Yeah, rook c2, you just go king to d3, followed by c3, and all good.
All right, rook c3, can you go d3? So that when it takes, it's d2.
That you can do.
And all of a sudden you
blundered.
You get interested in playing this game on with black.
Okay, so definitely not rook c2.
It's king h7, d4 is good.
So d4, when you were suggesting king goes to g6?
No, I wasn't suggesting. I mean, I'm lost by now. So that's computer that was suggesting that you can go to g6, and now I just don't understand what's happening. d3. So now rook h8. You'd take on b2, and then it's once again a draw because of rook g2. So computer wants and claims it to be, believe it or not, claims it to be the best move in the position is to go b4, the move that I would never, ever, ever consider going like that.
I don't understand that one, but what is the plan? C takes b4?
Like if c takes b4, I imagine rook h8. And then you give a check, and the king kind of crawls back, and you run out of checks eventually. The pawn stops you from. So I was not sure if you take with the rook, but then apparently king f5 is quite strong. So the move to play is d2, where you take, king takes, pawn takes, and it should be a win according to the table base. So
the pawns can just run up the board, right? And the black king can't catch.
Yeah, I guess.
Be careful, okay, king goes.
Yeah, you'll have to take, right? Because rook c7, this king h8. So you can't really do much. Right. So b4 is a win. Incredible.
But he's actually played c4, so there is no b4 in the air.
c4.
That might be more precise.
Again, g8 is, we know, is a draw, but again, apparently, king g6 is winning, which is very hard for me.
Because he just wants your rook h8.
Wait, but why didn't we go king g6 here if
Exactly.
he wanted to?
Well,
Yes, king g6 was easier winning. But then if she went king h7, it's so hard to go king g6 now, right?
Yeah.
Because you feel like it's a tempo-oriented position, and you just went king h7, and black made one step further, you know. So one thing is, of course, like having the engine and even access to table base so I can look smart. But like when you play it, you try to follow, you try to do logical stuff, right? So we've already went to h7.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess g8, if she goes g8, it's relatively easy draw.
Well, she's thrown in a check.
She throws in a check. Now, where the king's going. So I imagine if the king wants to go in towards this pawn, then what do you do?
King G6.
Again, king g6 is winning. And if this, you'd win with rook c3. And then you cut off the king of the b pawn.
Yeah.
d4, you always take the c pawn, sack the rook, and the b pawn
Let's
promotes.
just put that on the board. So
Yeah. So this, and then white goes and wins the rook, and is ready.
just as long as you're ready to cover
Yeah, you go here,
rook.
you sack the rook, and you go
And then you're
b4,
gonna
b5,
go
b6.
b4. Very important.
Right. So after this check, so king d2 loses. What doesn't then? Like king d2, hang on, king g6. Can I do something else? Or there is no something else? I almost feel like in some cases I'm not in
It's rook
time.
h8.
Right. No, but I was looking at I'm just like not in time. I don't know how this happens, but let's pretend this happened. And then I take on h8 and I survive because of the c pawn. You know, but that's a bit far-fetched and it'll never materialize. So check, but Yufa then has 16 minutes, and we, as much as we like this endgame, we should probably check, check Divya, check the...
I'm keeping an eye on Divya's game. It's no real progress from Gukesh. I'm expecting moves like, the knight to come up forward, but the problem is that the rook can always give a check.
It's
and
either
Divya,
give the check or pin the knight.
Exactly, and Divya has kept the adequate distance so that she's always able to give a very satisfactory check to the white king, whether it's from the horizontal, from the side, or whether it's from behind. And I'm also keeping an eye on the game on board 10, which looks like that will finish anytime.
Seriously?
Well,
shall we literally just check it, because it could be too late?
well, I think it's going to be one of these. Hang on a second. Would you press this one? A bishop and knight versus a bishop.
I don't know what you can what you can press.
Hang on a second. You're the man who's
Press on
worked
a-
with the table bases. Tell me about this bishop and knight versus bishop.
Easy draw.
Easy draw.
Easy draw.
Would you press?
No.
No.
I mean, okay. I mean, yes. If you are irritated, maybe you play like 5, 10 moves,
10
whatever.
moves, yeah.
Against the knight, Yes, because there are certain positions that knight and bishop against the knight, because you can kind of catch the knight, right, with the bishop, and especially bishops of the same color. The opposite color, there will be some, study-like exceptions. The king is in the corner, and then you know.
The bishops are of the same color.
The bishops are of the same color. So what can you do? I'll just put my king in the corner, opposite of the corner of the bishop, and then I offer you bishop trade all the time.
Okay, so I will predict that there will be some moves played, maybe 20 moves. What do you think?
Simply because of how important that is, right?
But also because I feel like we have to liven things up here. We have to have something to cheer for. But this rook and pawn endgame, definitely the most fascinating position that we have. A lot of very instructive moments, getting that king to g6 at the right time. The king steps into the middle, but
so e4, point of going to e4 is that apparently he'll take that one, right? So now if the king goes to... So now apparently the only way to win, I don't know the only, it's not the best engine there, but king g6 is still winning, basically. King g6 is still winning. Anything else, I seriously doubt it.
Yeah. It feels like king to g6, unless you want to do rook. You know something? If you went rook c3, you might find...
No, but here it's rook takes b2. Rook takes b2, and then you promote into a queen. Actually, if you promote into a queen, I think you barely make a draw. But, yeah. No need to do it. There's no need to do it.
No, there's no need for any fancy stuff. And again, just a reminder of the move counter and the clock situation.
Move 53 for Goryachkina to play. And about a minute.
Under the minute.
About a minute left. And she went with rook h4 check. And
now the black king comes forward.
You have to go to d3. And then king g6 is no longer winning because of rook g8. And now, remember the trick. So there was a check, and after king d2, we were cutting off the king with rook c3. But now, after this check, black king's going to go to c2. And this would be it. And then black sacrifices the pawn for the rook for the pawn, and then, pushes his passed pawns and eventually makes a draw.
Well, I can give you an update in the game between Gukesh and Divya.
Yep.
It's now just a pure rook and knight versus rook.
Rook and knight versus rook.
Has fallen off the board.
I don't think I ever gotten to defend this one or play for the stronger side. Like the rook and bishop, yes. And I'm not sure.
Our bet is on. I forced you into a bet, Miro. But
the bet for board 10. How many moves?
So we're on move 59, and you say that you play how many moves before?
I said about 10, I think.
10.
But I'm afraid to confirm that I'm accepting your bet, I'll have to bring up the position on the board. Yeah, so that's our board 10. Yu Yang Yi with the white pieces, up a horsey, a knight, facing Nicholas Theodoro.
Okay.
Facing Nicholas Theodoro. And don't be fooled. It's not draw agreed. It's a new score sheets they're taking because they are planning to go on, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so where do we go? Do we go back to Goryachkina?
Definitely.
Do we go back to Goryachkina, the exciting rook endgame?
We'll check in on this game just to see who was right.
Yeah, but this one, we'll... So you said 20 moves with knight and the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, we also...
obviously. You would play 20 moves.
Might as well. I mean, every point is important. And speaking about every point being important. Well, we earlier on saw Vincent Keimer defeat Vidit in that very important game. And he's here right now in the studio alongside Angelica, ready to share with us some of those very important moments.
Vincent, huge congratulations on this victory against Vidit. I mean, the game was decided in the end game, but would you mind showing us some key moments maybe earlier in this position?
Yeah, I think I got here and it should be a good position for me. He was also really down on the clock, but I somehow didn't manage to find any direct idea against those pawns. Like, it felt like there should be something, but I didn't manage to find it. I played rook c1, which I see Engine claims it's bad, and also I wasn't convinced that rook c1 is such a good move. It's just I didn't see the idea. So yeah, queen h5, queen f6, and queen e2. Okay, that's not so easy. I thought queen f7, rook f1, rook f6, and apparently just this endgame is extremely good for white. But yeah, I think it's not that simple to understand that this is so good for me. Like, even now I don't fully. Okay, because it's hanging.
Oh, yeah.
That you maybe shouldn't miss, yeah, like g5, bishop h4.
Yes.
So that's basically all I missed, and that was, yeah, it could have cost me the game, because after that, the problem is he's very low on time, but his moves are easy. So he knows basically what to do. I think this should all have been correct. Yeah, g5. Also queen g6, very annoying. Like, at first I thought at least I will get to rook endgame with, like, I will give the e-pawn trade h and then get the f-pawn and have rook endgame pawn up. But also after hg, he can just go rook e3. And he will pick up both g5 and e5, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I decided that, you know, of course, I completely missed that rook e1, rook e3 was even a possibility from the start, which is quite bad. But I mean, then I started to realize, and then I decided that actually the pawn endgame, the resulting pawn endgame, looked kind of dangerous. I mean, I'm not sure whether he can maybe, yeah, he can also take on h4. But rook e3, it seemed like, yeah, I mean, I don't have to play h5, but I think playing h5 is important, because if I do this directly, I have like 0 chances of doing anything here. With the h4 pawn, there's less chances. So yeah, king h5, I was luring the king there, which was basically only to get the pawn endgame with the g pawn instead of the h pawn. And yeah, here...
Did you realize in this particular position, like, that there is only one way?
Okay, I thought only king d5 is surviving, which, yeah, I mean, it's, the funny thing is that in pawn endgames usually there are little ideas. So it's clear that once I get in the game, like the position I got in the game it's over, because I can choose when to play g3 and g4. Like if I play g4 here, king f6, this is a draw.
Yes.
So it's very important for me that I know that I play g3 and then g4 and d4, and it's winning. So I was kind of shocked that, you know, it's after move 40, he has some time, and him playing c6 here. I mean, to me, it wasn't that clear whether king d5 is a draw. It's just, it was pretty clear to me that c6 is losing, and also king f5, king f3 is.
So you saw that king f5 was also a loss.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was sure that c6 and king f5 are losing, and I was calculating king d5, because, like, okay, I can go here, and I think king d4, he has to go, yeah. So this is like the kind of race.
Yes.
g4, I'm not sure, can he take this? Yeah, he can take both. Okay, I only saw this line. Yeah, I have to run. And I actually promote with check, but it's not enough. Like, that's,
oh, really? So you get that one.
I get this, and that's why at first I thought this position is actually winning, but it's not. Like, if I get my queen, just king b2, and there's no way to win this position. So,
yeah.
Right.
And yeah, the c3, there were some tricks, but I think it's also still a draw. So yeah, just kind of difficult to explain why he missed it, because he had all the time. But yeah, of course, I'm glad to have won this game. Also, I felt that I was the one pressuring throughout the entire game, and then yeah, one mistake decided the whole thing.
That was an incredible moment. Also, if we can rewind a little bit back, because did you see that the rook to g3, this concept was again the only way for Vidit to maintain the balance?
Yeah, so he defended quite well.
Like, with rook
but he's a good player. Yeah, such things are like natural for him. So I mean, you can't. You have to give him hard decisions if I want him to make a mistake, and this is, I mean, otherwise I would just pick up some pawns and be better. And yeah, this is like the active way. My rook gets stuck on g1. It's annoying. And I saw also that this is the best. I just thought that when playing h4 that there was still some chance. But he basically played the perfect defense until blundering in one move in the endgame. But I think that also goes to show how tricky pawn endgames can be. Because simply there's like one tempi, they change the complete evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, we had flashbacks to the game.
We already have a bit of a collection because Sam Shankland losing to Firouzja, there was a particularly hard one because Firouzja had basically three free tempi, right? He had the double h pawns with like pawn h7 going to h6, going to h5, going to h4. Yours was much kind of harder for, say, for the stronger side, and therefore I personally thought that he will figure it out.
Yeah, I also thought so. I mean, if you have 50 minutes, that's really a lot of time. And again, I didn't think that it was easy to see that king d5 is a draw. I thought it's quite easy to see that c6 is losing.
So you got to go backwards.
Yeah, you just have to go king d5 and hope for the best, because otherwise you have no chance. So that was my evaluation. Yeah.
And you're on 5.5 points. I mean, how would you assess your tournament so far?
Yeah, it has been up and down pretty much. Like the first 4 rounds were quite shaky, even though I was on +2. But yeah, I mean, I had this game where I was completely lost against Erdogmus. Yeah. And then also the game I won against Svane wasn't entirely clean. So then I had this horrible game against Maurizi, which was really, I mean, completely unnecessary to lose. But yeah, now, I mean, I still am on 100% with white, so that's good. I'm hoping I will get some chances as black, but +3 is fine. I think if you want to fight for candidate spots here, I will have to make it +5, which is, of course, incredibly tough. But I mean, +3 is a decent result, and I have the feeling that my play has improved a little. So it's not as shaky anymore. The games are better, more controlled, and I'm hoping that I will win a few more.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly if you play like this, I think you're in with a good shot. And you mentioned, okay, this is a very important tournament. You're playing the best in the world, and obviously everybody wants to get that spot into the candidates. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about your preparations going into this event?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, our schedule is really, really full. Like, basically, I didn't have a lot of time to specifically prepare for this event, as with most other events. Like, of course, I've had training camps throughout the year, just working on my general play, on openings, and so on. And I think that's the best you can do. Also, usually, right before tournament, you shouldn't work too much. Also, focus on having enough energy, because we have this 11-round tournament with the very long time control. And I've also had already games taking more than 7 hours. So I think it's important to have a lot of energy so that you are ready for those fights.
Yep. And Miro?
Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again on your victory. Good luck in the remaining games. Vincent Keimer there with his win against Vidit. It has been quite the day, I would say, particularly in the women's section, where we saw Vaishali take a tumble as she lost in her game against Bibisara Asaubaeva. And now it is Katerina Lagno who is in the lead. And there is 3 people sharing a second place. And in the open section, it's been tense. Not too many decisive games, apart from the one we saw just now between Vincent and Vidit. But with the leading score at the minute being 6 points and a whole load of players on 5.5 points,
and
anything can
board 10 is still going though.
Our
bet is still on, right?
I forced Miro into this bet, and it is.
And now you're planning to win it.
Yes, absolutely. And maybe we can bring up the positions just so that everyone can see what we're
I still wanted to update on Garyachkina's game because it's still in progress. It can finish anytime soon. It basically, we've discussed it was a draw here, remember, with the king on d3 getting towards the c-pawn, but then after this check, you actually had to, king c2 was still fine, and after this check you had to go to c1, because guess what? King b3, and now the other winning method, which is rook d2.
Incredible. Rook d2. And
the trick is, wait, if you're waiting, right, I'll just go g8. And we said, wait, but it should be an easy draw. But you can't really make progress with black. I'll come with the king, because if c3, I take c3, take d5.
Exactly.
And if you go d4, rook takes d4.
And
there was such an unlucky move to b3 that after rook d2, Daniel Youfa didn't find anything better than to go king a2, and then Alexandra found the only move, by the way, b4 check. So the b2 pawn somehow crosses the b3. Speaking of you not liking the en passant was not possible. It came with a check. And now I imagine after king b3, you just move the pawn forward. Over there, we've seen this mechanism, right? We take on d5, we sacrifice this rook for the c pawn, and then g8 queen, and then the b pawn marches, and Guryashkina will eventually win.
Well, it would be a very nice result for Guryashkina if she wins. She's currently on how many points? Let me just find out. She is on 2.5 points. So yesterday she drew, but she did suffer 2 losses in a row in games 5 and 6. So this would be the start of perhaps a recovery.
So the king goes to b3, and then b5's played. You can't do much, I'm afraid, right?
No.
Yeah, you can't do
The
much.
thing is that if the king keeps chasing the b pawn,
now just take, right?
And
after
c3,
I go once again. It's such a lot of tactics in the rook endgames. Rook to d1, and then b5 pawn is a taboo. You cannot take it because rook b1 check. And if you were to go c2, then rook f8, rook c1, of course, not f8. Yes, and
yep.
b5. And Youfa has to make it. He just played him. He gone c3. So now apparently rook takes d5 is the only move. Rook takes d5 is the only move to win.
Rook takes d5, so you're going to, yeah,
Played.
she's going to play it.
And it's move 59.
Yeah.
Move 59, so she reaches the time control.
And
No
she gets that extra
problem.
15 minutes on the
She
clock.
gets this 15 extra minutes. And that will be it. It's one of the last games going. And, well, Gukesh and Divya still playing.
Yeah, still very much playing.
They're still playing.
But, okay, we need to do a little bit of a count because, let me just get that game up and running.
Yeah, shall we sway? I don't know. I mean, I suggest we wait for one more move in Guryashkina Youfa because they'll reach the time control.
Move 60 and then we'll come back to this game. So I'm just having a look. When did that pawn disappear?
The h pawn, yeah.
And it was on move 81.
And now?
We are on move 96.
So far away.
Yep. Still.
Well, Youfa is about to make a move, king to b4, and this is where, well, maybe not the only, but I want to say easiest. There is no such thing as easy, but rook d1 is the move that wins. Rook d1 is the move that wins.
And if c2?
c2, then again,
c1.
this and either take, no, not either, but like take c2 next move, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
I don't think after rook c8 you take c2, but... And she goes rook g5. Is this okay? So rook g5 is still winning. Is still winning, is still okay. So now c2, all she has to do is to go to g1.
And if king takes b5?
And if king takes b5 now, you will attack the c pawn.
Yes.
And you either take it if black moves the king, or you go g8 if black moves the rook. So still winning. Rook g5 means Guryashkina reaches the time control and we can safely switch to the other game.
Yeah, let's switch to the other games and have a look at our bet.
Gukesh, and our poll of the day as well, right?
And our poll of the day, exactly.
So Gukesh with Divya, No surprises. This position is a draw, but the game goes on. Rook and knight against the rook. Rook and knight against the rook.
So we still have a long way to go before the 50 move rule is reached.
Right. But yeah, good thing is they are not kind of dragging the game for too long necessarily. Gukesh, he's not like spending all of his time. He's just like plays the reasonable moves, waiting maybe for Divya to feel uncomfortable. But it's very hard to do anything. I don't even know like if we should like seriously stand there, or maybe just like check it once in a while.
I think I really like the words of Judith Polgar here. She said, you should know which positions are winning in rook and knight. You should have some idea of what direction to steer, because if you don't, you're wasting everyone's time. I paraphrase, of course.
That's true, but because with the knight and with the rook and bishop against the rook, it's actually like some positions you barely make a draw. Like if you were unlucky and
I think this game will go the whole length.
Yep.
So let's take a quick pause whilst the players reach that move 60 and they get that 15-minute extra time. And, well, we will take a short break. And when we return, we are going to be there for the endgame part of the tournament. So see you in a few minutes. We are back, and we said we were back for the endgame, and we are certainly ready to break down exactly what's happened, because during that very short break, we had two results. It was a draw between Gukesh and Deshmukh. So it worked out in favor of all our viewers, who were split almost 50-50 in their support between
everybody
Gukesh
is happy.
and Divya. So everybody is happy. And what a result there for Divya, drawing with the world champion. And we also saw Garyashkina. She won that
Rook endgame. Yep.
Endgames. Maybe, Miro, you can show us how it finished.
Yeah, let me find this game that we were closely watching for the last half hour.
She moves to 3.5 points.
Yep. B4 check, I believe, was, well, somewhere that we've seen. B5, king to C3, rook captures D5, king B4, rook to G5, C2, rook G1, rook B7, and king to H8. And that was it, because if you were to take, that's G8, you could probably try this, but you know, of course, rook takes C1 queen, and this king will get checkmated.
Nice finish there. Very nice rook and pawn ending there from Garyashkina. And there's still one game outstanding in board 10, and that is
That's a very principled game, Yovi.
It is a very principled game, because it's between Yu Yangyi and Nicholas Theodorou, and this is complete drawn. According to the table basis, virtually any move draws, barring black giving up the bishop unnecessarily. But we did have a bet on where you asked. We asked how many moves will white to try to play this one out.
And your guess was like, you said you'd try at least 20, or not at least 20, you said like maybe 20 moves would be tried. I said, of course, less. I was wrong, but it went beyond 20 moves. So from what I can see, white captured this knight on move 59. And now we are on move 85. So we've covered half a distance, roughly, right, to 50 moves, after which you can claim. And I really don't know what you can do here.
Well, the thing is, for black, is that the king will always hide behind its own bishop.
All right. So I'm thinking, like how inaccurate I have to be. Let's say I went to a corner. It's still not enough to lose, right? But then I let you stalemate me in a corner. It's still not enough to lose, because then I'll be chasing your bishop, right? But if I played one more silly move, then it's still not enough to lose the OV, because after that I will have bishop G. I know, I'm not threatening a checkmate. For whatever reason, I thought somebody's tired. No. I meant to go knight D7, and then I'm threatening a checkmate, but then again, bishop F2, and
exactly. And there's always like the checkmating square is going to be a dark square that's covered by the bishop.
So I came up with this idea to lose the game, so that black is in a Zugzwang, but still black has bishop c7.
Very nice.
It's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible to create. So black literally has to blunder bishop for free. Black seriously has to blunder bishop for free. Well, at least Yu Yangyi will give him that. He's not trying to drag the game down. He's playing pretty fast.
Yeah, he's playing very fast, and black has sorted out the drawing mechanism. So this game will be headed to that draw. And I can understand why Yu Yangyi is playing this out for as long as possible, because every point matters now. And if he were to somehow get a win, even if it did come at perhaps black making the most ridiculous blunder, then so be it. But Yu Yangyi playing incredibly quickly, and the body language mirror just tells us that.
Yeah, he's not really hoping to win this one, but he does what he could, what he can do.
Exactly. Well, every point matters. And we're now entering into the final stretch of the tournament. So let's have a look at how today's results panned out. It was a tense day here. Day 8. A lot of storylines in the women's section, of course. The big news was Vaishali losing against Bibisara Asaubayeva and Katarina Lagno winning her game against Maria Muzicuk, and Antoaneta Stefanova falling to Yuxin Song, just 19 years old. Tan Zhongyi seems to be going back to her winning ways as she defeated in a very nice manner the Greek Stavroula Tsoulakidou. So, I mean, a lot of draws, but at the top, that's where everything got shaken up.
So Lagno on 6.5.
She's on 6.5, and we can see it here right in front of us. Katerina Lagno in the sole lead, 6.5, 3 people
on 6.
Half a point behind her on 6, and we're entering the final stretch.
And Tan Zhongyi is the only on 5.5.
She is the only one on 5.5, so you can't write her out. But Tan Zhongyi can play in a very relaxed manner because she has already qualified to the candidates. For everyone else, it's a scrum. So let's have a look at what the storylines were in the open section on the top boards. And here are the results. It was a quick draw between Matthias Blubaum and Nihar Sarin. So they are still the joint co-leaders, the only 2 players on 6. And it was also draws on the next 3 boards between Alireza Farujja, Hans Niemann, and very tight games between Abhimanyu Mishra, Nordibek Abdusattarov, as well as Param Maksudlu and Anish Giri. And it was a victory for Vincent Keimer in that very instructive king and pawn ending against Vidit. And
so the leaders are the same, right? But then on 5.5, you get more people joining.
Absolutely.
So it's Firouzja, Mishra, Masudlu, Keimer, Niemann, Abdusattarov, Giri, and Jordan van Forest, who, by the way, won seemingly a nice game against Mamit Yarab. All of them on 5.5.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the state of play as we enter round 9 tomorrow. And as always, we have a player of the day, where we reward the players who played spectacular chess. And we thought Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with that tremendous checkmate, was a worthy winner.
Sacrifice.
And in the women's section, Katerina Lagno for
not only a beautiful but very important game, of course.
Very important game. Well, it's the win that clinched her the first place for the time being, and she goes into tomorrow a very happy customer. And what an event it has been so far. It's been absolutely fireworks all round, and it's gone so fast, Miro. But we're now reaching that critical moment, last 3 rounds.
3 rounds left.
I know.
There is your end game of the tournament starting tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where every point, every single detail will matter from now on.
Almost like every quarter point. If you could score an additional quarter of a point, it would matter.
And the tiebreaks are going to come into play. It is reaching fever pitch here at the Grand Swiss. And of course, this Grand Swiss couldn't happen without the support of our co-organizers, sponsors and partners who have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible.
We thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the USFS Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and the Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang, and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yeah. It has been quite the day. It's been tense here in the open section, a lot of draws, but in the women's we have seen a shake-up in the standings with a new leader in the shape of Katerina Lagno. There are plenty of highlights from today to savor, so enjoy the highlights, and until tomorrow we are going to wish you all the best. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.